This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Running Out of Moonlight by April Kelley, narrated by Simon Dornay. Prologue. Garrison watched as Bennett shoveled macaroni and cheese into his mouth. Truth be told, he had more cheese on his face than in his belly. The poor kid's entire life had changed, and Garrison worried every single day that it would have lasting negative effects. He appeared to be resilient, even though he asked about his mom and dad at least once a day since the attack. That, more than anything, told Garrison all he needed to know. "Bennett, slow down or you'll choke." Garrison stood and walked over to the phone on the wall. He held it, making sure there was a dial tone, and then pressed buttons, calling his friend Tony. Tony was the only friend he had left. Everyone else had died in the attack. "Okay, Uncle Garrison." The way Bennett said his name, as if the I didn't exist, always made him smile. It erased a little of the worry he had for the boy. Garrison shook his head and watched the kid like a hawk as he ate. Bennett wasn't going to choke to death on his watch. He put the phone to his ear and stretched the cord across the room, so he'd be closer to Bennett in case he needed rescuing. He ruffled Bennett's hair, but kept a hand on his head. "Tony here. Is the meeting set up?" "Yes." "And this blood whore is trustworthy?" "Fuck no, he's not trustworthy. He's a blood whore. You know how they are, loyal to his master. He doesn't know about the attack, though, and he has information that suggests the vampires are preparing for a war with all shifters." "What does that have to do with the wolves attacking our village?" "The wolves were forced. They feared the vampires more than they feared retaliation from us. Rightly so, too. Fuckers wiped us out, man." "Do you think you can find one of the wolves? Tell him I just want to talk." Tony was the best tracker in their entire village, and seemed to be able to find information on just about anything. "Yeah, probably. You want to go that route and not meet with the blood whore?" "No, I'll meet with him too. I have a bad feeling about him, so be careful." "Yeah, you too, man. I'll see you later at the club." Garrison took his hand away from Bennett's head and walked across the kitchen to hang up the phone. The more he dug into the attack, wanting answers as to why his best friend and his best friend's mate had to die, the more questions he had. Garrison came back to the table and ruffled Bennett's hair again before sitting down. There were so many things to worry about since he'd become Bennett's sole guardian. All he wanted was to be able to explain to him why his parents died when he was old enough to know. If Bennett were older, and they had to have that conversation, the only thing Garrison could tell him was that he was looking into it. What kind of answer was that? Garrison worried about him adjusting to his new situation, and he worried that maybe he wasn't going to be a good enough parent. He wasn't going to do as good a job as Samuel and Jeanette would have done had they lived through the attack. What if he fucked the kid up? What if he wasn't enough? Bennett's cheese-covered lips pinched together, and his little brow furrowed as if he too were worried about something. It took Garrison a few seconds to realize that Bennett was mimicking him, frowning because Garrison was. Garrison chuckled and then tried to frown again, just to tease Bennett, although Garrison definitely didn't succeed the second time around. Garrison smiled at the cuteness that was Bennett. "Hey, you stole my face." Bennett giggled. "You're so silly, just like Daddy is." Garrison smiled. He supposed he was a lot like Samuel. They had been best friends for most of their lives, and were similar in many ways. They'd shared a sense of humor that had made their friendship stronger than it would have been otherwise. They'd trained together every day, and had even lived together before Samuel found Jeanette. They were like brothers. So much so that Samuel's son had always called him Uncle, and Garrison had gone over there every Sunday for dinner, along with the rest of Samuel's family. He was grateful for those dinners more than ever. He missed his friend so much since he'd been gone. He was just grateful he had spent so much time with Samuel. It gave Garrison an opportunity to have a relationship with Bennett, which was proving to be important considering the kid was stuck with him. God, the poor kid would have had a much harder time if he didn't know Garrison quite so well. Bennett never once questioned being with Garrison. They had one moment that first night, when Bennett wouldn't go to sleep, so Garrison had to make a game out of it. They'd camped out in front of the television watching cartoons. Right before Bennett had fallen asleep, he'd asked if Mommy and Daddy would come to get him soon. Garrison had had to explain to the kid that Samuel and Jeanette weren't coming back. Bennett had cried, and Garrison had held him all night long. He started a thing, so every night was camp out with the television playing because Bennett couldn't go to sleep without the background noise. Garrison was content with their little arrangement. They both needed each other during the nights. The darkness was a reminder of how hard they fought to survive. Screams and breaking glass had woken Garrison that night. The wolves had already surrounded the village. They had been smart about it, too. They knew which house to hit and had killed the leaders first. Garrison hadn't known any of that at the time, though. He'd just fought next to Samuel for what had seemed like several hours, trying to take out as many as he could. He had killed a wolf and turned to another when he'd seen Samuel go down. Garrison had been close enough to whip his tail around, knocking the wolf, who was just getting ready to shift, off his feet. He went over to Samuel, staggering just a little in his exhaustion. Garrison had shifted and checked his best friend's pulse, but hadn't been able to find one. Garrison had roared even as he'd shifted back. He focused on the wolf who had been trying to get back up, but Garrison whipped his tail around again. The wolf shifter had fallen to the ground, landing hard on his ass. Garrison had blown out a breath of air in warning, moving the guy's hair around his face. Garrison had been going in for the kill when the wolf said, "They made us do it! Please, I have children!" Garrison had been too far off the edge of grief to pay attention. The kill had gone quickly. It was over before the wolf could say anything else. Jeanette had come running from the house screaming when a wolf had come out of nowhere, its thick jaws wrapped around her neck. Her eyes grew wide just as her body went limp, and she fell to the ground. She was dead before her body ever hit the grass. Garrison's jaws had wrapped around the wolf's head and nearly ripped it off before the wolf even had a chance to turn around to face him. He'd shaken his head a couple of times and then dropped the wolf on the ground. Even after he'd shifted back into his human form, he'd tasted the wolf's blood in his mouth. He had gone into the house then and scooped Bennett up, racing out of the front door into his truck. Garrison had driven for hours, trying to get Bennett as far away as possible. They had stayed at a hotel that first night. He had thought about what that wolf had said to him every day since that night. If the wolves were forced, then all shifters were potential targets. Dragons were among the strongest of all shifters, so taking them out first made sense. It could be a world domination thing, but that didn't sit right with Garrison. What was the motivation? Bennett looked over at Garrison with that same mimicking frown. Garrison chuckled. "You're pretty cute, little man." Bennett was the perfect combination of both of his parents. He was probably going to have the height of his father, though. He was already big for his age.
"I'm handsome, not cute."
"Oh yeah, I forgot."
"You're so silly."
"Not as silly as you." Garrison wasn't sure he could leave Bennett for the little meeting tonight. He wasn't sure he should. If something happened, Bennett wouldn't come back from it as well the second time around. How could he do that to him all over again? He felt fear eat at his stomach just thinking about the meeting. His gut was practically yelling at him not to go. Garrison wished he could send someone else, but there really was no one besides himself and Tony. He had to find out why, for Bennett's sake. He'd go one time and then turn what information he'd obtained over to the Shifter Council, where it belonged, letting them handle it from there. Whatever information he was able to get from the meeting would have to answer enough questions. He had a kid to think about. "Hey, buddy, I have to go somewhere. The Connors really want you to stay with them for a couple hours."
"No."
"Xavier really wants to play cars with you."
"No."
Garrison scowled. "Why not?"
"Because you'll go away just like Mommy and Daddy."
"I'll come back."
"No."
Garrison sighed. He couldn't bring the kid with him, not to some seedy bar on the other side of town. I will always find a way back to you, Bennett.
You won't go away forever and ever like Mommy and Daddy did?
I promise I'll come back. Chapter 1. Sage Rickman sat at Estelle's dining room table, staring at the closed bedroom door, wringing his hands. His mate was inside, and had been for the past 6 hours, which was about how long Sage had sat there. When they'd first brought Garrett in through the house and into the bedroom, Mother Estelle had told him he could go in if he wanted. He had just nodded and sat down, putting the table between himself and his mate. The longer he sat there, the farther away he seemed. It was as if an invisible force pushed him away by small degrees. He wanted to go in there, hold Garrett's hand, and maybe even lie next to him as he recovered. He just couldn't get past the thought that maybe Garreton wouldn't want a mate at all. Not to mention one who the vampires had used as a fuck toy, who wasn't strong enough to fight them no matter how hard he'd tried. Sage doubted he'd be able to lie next to Garreton anyway. Mate or not, just the thought of someone touching him sent Sage over the edge of fear. Wanting to be near his mate warred against the fear inside him, making it impossible to move. Sage was damaged goods, and everyone in the house knew it. He was reminded every time someone touched him, even if it was a hand on his shoulder or if they brushed by him and he shied away. He fought the urge to fall to the floor in the fetal position when they tried. His wounds went far deeper than he cared to think about. What the vampires had done played in an endless loop, never giving him a break. It blocked everything else, taking up residence there, as if it had a right to do so. Sage had no power over that wound. It festered and infected every single moment of his life, and it would infect his mate, too. He knew it. Everyone in the house knew it. Although, in the hours that he had sat staring at the door, each and every single one of the Somerset family had come up to him and urged him to go inside, to be with his mate. Sage couldn't hide the fact that Garreton was his mate, because they all knew, based solely on the look Sage had on his face. Although Sage's eyes weren't changing and his teeth weren't dropping down, they still knew. Hell, Sage's cock wasn't even getting hard. Of course, he could contribute his lack of a boner to the fact that his mate was in there unconscious and he'd been beaten. It worried him that he hadn't reacted to Garreton the way a shifter should. Still, he had no doubt Garreton was his mate. His smell alone told Sage the truth. He smelled delicious, like chocolate chip cookies. Even from out there, that smell surrounded him like a blanket. It alone was the reason Sage wanted to go in there. Sage had shitty coping skills. They consisted of long hours wanting everyone to leave him alone, and most of the time that included Lucas. It was everything he could do some days just to avoid the vampires his mind conjured up. It was a weird feeling, knowing he was hallucinating. And he knew that's what it was, too. Someone sat beside him, and Sage stiffened. When Lucas took his hand, Sage flinched and fought the urge to pull away. Lucas was the one person who Sage could let touch him and not have to fight the need to scream. Lucas only ever touched his hand, though, so that was probably why. Consistency was key. A second later, he felt Lucas's calming presence in his mind. He relaxed as much as he could. Sage said, "Nosy?" under his breath, when he felt Lucas poke around in his thoughts. Lucas could have just asked him. It wasn't as if Sage would hold anything back. "Rude? Sorry, I just knew you wouldn't tell me what you were thinking." "It's okay. I won't tell Ramsay. Just ask me next time." Lucas smiled. "I can't promise anything." "Might as well finish." That was about the only invitation Lucas needed to continue invading Sage's private thoughts. It was a few seconds later when Lucas rolled his eyes. "You're not damaged, Sage, so just stop thinking that." Sage pulled his hand away. "Yes, I am," he sighed. "What if he wants to bond and I freak out? I won't be able to give him what he needs." "What if he's feral and attacks me?" That was the big question running through Sage's mind. Garrison had been stuck in his dragon form for so many years, there was bound to be a fracture between both forms. His father had told him never to stay in one form too long. All shifters' parents told their kids to keep a balance. There were horror stories some parents told their kids to drive the point home, and those stories were told to them when they were young, before they even had their first shift. His father had told him about a place where feral shifters went. The place was a kind of mental ward/prison. The stories his father told had scared him, and to that day, Sage shifted on a regular basis because of them. The last time Sage had heard a story about being feral, he'd been on a middle school camping trip. Some stupid kid had held a flashlight up to his face and told a story of how a feral shifter had killed all of the kids in his village. After that, the feral shifter had gone into the woods and killed the children who camped out every year. The fact that the children were his only victims had seemed off, and he had said as much. Sage remembered thinking about the poor shifter who couldn't think past his survival instincts. He couldn't imagine what that must have been like, and he honestly felt sorrier for the shifter than he did the children. The other kids had kicked him out of the tent for asking too many questions and siding with the feral shifter. Sage had always loved a good story, and was an avid reader. He still felt that one little detail needed some explanation for the story to work. Plus, the ending was pure crap. Sage hadn't died on that camping trip, so that proved the ending sucked.
He's not going to be like the story you heard as a kid. Besides, I fixed some of it already. I think he'll be disoriented and maybe a little bit primal, but he'll heal up just fine. You just need to give him time, Lucas said, reading Sage's thoughts again. Stupid witch tricks. Read that, Lucas. Lucas stuck out his tongue. Normally, when a shifter was in his animal form, their brain function changed only slightly. His animal instincts were more prominent, and that side did take over a bit more, which made sense. His senses were different the second he shifted, which changed his perception of the environment around him. His human side didn't disappear, though. He still had the capacity for rational thought. What Lucas said made sense. Garriden's survival instincts would be more prominent and take center stage, even when he was in his human form. The longer he stayed in that form, the more cognizant he would become too. At least, that was the most reasonable thing to assume. He'll scare me. I know he will. Everyone scares me, so why wouldn't he? Bennett tells me Garrison was a very nice, loving shifter before he was captured. I bet he'll understand that you need time to heal before you truly bond, Lucas said. If Garrison had been kind before going feral, he probably wouldn't kill all of St. Lake's, which was definitely a plus as far as Sage was concerned. Sage shook his head. I won't ever get better. I'll always have issues. Sage stood, separating himself from Lucas. He started pacing, unable to keep still. I really want to see him. My heart physically aches even being this far away. And at the same time, I'm terrified of him touching me. Okay, first of all, will you please stand still? You're making me dizzy. Sorry. Sage stopped moving. He wrung his hands instead, needing to move some part of his body. He wanted to go to Garrison so much. His instincts were warring with his fear, and he wasn't sure which was winning. Secondly, the bond will make it necessary for you to be near Garrison. You really won't have much of a choice. Just follow your instincts, not your fear, Lucas said, and stood. Lucas? Sage waited for Lucas to meet his gaze. Thanks. I can see your thoughts, remember? Lucas smiled before he turned to leave the room. Sage took a step closer to the door. Someone in the house laughed loudly, and Sage practically ran back to the table. His heart beat out of his chest, and he had to take several calming breaths before stepping toward the room again. He put his hand on the knob and turned it. The instant he had the door open a crack, he smelled Garriden's delicious scent. He let go of the handle when he entered. Garrison lay unmoving in the center of the bed. He had a blanket pulled halfway up his body, exposing his wide chest. He was so much bigger than Sage. Garrison took up most of the bed. His feet reached the end of the mattress. Sage did the math and came up with the conclusion that his mate was frickin' huge, and this was the version of Garrison that was malnourished and starving. Sage took a step closer, wanting to touch him, to feel his skin. All that smooth, creamy, rich brown skin. Sage's pale complexion was in complete contrast. Sage's legs were against the side of the mattress. He reached out and ran a finger across Garrison's shoulder, poking him, trying to make sure he wouldn't wake. Sage could handle a sleeping Garrison. It was an awake one who wanted to bond and fuck who frightened him. Sage felt panic rise in his throat just thinking about someone touching him the way those vampires had. He couldn't go through that again. He wouldn't be sane at the end of it. How was he supposed to live with himself the way he was and have a mate? Even as that question rolled around in his mind, he couldn't help but sit on the side of the bed. It was instinct that drove him. He ran 2 fingers down Garrison's arm and over a tattoo of a tree. The tree was one of those with low-hanging branches and represented family. The trunk had a name interwoven in the bark, but the way the lettering scrolled around on Garrison's arm, Sage had a difficult time reading it. He took Garrison's hand and lifted the arm, tracing the letters with the tip of his finger. Sage laced his fingers with Garrison's, holding on to him for long minutes. He heard someone enter the room a few minutes later and turned to see Bennett leaning against the doorframe, Lucas at his side. "He has your name tattooed on his arm." Sage smiled. "Yeah, I saw that when I carried him in. I didn't realize he did that. Never saw it before now. He must have gotten it done right before he went missing." "He loved you." "Yes, he was my father's best friend. Wolf shifters attacked our town when I was a small boy and my parents died. He saved my life that day, took me in and treated me like his son." "How did you get separated?" "He left me with a neighbor and never came back. He could have been getting the tattoo done that day for all I know. I always thought that maybe I was too much for him to handle. I mean, this single shifter gets saddled with a kid and becomes a parent overnight. Who wouldn't find that overwhelming? If I had known he was held prisoner all this time, I would have fought for him." Bennett hit the wall with his fist, making Sage jump. He moved closer to Garrison instinctively, clutching his hand tighter. Sage's shoulders came up to his ears and tried to make himself smaller than he already was. Bennett didn't seem to notice Sage's duress. "I fucking left him to die in a cage for years. How could I do that to him?" "How could you have helped him, Benny? You were a young child, and even when you got older, you had no clue where he was," Lucas said. They had the rest of the conversation through their mate bond, so Sage wasn't privy to it. Sage stared at Garrison's chest rising and falling. He seemed healthy, just asleep. But how fractured was his brain? How broken? He couldn't possibly be as broken as Sage, could he? If he was, they were in for a bumpy mating. Chapter 2. Sage felt Garrison squeeze his hand and his heart jumped. Garrison opened his eyes, blinking a few times, getting used to the light that shone down on them from the ceiling. Their eyes met, and some of the fear left his body. He relaxed just a little. They weren't his dragon's eyes, so that helped ease some of the fear. It told Sage that Garrison wasn't thinking about mating. Garrison's eyes were a piercing green so mesmerizing that Sage couldn't avert his gaze. "Mate," Garrison whispered. His voice was deep and had just enough gravel in it to indicate just how unused it had been in recent years. "Are you thirsty? Hungry? Can I get you anything?" Sage stood. Garrison held his hand, not letting go. "Mate." Sage smiled. "That's right. Although my name is Sage." Garrison scowled as if he didn't understand. Sage sat back down. It had to be tough on Garrison, waking in a strange place and then finding out he had a mate the second he did. Garrison would need some help shuffling through all the confusion. Sage tried to pull his hand away again, but Garrison held firm. Garrison pulled Sage forward and he lost his balance. The next thing he knew, he was lying underneath him.
Sage had been in a position similar to the one before, and that memory came flashing back. "Mate, mate," Garrison growled, his eyes changing to his dragon's. When they did, Sage panicked. Sage tried to buck Garrison off. He started to scream when Garrison's face turned into one of the vampires who had hurt him. "No!" He struggled against the vampire's hold, just as he had then, trying to get away, but the vampire was stronger than him. "Don't touch me!" The vampire seemed confused, almost troubled by Sage's reaction. His face turned into Garrison's again, and his mate's green eyes changed back to his humans and back again, as if he were trying to control them but couldn't. "Please, I can't. Don't make me. I can't." Sage's chest tightened, restricting his breathing. Tears spilled onto his cheeks, blurring his vision. One minute, Garrison was on him, and the next he wasn't. Sage moved from the bed after he was free. He went into a corner of the room and tried to make himself as invisible as possible. His knees came up to his chest, and he wrapped his arms around his head. He stayed that way until he heard Garrison roar, "Mine! My mate!" Bennett pinned Garrison against the wall, an arm pressed on his neck, not cutting off his air completely, but still enough to keep him in place. Sage could tell Bennett was struggling just to hold him, which said more than anything could that he had been right earlier to assume that Garrison was a very strong shifter, and would only get stronger the more he healed. Sage had sensed it before, and could physically see it as Garrison fought. "Come back, Uncle Garrison. Come back to me now. Mate!" Garrison never took his gaze off Sage. He struggled when Sage sat on the floor, transfixed with fear. It wasn't until Garrison cried out in pain that Sage got up from his spot. Sage started across the room, hissing at Bennett. His instincts took over, and all he could think about was the threat to his mate. Don't hurt him, just let him go." "I can't, Sage, he's feral." Garrison growled at Bennett. Lucas was the one who diffused the situation by putting a hand on Bennett's arm. "Let him go." Bennett focused his gaze on Lucas. "No, I will not put you at risk. He's too far gone." "Don't say that." Sage came closer as he did. He could see Garrison's muscles relax one by one. His body sagged against Bennett's hold. "Let him go, Benny. I got this if he starts getting too aggressive," Lucas said, and put a hand on Bennett's forearm. Bennett eased his hold on Garrison, who blew out at him through his nostrils, as if he were still in his dragon form and wanted to send a warning. Garrison's eyes changed the closer Sage came to him. "Mate." "Yes, I know. I feel it too. I have problems. I've been hurt really bad. I have flashbacks all the time." Sage had no idea if Garrison could even comprehend what he was saying. He should have been able to, but really, it didn't matter. Sage had to try to make him understand. Garrison made a noise in the back of his throat at Sage's words. Garrison's gaze went to Bennett. His eyes narrowed as if he was the one who'd hurt Sage, and he started to move from the wall. "It wasn't him. He didn't hurt me." Sage thought he should explain further, since Garrison seemed confused. "Vampires. The same ones that kept you prisoner for so long." Bennett gave Sage room as he closed the distance between them. Garrison's eyebrows came together in confusion. He scanned the room as if searching for an escape route. "You're safe now. We both are. It's hard for me to remember that sometimes. We're both safe, I promise." Sage reached for Garrison, wanting to touch. Garrison took that as a sign he had permission to do the same. Garrison moved so quickly Sage didn't even know what had hit him until he was against the wall, and Garrison was sniffing his neck. Sage held up a hand for Lucas and Bennett to stay back. Sage tried to get his breathing under control and not picture the vampires who'd hurt him. Sage took a deep breath and smelled Garrison, that chocolate chip cookie scent. He did it repeatedly until he felt the panic ease just a bit. Garrison sniffed his hair, rubbing his face all over Sage. "Don't hurt me, don't hurt me," Sage said, as if he were talking to a dangerous animal. He didn't realize he was even saying it at first. Not until Garrison brought a finger up to his mouth, covering his lips. "You are my mate," Garrison said to him,
as if that explained the reason why he wouldn't hurt Sage. Sage felt Garrison move down and then kiss the place where his neck and shoulders met. "Don't bite me!" Sage yelled. Garrison pulled away from him, scowling at him. "You are my mate." "I know." Sage should have wanted the bite. Garrison was right about that. He was so fucking messed up. It was an instinct all shifters had. He was supposed to want to tilt his head and let his mate bite him. What scared him the most was that he would never want it. He might always be stuck between needing to be near his mate and never wanting to bond. He was broken. The vampires had broken him, and there was nothing left to give. Sage felt teeth on his neck. "No! You won't want me after you find out how fucked up I am. Please, Garrison." There it was. The reason he didn't want those teeth to sink in. He didn't even know that was the problem until the words were out of his mouth. "Mate." Sage knew Garrison wasn't listening. Nothing he said registered. "Lucas!" Sage yelled. All of a sudden, Garrison's muscles tensed and he stopped moving. Sage knew that Lucas had frozen Garrison, successfully stopping him from biting Sage. Sage shifted and moved along the bedroom floor, stopping when he was under the dresser. Lucas was the one who spoke. "Garrison, you'll come live with us, just until you and Sage work things out. Sage, you'll stay here with Mother Estelle." He heard some shuffling around the room and more people came in. Sage moved from his spot when he heard Garrison roar again. Sage shifted and ran out of the room. He saw Bennett and Ramsay carrying a very angry Garrison. Their eyes met and Garrison started struggling. "Don't hurt him!" Sage yelled after them. He reached out and started toward Garrison. Garrison's green eyes changed to his dragon and his teeth dropped. He roared, "Mine!" Sage didn't understand why Garrison was acting like that until Lucas scowled at him. Only then did he realize he was standing there naked and Garrison reacted to his body. Sage turned and ran into the bedroom, dressing before racing from the room. He was just in time to see Bennett, Ramsay, and Lucas drive away with his very pissed-off mate. Sage's arms came around his middle, and he bent at the waist, falling to his knees. The sobbing made his stomach hurt. He felt a hand on his back and flinched. "I know what it's like to long for someone," Jules said, removing his hand. Sage knew Jules understood. Jules knew his mates were a vampire and a warlock who had left him behind at the Stavros mansion. Before fate had given him those two mates, she had given him Stavros himself, one of the meanest, most vicious vampires around. Poor Jules couldn't win in the mate department no matter what he did. Then again, neither could Garrison. "He'll get well again. You'll see," Jules said. "It's not just him that's unwell," Sage said, when he calmed down enough to speak. "I talk to Dr. Tucker once a week. He's helping me through all the shit Nicolono did," Jules said. Sage rolled onto his side, hugging his legs until he lay in the fetal position. "Do you want me to get a pillow for your head?" "No, I don't deserve one after I let Garrison down like that. I'm going to touch your head." "Okay." Jules gently lifted Sage's head off the floor as he scooted closer, lending Sage some comfort when he found his cheek pressing against Jules's leg. "Is this okay?" "Yeah, telling me you were going to beforehand helps a lot." For some reason, being near Jules didn't creep him out the way that most everyone else did. Maybe because Jules knew, to some degree, what it was like to go through something traumatic and come out on the other side less than you were before. Also, Jules was the very last person on the face of the planet who would hurt anyone. He was a gentle soul. Chapter 3. Sage didn't know who he was anymore. He had 3 versions of himself rattling around in his mind. The Sage before the kidnapping, the Sage after it, and the Sage he should be. Ironically enough, the before Sage and the should-be Sage weren't the same. The before Sage didn't have a mate. He had a good life in St. Lakes and was content. The should-be Sage was the one with a mate, the one who needed to bond and make a relationship work. He was the one who wanted to be next to his mate at all times. The after Sage was the worst one,
The one who grabbed hold of him most often. The one who kept him imprisoned inside his own head. Sometimes he wasn't anything at all. He didn't exist. Sage walked through Estelle's house like a ghost. He felt unseen, and had felt that way for the better part of a month. Estelle had stopped trying to talk to him days ago. Even Jules was staying away. Whatever vibe he gave off made talking impossible. Maybe they were just tired of his weirdness. Whatever the reason, it just further perpetuated that invisible feeling. Up until he had met his mate, Sage had been able to fake it enough to believe he was a relevant person. Garrison leaving with Bennett and Lucas that night, all those weeks ago, seemed to zap whatever energy he'd had left. It seemed whatever battle he had been fighting within himself he had lost. He was spiraling down, falling farther into that hole of depression. Sage went into the living room and sat on the couch. He brought his legs up to his chest, perching like a bird for several minutes before Layden sat next to him. Sage got up, moving away. Layden rolled his eyes. "Dude, really?" "Sorry," Sage mumbled as he started out of the room. He'd just go to his room so he wouldn't offend anyone. He wanted to be alone anyway. "Sage!" Sage stopped walking and turned, meeting Layden's gaze. "What?" "You're not as alone as you think." Sage walked to the couch again, sitting down. He perched on the end of the couch cushion as if he were getting ready to bolt. "I feel like it sometimes." "Yeah, I kinda got that. Look, I don't know how you feel." "Thank the gods for that," Sage said under his breath. "But I'm still here for you if you want to talk, even if you just want to hang out and watch television." Layden picked up the remote and held it up, as if Sage needed a visual aid to help him decipher Layden's words. Sage nodded and didn't say anything. "I'm just saying, I'm your friend. Don't forget that you have them." "Thanks." "So, television?" "Sure." He sat there for a few minutes, watching some show about bears in Alaska. The commentator's voice relaxed him to the point he settled into the couch cushions. "Have you been sleeping lately?" Layden asked, startling him. "Not really." "Go take a nap. I'll wake you for dinner." "I doubt I'll be able to sleep." "Just try. You might feel better if you do." Sage doubted it. It would get worse when the nightmares came. It always did. Still, he stood and walked to his room. It was the one Garrison had been put in, and Sage had commandeered it for himself. It had smelled like Garrison for days afterward, which had comforted Sage. The smell had faded, though. Sage picked up a book off the shelf and went to the nightstand for his eyeglasses. He loved poetry. Something about it opened his mind just enough that he was able to focus on the words, made him think about himself differently while he was reading it. He sat in the center of the bed and put on his glasses. He only needed them for reading. Most snake shifters didn't have great eyesight and needed eyeglasses all the time. It was a genetic issue all snake shifters had for some reason. He hadn't seen his mother in over a year. She had left town one day and had never come back. Sage was an adult, out on his own, so it wasn't as if he needed her to survive. She had been a good mom, but she had always said she wanted to see the world, so her leaving wasn't out of the realm of conceivability. Shifters lived longer than humans, so going years without contact wasn't that odd, at least not for his family. His dad had been the same way. In fact, his father had been on a trip to Wyoming, visiting a shifter friend from college when he'd met Sage's mom. He had been at the friend's house when he saw Sage's mother come out of the house next door. They were mates, so they had made a life together. That was until his parents had rented an RV. He had been a teenager at the time, so they had practically forced him to go on the stupid camping trip. His parents had had a fight, and his father had called her a bitch. Sage still remembered how his father had looked as if someone had hit him in the face with a shovel. His mother had started crying, and his dad had left the camp. All night his mother had cried, and Dad had stayed away. Some neighboring campers had found his father on the side of the road a few miles from the grounds. Sage was positive he had been trying to walk to town. Probably needed some liquid courage just to come back and face his mother again.
The authorities figured a car hit Sage's father sometime in the night, and instead of calling the accident in, as they should have, they drove away. He was in his human form when he died, so they had involved the local police department. As far as Sage knew, his dad's murder was still open. His mother had been a wreck afterwards, but some of Mother Estelle's witch magic had helped her out. Sage remembered staying with Mother Estelle for months after the accident, while his mother got her shit together. It took her a while, but she got through the grieving process. He missed her. He had taken for granted that she was just fine, celebrating life on some beach somewhere. It wasn't unheard of for snake shifters to separate from their family units, go off on their own. After hearing Bennett's story about Garrison just disappearing, he wondered if maybe he should try to find her. Just make sure she was okay. The only problem was that Sage had no idea how to find her. She hadn't taken a cell phone with her, had refused when he suggested it. She told him she was going to see the Caribbean, and that was it. He put the book down, laying it on the bed, and left his bedroom, heading into the kitchen, and dialed Ramsey's number. If anyone would help, it was his alpha. The phone went to voicemail, and Sage left a message. He was just going back into his room when Ramsey came around the corner. Sage tilted his head to the side in a show of respect. "I didn't know you were here. I just tried to call you."
"I know."
Ramsey held up his phone, much the same way Layden had held up the television remote earlier. The need for visual aids must run in the family.
"Mom needs you in the living room. Before we go in, I want to talk to you."
"Yes, Alpha."
"First, what can I help you with?"
"Help me find out if my mom is okay."
"Why would you think she wasn't?"
"I don't know. Bennett said Garrison just disappeared one day, and I was thinking that my mom might be in danger. She hasn't called in over a month. Of course, I've been here and she doesn't know that, so I may have missed her call."
"I'll try to find her."
Ramsey placed a hand on his arm, and Sage stiffened, stepping away from him. "Sorry, Alpha."
"That's part of the reason why I'm here, actually. Dr. Tucker is in the living room. He's here to counsel you, get you in a healthier state of mind."
Sage gripped the chair he was standing next to and took a deep breath, trying to calm his panic. Sage didn't say a word, though. He was sure whatever came out of his mouth would be harsh and sound angry. He couldn't talk that way to the Alpha. His body language must have said enough, because Ramsey said,
"I know you feel alone, but you're not."
"Thank you, Alpha. Layden said the same thing to me."
"Sage, I'm not here as your Alpha. I'm here as your friend."
Sage nodded.
"I need to know how comfortable you are around Dr. Tucker."
"I'm not even comfortable around my own mate, Alpha, so not at all."
"Would you feel more comfortable with me or Mom in the room with you? I'm only asking because I'm sure Dr. Tucker will ask hard questions. It may be harder for you to talk about stuff in front of us rather than being in a room alone with the doctor."
What Sage really wanted to do was go back to his book of poetry, and for everyone to leave him alone. But he couldn't very well tell his Alpha that. Sage just shrugged. "I don't know."
Ramsey smirked. "Well, Layden and Jules just left the house. I made them go help Forrest at the cabins for the next few hours, so you'll have privacy, whatever you're comfortable with."
"I don't really want to talk about it at all, Alpha."
"It'll help."
How could it possibly help him to talk about it? Ramsey turned and started back to the living room. Sage stood by the chair, unmoving.
"Follow me, Sage. Now."
Sage clenched his hands into fists and did what his Alpha demanded. Sage sat on the edge of the couch, ready to bolt if needed. Every time the doctor said something, it felt like an attack, even when he was giving his credentials. He knew Dr. Tucker pretty well. He came into the restaurant all the time. Sage could tell the entire room what Dr. Tucker usually ordered, even though he hadn't been to work since the kidnapping. There were only a few hundred people living in St. Lakes, so he didn't understand why the doctor was telling him his damn resume. And while he was on the topic, he already knew that nothing he said while in the doctor's presence could be repeated, so he didn't need to hear that either. "Now, would you like Ramsey or Estelle to leave the room while we talk?" Dr. Tucker asked. Sage shook his head. "I don't want to talk about it with you, at all. It really doesn't matter if they're here or not." Estelle moved from her chair to him. She sat beside him and held out her hand. Sage hesitated before taking it. Some of the anger he felt at being in Dr. Tucker's presence melted away with the touch. "This is not an intervention, Sage. If you're not ready, then you don't have to," Estelle said. "I want to be better," Sage whispered. "Why are you getting angry, then?" "Because I can't. It will make it worse, and I'm already barely holding it together."
"What do you think will happen if you do talk about the rape, Sage?" Dr. Tucker asked.
I'll cry. I'll fucking shatter into a million pieces. I'll think the vampires will come back. I've been seeing them around town, and I know that's not possible because Lucas killed the one I always see," Sage said, and took his hand away from Estelle, running them down his thighs.
"Why do you think you see that vampire versus the others?"
"I don't know. Probably because he was the worst one."
"What did he do?"
"He made it hurt. I think he liked causing pain. He laughed when I screamed, but I couldn't help it, Alpha."
Sage didn't want to seem weak in front of Ramsey. "It's okay," Ramsey said.
Sage shook his head, folding down on himself. If he could just get smaller, then maybe he wouldn't have to talk about it anymore.
"What happened after it was over?" the doctor asked him.
"They put me back in the cell with Lucas. Lucas healed me with his witch thing. I would have bled to death if it weren't for him. He doesn't think I know that, but I do. I know how much damage they did. I felt it. I would have died. I wanted to. About halfway through, I wished for it. I sometimes still do." Everyone was silent except for Sage. Sage couldn't stop crying, as if something just let loose inside of him. He told them he'd shatter, and he was right. He couldn't seem to put himself back together. At some point, he was sure the Alpha left the room and then came back a few minutes later. Sage felt something soft press against his hand. He took it when he noticed how it smelled like cookies. Like Garrison.
"What about now?" Dr. Tucker asked.
Sage didn't understand what he was asking, and some of that confusion must have shown because the doctor said,
"How do you feel right now?"
"Tired, and I want to be near my mate." That last part was something he hadn't ever admitted before. "And I just want it all to go away."
"What do you want to go away?"
"The nightmares, the pain, everything. I just want to be normal." Sage straightened, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. He clutched the shirt and wondered where Ramsey had gotten it.
"What's normal for you, Sage?"
I can't answer that. I don't know anymore. Maybe this is normal." Sage shook at the thought.
"Why does that scare you?"
"Because it hurts so much," Sage whispered, bringing his knees up to his chest. Exhaustion set in to the point he couldn't keep his eyes open. It was as if he had run a marathon. He laid his cheek on his knees and closed his eyes.
"You'll find that you feel a little better after you get some rest. I'll see you in a couple days. We'll talk some more," Dr. Tucker said, and stood.
"Thank you," Sage whispered.
"You were very brave. Never forget that."
Dr. Tucker left the room, Estelle following him out.
"Why don't you go and take a nap? I'll have Lucas let Garrison go so he can come here," Ramsey said.
"How is Lucas keeping him back?"
"I don't know. His witch mojo, I guess. Garrison can't leave Bennett's property."
"How do you know he'll come here?"
Ramsey snorted. "I was just at Bennett's yesterday. The man growled and said, 'Give me my mate.' That's the only thing he said to me the entire time I was there. Trust me, he'll be here."
Ramsey punched some buttons on his phone. Sage put his feet on the floor again and stood, staring out of the room.
"Sage."
"Yeah?"
"It'll get better."
Sage nodded once, just so he wouldn't have to argue with his Alpha. Sage had no idea what better was. Better definitely wasn't the image he saw in the mirror. Better was a thing that didn't exist. At least, not for him. He wanted normal, but he had no idea how to get back there. Chapter 4
Garrison didn't know who these people were, but he'd kill them for keeping his mate away from him. They were like the vampires. The vampires had kept him away from his child. They had kept his child prisoner and wouldn't let Garrison see him. Garrison wouldn't let that happen again. He wouldn't make the same mistake with his mate. He would bide his time, wait for his body to heal and for him to gain his strength back before he made these people pay. The vampires hadn't fed him enough, and he had lost weight over the years. He also had a pain in his head that had come about just since he changed into his human form. Images flashed in his mind of his child and a man. He felt a connection to them both. The man's name was Samuel. He whispered it to himself. The word felt familiar on his tongue, and he had to say it from time to time. There was a woman, too. He tried to remember her name, but it just wouldn't come. It was stuck in his mind, lost somewhere in the fracture. For the past couple of weeks, he'd felt a pain in his chest whenever he thought about the child. He wanted to shift and find the boy. That boy belonged to him. Garrison had to protect him. He had to find him and make sure he never left his sight. Garrison stood from the chair he had placed in front of the window. That was the direction his mate was in. The direction he needed to go when he finally escaped. He'd get his mate first, since he knew where he was. He walked into the attached bathroom and closed the door behind him. He used the toilet, then moved over to the sink to wash his hands. He had thought the Alpha had helped him escape from the vampires, but he had just taken him from one prison to another. At least he could shift, and he had running water and food. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw his human face. He hadn't been human in more years than he remembered. His face seemed foreign, as if it shouldn't have been there. He should have been staring at his dragon. At times, he thought about shifting back, but then his mate's face would pop in his mind and he'd stay human. Garrison walked out of the bathroom and opened the door to his room. He saw the big dragon shifter at the end of the hall and narrowed his eyes at him. "I want to see my mate." "I'm not keeping you from Sage. It's his choice. He has a few problems to work out before he'll let you see him." The dragon shifter came down the hallway toward him. "Release me so I can go to him." Garrison tensed as the male stopped a few feet from him. "Lucas won't do that until Sage tells him it's okay." "How is he holding me here?" "He's a witch. He's using his energy to keep you on the property." The man shrugged and then started moving again. "I want my mate." Garrison waited for just the right moment and raised his fist, punching Bennett in the jaw. His back hit the wall. He seemed a little dazed, so Garrison took advantage of that fact and punched him again. The man grunted as Garrison's fist connected with flesh for a third time. "God damn it, would you stop doing that? Give me my mate and give me the boy." "The boy?" The man's eyebrows drew together. "Fuck, Lucas is gonna be pissed. Shit. I want the boy back. Where is he?" Recognition crossed his face. "I'm not a boy anymore." Garrison moved closer, trying to make sense of the words. Samuel flashed into his mind. "Samuel. That's my dad. Your best friend. He was killed. My mother, too. You saved my life that night. Kept me safe for a while after that, but then you disappeared." Garrison tried to get a clear picture of the boy in his mind, but he couldn't. His headache was getting worse. He closed his eyes and brought his hands up, as if he were trying to hold his head on straight, making sure it didn't explode. "Are you okay, Uncle Garrison?" Uncle Garrison. Only one person called him that. Garrison remembered. "I lost track of time," Garrison said through the pain. "Yes. If you let me by, I'll show you a picture of my parents." Garrison took a step away from him, giving him enough room to pass. "I won't hurt you anymore." "Good, because I'm not letting you get another shot at it." Bennett passed. Garrison followed him into the living room. A tree with lights and ornaments hanging from it sat in the corner. Boxes wrapped in different colored paper lay underneath the tree branches. Garrison remembered that part of his past, although it was in small pictures. He remembered stringing popcorn and tying red bows on the end of branches.
He supposed that made him far older than his face appeared in the mirror. There was a picture on the mantel that Garrison had seen in passing. He hadn't been able to focus enough to pay attention to it before. Bennett picked it up and handed it to him. Garrison took it, studying the 3 people captured in the photo. It was of Samuel and the woman. The boy stood in front of them with a smile on his face. "This is my child." "Yeah, I know. You gave that picture to me the day you disappeared. I was crying because I didn't want you to leave." Garrison didn't remember it. Only the people in the picture. He reached out and grabbed Bennett around his nape, holding him close. "I don't remember that. I remember you." "That's a start, Uncle Garrison." "You are my son." "Yeah. After my parents died, that's how it was." He felt Bennett's arms come around his back as if he was scared Garrison would lash out again. "I won't hit you again. The vampires lied to me. They told me they held you prisoner." "No. I came here to St. Lake's and Mother Estelle took care of me." Garrison nodded once. "I won't kill you. Just all the rest who keep my mate from me." "No, Uncle Garrison. You don't understand Sage's situation," Bennett said, pulling back, letting him go. "Situation?" Bennett nodded and started to explain, but the witch interrupted them by coming through the back door. Lucas pulled his shoes off and hung his coat up on the hook. He had a smile on his face that died the second he saw Bennett's bruise. "What the fuck happened to your face?" Garrison growled and stepped in front of Bennett, protecting him from the threat. The little witch's mouth hung open and he stopped advancing. "He won't hurt me." Bennett put a hand on his shoulder and stepped around him. "Lucas, come here." Lucas started across the room to Bennett immediately, and Garrison relaxed. "You have control of him." Lucas stopped again. "Oh, I don't think so. Nobody has control of me, as you so eloquently put it. That includes my mate, so you better check yourself." "Check myself for what?" Garrison asked. Bennett chuckled. "It's just an expression. It means thinking about what you say before you say it." "I'm not capable," Garrison said. "Yeah, I sort of figured that out." Lucas started toward Bennett once again. Garrison thought about killing him when he got close enough, but he could see the witch was important to Bennett, so he didn't. Garrison understood how important a mate was to a shifter. Bennett wanted the man as much as Garrison wanted his own mate. Lucas wrapped his arms around Bennett's waist and kissed him. The way Bennett acted told Garrison he was right not to harm Lucas. He would have to live then. Garrison watched as a small ball of light appeared in Lucas's hand. He pushed the thing to Bennett, and the wounds on his face disappeared. Lucas met his gaze, ending the kiss. "Sage wants to see you." "Is this a trick?" Garrison asked. Lucas frowned. "I would never do that to you. I know how much you need Sage." "The vampires lied, said they had Bennett locked up, and promised me that I could see him if I did what they said. You're keeping me here too," Garrison said. "I was never with the vampires. I was brought here and lived a good life with Mother Estelle. I already told you that," Bennett said. "I'm not like those bastards," Lucas said, and let go of Bennett. He held out his hand, wanting Garrison to take it. "I want to show you what happened to Sage, why he needs you to not jump his bones when you go to him." Garrison growled at Lucas. No way would he submit. "Please, you'll understand more if you give me your hand. I just want to show you what I saw Sage go through, and I can help you with your headaches," Lucas said. Garrison exhaled through his nostrils, but lifted his hand anyway. The second he connected with Lucas, his dragon faded slightly, connecting with his human just a little bit more than they had before. He immediately remembered the wolf attack on his village. He saw Samuel die all over again. He remembered lifting the boy in his arms and carrying him out of the house. He remembered talking to his friend Tony about the wolf shifters attacking and feeling a sense of panic. Then things shifted. This next memory wasn't his own, because he could hear Lucas's voice in his mind telling him that it was something Lucas had experienced. He saw Sage and blood on his pants. A lot of blood all over him. His face looked beaten, and Garrison wanted to rip the heads off the people who'd done that to him.
Garridan's dragon roared in his mind, and he pulled away from Lucas. "I need air. I need to shift." Garridan started out of the room. "You shouldn't go alone," Bennett said, and Garridan could feel him at his back, following him out of the house.
"You're free to leave the property. Sage said he wanted to see you, so," Lucas said from behind him.
Garridan stopped and turned. "I didn't want to remember Samuel dying, and I didn't want to know about Sage." He eyed Bennett, who looked so much like Samuel it almost hurt. Garridan didn't understand what he was feeling right away. He had to think about it for a few seconds. "I miss your dad." After that, he walked out of the door. He shifted in the yard and flew around for over an hour before he finally landed at the house where Sage stayed, Bennett right beside him. Garridan sniffed the air, finding that delicious smell that was his mate. It was all over and would probably be stronger inside. Garridan walked outside the house until the smell was the strongest. He made a sound in his throat that would alert Sage that he was there. It would also alert anyone else around that he wasn't a threat, at least not at the moment. A few seconds later, he saw Sage appear in the window. Sage's hand came up to the glass, as if he wanted to touch him. He said Garridan's name. Garridan stepped closer so he could hear Sage through the glass of the window pane better.
"You came."
Sage melted a little. Garridan made another purring sound. He would always come to his mate. Garridan wanted to lift the window up and pluck him from it, fly him off so no one would ever be able to take Sage away again. Garridan could see, by the red rims around Sage's eyes, that wasn't what he needed. Instead, he just stood there, waiting to see what his mate did need.
"Your dragon's pretty. A dark red color," Sage said.
Pretty. Garridan made a sound that indicated he didn't like the use of the word. Sage's smile was so mesmerizing that Garridan took a step closer, and then another, until there was only glass separating them. Garridan rubbed his face against the glass and made a purring sound, letting Sage know how much he wanted to be near him. He felt the glass move, and Garridan pulled back. He breathed in deeply when his mate's smell became stronger. The warmth from inside the house hit him, made him want to crawl through the window. Garridan didn't, though. He didn't even shift to his human body, but he did move into Sage's touch. Garridan chuffed and then started to make the purring sound again. Sage chuckled and pulled his big dragon head closer to him. Garridan let Sage do whatever he wanted. Half his neck was inside the room, and the side of his head was against Sage's chest.
"Oh, gods. This is so not fair to you. I'm a fucking disaster on legs, and you don't need that right now."
Sage ran a hand down his neck and then back up again. Garridan didn't think Sage was even aware he was petting him.
"I'm sorry I'm so fucked up that I have to keep us apart. I know you don't understand. I'll try to get better for you. I don't feel like I can, you know? It's like this weight is on my chest, and I see those vampires that hurt me, and I'm talking too much. I'll shut up. I don't know why I'm like this right now. I don't feel like talking to anyone else."
Garridan chuffed, which moved the fabric of Sage's shirt. He was trying to tell Sage that he liked the sound of his voice and didn't mind the talking. He wanted to say that he did understand. Lucas made him see what happened. He couldn't say any of that, though, not in his dragon form. Shifting into his human form might have scared his mate. It seemed his mate liked touching his dragon. Sage stayed silent for several seconds, not understanding that Garridan wanted him to talk. Finally, he said,
"I'm glad you came, though. Maybe you could come back in a couple days. Maybe we could talk. You can tell me what kind of stuff you like, so I know what to get you for Yule."
"Yule?"
"I think I still need time. I hope that's okay. I'm sorry I can't give you what you need."
He wasn't sure what Sage thought he needed, but just being close to him was good enough for Garridan. Chapter 5. Garridan put on his coat at about the same time as he heard yelling coming from the kitchen. Some of it sounded as if it came through a tin can. Garridan stepped into the room when he heard Lucas say,
I don't understand why you wouldn't want us to be with you for Christmas, Mom. I have renounced that life long ago, Lucas. I suggest you do the same. Until you do, you are not welcome back home. A woman's voice rang through loud and clear for the whole house to hear. How that was possible, Garrison couldn't guess, but then he also couldn't understand how Lucas was talking on a phone with no cord attached. He had seen Lucas put that thing into his pocket, so he guessed that it worked everywhere he went. In the past month, he had learned that things had changed, such as these portable telephones. Some changes were good, and some not so much. The portable phone thing was not a change for the better, in Garrison's opinion. Garrison was a lot more coherent since seeing Sage on a regular basis. Spending time with his mate definitely changed things for the better. What fucking life are you talking about? How can you renounce anything? That's stupid, Mother. Being a witch is a part of who you are. You can't just make that go away. How are you keeping from getting headaches and stuff, Mom? By releasing the energy. That makes you a fucking witch whether you like it or not. Don't you talk to me that way. Lucas sighed. That's all you have to say to me? Fine, Mother. I can't change who I am, so I guess this is goodbye. Lucas pressed a button on the phone. Garrison made a sound with his foot to let Lucas know he was in the room, not wanting to scare the energy out of him. You heard that, huh? Yes. Lucas gave him a sad smile and turned away. He wiped his eyes. My dad is human. She hid who she was because of him for so many years it was unreal. He didn't even know until I had graduated high school, and she never said a damn word to me. Not one single time. She refuses to talk about it now. I guess she figured I was safe because I'm male. Yeah, the witch gene didn't skip me like she had hoped. The people who love you the best don't always share your DNA. With that, Garrison turned to go out into the backyard. His breath turned to vapor as he stepped outside, telling him just how cold it truly was, although Garrison didn't feel it on his skin. He was out there for about an hour before he heard the door open and then close behind someone. Leave me alone. The urge to train overwhelmed him. He wasn't sure why. There was snow on the ground, and the coat he had on restricted his movements, but it didn't matter. He needed it to clear his head. The longer he was out there, the more he remembered doing that very thing with Samuel. He had no idea he even knew martial arts. His body remembered, though. Where'd you learn that? Bennett asked. Your dad taught me, Garrison said, and moved fluidly at his waist. I didn't know my dad knew this stuff. Bennett came into the yard. Garrison brought his arm up as if to block some imaginary enemy. He turned at the waist. Are you going to stay? Yeah. Then come here, Garrison said. Bennett chuckled and walked across the yard. Garrison stopped and straightened, waiting for Bennett. Bennett stood a few feet away. Do what I do. Thanks for what you said to Lucas. It really helped him. The truth is easy to say. Garrison's back was to Bennett as he began the routine. He moved slower than he had before, making it easier for Bennett to pick up the pattern of his movements. Garrison felt a sense of peace come over him as he trained with someone else. It was familiar and comfortable. It was like a meditation, a graceful dance he did to clear his head, and it worked the longer he moved. Do you train for war? Yeah. Mother Estelle made sure we each knew how to protect ourselves. Ramsey and I train all the time still, Bennett said. Good. War was imminent. Garrison wasn't sure how he knew that, but he did. It was an inevitable fact that gave him the overwhelming urge to go get his mate and take him away. But he knew that was a bad idea. Bennett and Lucas both needed him. He wouldn't run away and leave his son to die. His mate didn't trust him anyway. He still had to earn it. Sage wouldn't go with him even if leaving were an option. Garrison didn't know how long they had been out there when he smelled his mate. He stopped immediately and looked around, searching. He saw Sage by the back door watching them. Tomorrow morning, Bennett, Garrison said, as Bennett started into the house. Garrison never took his eyes off Sage, though. Yes, sir, Bennett said as he walked up the stairs. Sage had a small wrapped package in his hand. I, didn't give you your Christmas gift the other day at the family thing. Sage's voice was shaky as he said it, and it took Garrison a second to realize the reason why. Sage was scared of him. I won't hurt you. No, I know. I'm just really nervous and scared I'll see the vampires again now that I'm out of the house.
Sage took a step closer.
That was really nice to watch. The way you move is beautiful.
Garriden's focus was on Sage's fear. He couldn't think about anything else.
They won't hurt you again.
Sage frowned.
You can't know that.
I do know it. I'll kill them for touching you.
I didn't come here to talk about that. I don't want to ruin the moment.
Garriden waited for a few more seconds, making sure Sage didn't have anything more to add. He liked it when Sage talked and didn't want to interrupt him. They ended up just staring at each other for several seconds, which was fine with Garriden. His mate was nice to look at. Sage was the one who was beautiful, with his dark hair falling on his forehead and his big brown eyes. Garriden wanted to scoop him up and never let go. Garriden wouldn't touch him, though, not until Sage allowed it.
Are you getting cold?
Garriden asked when he noticed Sage shiver. Sage nodded.
A little.
Do you want to go inside?
Sage smiled.
Okay.
Garriden held up a hand, letting Sage know he should go ahead of him. Sage turned and started up the stairs. Garriden walked a few feet behind, not wanting to make him feel penned in or fear Garriden any more than he already did. He really would kill every single one of the fuckers who touched Sage. None of them would live. Sage stopped in the small foyer and began taking off his shoes.
I don't think Lucas and Bennett want snow in their house. I never like stepping in it. Wet and cold. Yuck.
Sage had a way of talking that gave off a nervous energy, making Garriden want to soothe him. He knew that wouldn't be welcome, though, so he stayed silent. The foyer was so small, Garriden couldn't help but brush against Sage. Sage winced and moved away. Garriden had a completely different reaction, though. His eyes changed to his dragons, and he clenched his jaw. His most primal instincts were to mate, to take Sage up against the wall. But Garriden knew if he let his instincts take over, he'd lose what little trust he had gained with his mate. Sage needed him to have patience and to think things through, which was still hard for him to do with his feral mind. He'd fuck it up if he gave in to his dragon. Garriden bent and took off his boots. When he straightened, he noticed Sage watching him. He wondered what he was thinking, but didn't know how to ask. Instead, he held out his hand and said, "Your coat." Sage's eyebrows drew together, as if he didn't understand, and then recognition hit him.
Oh, sure.
Sage held out the wrapped box.
Would you hold this for me?
Garriden took the package. It was heavier than he expected. Sage removed his coat and handed it to Garriden. Garriden gave Sage the package so he could free up both hands. He hung up Sage's coat before taking off his own and hanging it next to Sage's. Every move he made, he felt Sage watching him. Maybe he thought Garriden would attack, like he had when they first met. Or if it was just that Sage wanted to study his movements.
I won't hurt you.
Garriden wanted to put that fear to rest.
I know. I don't think you will.
You're staring.
Pointing that out might tip the conversation toward the truth.
Sorry if it makes you uncomfortable.
It doesn't. I just don't like that you're scared of me.
That's not why I'm looking at you. I like the way you look.
Garriden raised his eyebrows in surprise. The longer he stared, the more Sage blushed. A pretty pink covered his neck and cheeks. It made Garriden want to pull him into his arms and never let him go.
Can, we go inside?
Sage asked, and shuffled his feet around. Garriden nodded and let Sage go ahead of him. Garriden kept his gaze on Sage's ass as they walked into the living room. Garriden wanted to find out if it was as round as it seemed through his clothing. If he never got permission to touch Sage's ass, then his hands would be assless for the rest of his long, long life. But he would still die a happy dragon, because at least he got to spend time with his mate.
"Hi, Sage,"
Lucas said from his spot on the couch. Garriden silently demanded that he leave the room. Lucas winked at him and stood.
"Hi."
Sage looked shy. When Lucas started over to Sage, Garriden growled.
"I'm just going to give you a hug, Sage," Lucas said. "Yeah, okay." Garrison turned so he wouldn't see his mate touching another man. His dragon was still too close to the surface for even an innocent touch like the one Sage gave Lucas. It was everything he could do not to demand Sage come to him. Sage moved over on his own, though, and hesitated before taking his hand, lacing their fingers together. Garrison stiffened, surprised by the touch, but he relaxed a second later. "I'm just going to help Bennett in the bedroom," Lucas said, and walked out. Sage pulled him to the couch, and they both sat. Sage released his hand and gave him the package. Garrison wasn't sure what he was supposed to do with it. "Open it," Sage said, and smiled, as if reading his mind. Garrison tore the paper at the edge and then stopped to meet Sage's gaze, making sure he was supposed to tear it. Sage chuckled. "Haven't you ever received a gift before?"
"I don't remember."
Garrison pulled the paper off the package, wadding it up in his hand.
"A book."
It was red and had a simple title about grass on it. The author's name was small and toward the bottom. Garrison opened it to a random page and stared at the words there. "It's by my favorite poet. I like him because he wrote about being loving and kind to everyone. I thought that maybe we could read it together, if you want," Sage said.
"Yes."
Garrison handed Sage the book and settled into the couch. "Oh, okay. I guess I get to read first." Sage put on glasses before opening the book. Those glasses were the sexiest thing Garrison had ever seen. The frames were black and made Sage's dark eyes appear even bigger. Garrison saw the hurt and pain. How he missed it before, he wasn't sure, but he would do anything to take it away. Sage settled back against the couch beside him, turning slightly so that his back was to Garrison. Garrison frowned until Sage scooted back, leaning against him. "You can put your arm around me," Sage said. Garrison wrapped his arm around Sage's middle. Sage stiffened, making a little squealing sound.
"I won't hurt you."
Garrison felt the need to say it again. He'd say it 100 more times if it meant Sage would start to believe it. "Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying, I swear."
"Do you want me to remove my arm?"
"No. I need to get used to it," Sage said. Garrison started to move, but Sage held onto his arm.
"You don't trust me,"
Garrison said. "This is a start, Garrison."
"Fine."
Garrison leaned forward and kissed the top of Sage's head. He felt Sage relax a little, leaning against him even more. Sage opened the book to the first page and began to read about singing each individual person's praises. The author strung words together in an old way, a way that people didn't talk anymore. The man who wrote the words seemed to talk about equality and non-judgment. The message was before the poet's time and made Garrison like his words even more. Garrison tightened his hold around Sage when he began reading about war. The words were dark, and the man fighting had little choice in the matter. Still, he found camaraderie with the other soldiers and the land he traveled. Garrison rubbed his cheek against Sage's soft hair, reassuring himself that his mate was there, safe next to him. He had a mate to keep safe. He had failed Bennett. Bennett had gotten lucky and managed to stay safe without him. He would not fail Sage when the war came knocking on their door. And it would come. Garrison was certain of that. "Do you want me to stop?" Sage asked, his voice breaking into his thoughts.
"No, I like it."
Sage began again. Sage's fingers moved up and down Garrison's arm as he read, as if he were petting him. Garrison was certain Sage had no idea he was doing it. Sage's body relaxed even more the longer he continued. Bennett and Lucas came into the room. Bennett sat in one of the plush chairs across from them, pulling Lucas down on his lap. Sage kept reading as if he hadn't even noticed them. The longer he read, the more the words dug deep, calming him, making it easier to focus. Of course, it probably had more to do with Sage's soothing voice and less about the words themselves. Garrison lost track of how long they all sat there, listening to Sage read. It was the most comforting thing he ever remembered experiencing, which was the true gift. Chapter 6. Sage had talked to Dr. Tucker a lot in the last couple of months, and so far didn't think he was getting better. Not that he expected an overnight cure. Okay, well, maybe he did expect that. Some would have considered sitting with his mate for hours while he read from their book getting better, and he supposed it was. But he still felt as if the panic would well up at any given time. There was no sense of peace in his life because of it, and peace was what he longed for most of all. He was on antidepressants that some shifter scientist had designed so they actually worked on shifters. Sage's DNA was different from a human's, so that had to be taken into account. Since shifters didn't get most of the diseases humans got, he figured that was something the drug's manufacturer had to consider when they made it. Sage didn't understand, nor did he care about the science behind it. They seemed to work, which was the only thing that mattered. He also was supposed to take some anti-anxiety medication whenever he started to become a sniveling mess, which was more often than he cared to admit. Again, it was shifter certified, according to Dr. Tucker. He looked the medications up online and found out that the anxiety medication was addictive. At least, for humans, it was. And he figured with the amount Sage was taking, it would be for him as well. Sage avoided the medication like the plague. No way he was letting those bastard vampires make him into a drug addict. He'd already given them enough control, or so Dr. Tucker kept telling him. He didn't need to give them that, too. He pulled open the refrigerator door and got a soda. When he popped the top, it made a fizzy sound. Mother Estelle had a green drinking glass that was Sage's favorite because he liked the color, so he got that from the cabinet. He poured the liquid into the glass at about the same time he heard voices coming from the office area just off the kitchen. He thought he heard the Alpha say Garriden's name, so he took a giant step in their direction. He really missed his mate, even though he had just seen him a couple of days ago. Sage craved any news he could get. The mate pull was getting stronger. Sage wished he could bond with him, but that first day had stayed in the back of his mind and wouldn't let him take the next step. His eyes still hadn't changed in all the times they had spent together, and there was still no desire for the mating bite. Dr. Tucker said he was waiting for Garriden to lose control of himself, and once Sage knew he wouldn't, then he'd get the physical response all the other shifters got with their mate. Sage wasn't so sure he would ever feel like he wanted the bite, though. He has moments of clarity where I think maybe he's coming back to himself, but I just don't know. He's getting better, but it's slow progress, he heard Bennett say. Sage knew he shouldn't have been spying, but he couldn't stop, knowing they were talking about Garriden. He does seem to be protective of me, though. He's remembering a little bit more all the time and sees me as the child I was instead of the man I am. He doesn't see me as the enemy anymore. He doesn't see Lucas as the enemy anymore either, actually. Still, I think he needs Sage. Sage is the one he's focusing on, Bennett said. What does Lucas say? Ramsey said. That it's not going to get better overnight. That he wished Sage would get his shit together so that Garriden could focus on his own problems a bit more. Sage hung his head and set the can down on the counter. God, he was fucking things up royally. That's not what I mean, brother. Did Lucas read Garriden? Can he help him? He read him. He doesn't remember that much, but he is able to make sense out of what he does remember when he gets enough to piece it together. He'll talk to me about it sometimes. It's mostly stuff about my dad. He's a strong shifter. My dragon wants to obey him. We need him to help us get the townspeople prepared. He knows how to fight, trains for it every day. I've never seen anyone do what he can do, and he makes me train with him. I'm learning things from him no one has ever taught me. We have time. You can't rush him. Let him heal on his own, and pushing Sage at him isn't going to help anything. I don't know if you've noticed, but Sage's eyes don't even change around Garriden. He's not well, Bennett. I know he's not. I don't mean to push either of them, but we need Garriden. We're running out of time. It won't be long before the enemy tries to take Lucas again. I need him to help me protect my mate. Let's be realistic here. Neither one of us is prepared to lead in this war that's knocking on our door. This town isn't ready either. We can get ready. He can help train right now. We need him to lead, Ramsey. You need his counsel. I have yours. No. You and I both know I'd make a better enforcer. I don't know the things that Garriden seems to.
No offense, but he could be alpha. Yeah, I know. I can feel it every time I'm over at your house. I'll give him the alpha position if he wants it.
If Garrison became alpha, he would lead in more of a traditional sense. Even if he didn't become alpha, Sage could see him demanding a division in leadership that just wasn't there with the way Ramsay and Bennett led. Ramsay and Bennett were equal, and everyone in the clan knew it, even if no one was brave enough to say anything. Still, Ramsay's a good alpha because he listens to the clan members. He cares about their lives. Sage understood what Bennett was trying to tell Ramsay. They needed Garrison in the right frame of mind. But that's just my point, Ramsay. Garrison's focus isn't on anything else but Sage. He doesn't give a shit about taking a leading role in the clan. Sage was failing his mate. It sounded like the whole town needed Sage to get his head out of his ass and start being a good partner to his mate. He wiped the back of his hand across his cheeks, drying his tears.
I put the challenge off because of Lucas and Sage getting kidnapped. Now that we have them back, I'll reschedule it. Whether he gives a shit or not, it needs to happen. We need leadership firmly set in place because we need to prepare the clan for the vampires' attack. Having this challenge will be the first step in making the preparations, Ramsay said. If you have that challenge before Garrison's ready to take a leadership position, we'll lose this war, Bennett said. With such dramatic finality, Sage sucked in a breath. I don't have a choice. It'll be scheduled with or without Garrison. Yes, Alpha.
Sage walked out of the kitchen, not needing to hear any more. He needed to try to get better, for his mate's sake. The question was, how? I'm going to work, Sage said to Mother Estelle as he walked through the kitchen a little while later. Estelle was standing at the stove, stirring something with a wooden spoon. Sage walked over to her, sniffing the air as he went. He made a face and shook his head the closer he got, plugging his nose. Estelle turned her head sharply. That's great, Sage. Do you want someone to drive you? No, that's okay. I'm okay. Maybe if he said that last part enough times, it would come true. What is that? He peered into the pot. The stuff was dark green and smelled as if someone had taken a giant shit in a compost pile. It's part of a banishing spell. It will keep anyone who isn't a clan member off the property, Mother Estelle said. Yeah, I can see why. That stuff smells awful. Mother Estelle smiled. That's part of it. She stirred it for a few more moments and then chanted. When the liquid changed colors, she winked. Are you sure you don't want me to drive you? She asked. He understood what she'd really asked. She wanted to know if Sage was able to go to work. I'll drive myself. He wasn't sure if he could be around all those people in the restaurant. He could already feel a tightness in his chest just contemplating the idea of going to work. Sage kissed her on her cheek and moved away, so he wouldn't have to smell her concoction anymore. He went into his bedroom to find his work shoes, opening the closet, and rummaged around at the bottom, looking for the pair he always wore when he worked. Being on his feet all day had been hard, and the right shoes made a big difference. He had to start somewhere, and being in a restaurant with people threw him into the real world. He would either make it work or crash and burn. Even Sage had no clue which one he would do, although he suspected he'd crash and burn. It was time to go to extremes. When did going to work as a waiter in a restaurant become extreme? If there was any doubt that Sage had lost his mind, he just got confirmation. He just wanted to fix himself. The sooner the better. Going to work might seem like a little thing, and to most people it was. But to Sage, it was like facing down a firing squad. Sage pulled out the shoes he needed and sat on the side of his bed. He willed air in and out of his lungs, trying to take long pulls. It's all psychological. You can breathe just fine. It's just a panic attack. No one is trying to hurt you. Come on, Sage. Snap out of it so you can be a whole person, not just a scared, worthless snake. That stupid word, worthless, played around in his head, dancing in his mind as if it had a right to be there. Sage stood and changed his clothes. He was out of the back door, running for it before he even knew what he was doing. Good for him that Andrea was a great boss and told him he could come back whenever he was ready after the kidnapping. He might not have been ready for work, but his mate and his wallet needed him to go. Sage took a deep breath.
If he didn't at least try to go, then he never would.
"Whoa, Sage, where's the fire?"
Ramsey said, when Sage passed him on the back porch. Sage must have had a wild look in his eyes or something. The more the panic built in his chest, the more the panic changed to desperation. It felt like the most important thing in his entire life, as if his future hung on that one moment. He was sure the world would end if he didn't get to the restaurant in the next few minutes. "I have to go to work," Sage said, and started down the steps.
"I thought you were taking time off," Ramsey said from behind him.
"I can't take any more time. Garrison needs me to get better. He needs me to not be a worthless piece of shit, so I need to go to work," Sage said, and walked out into the yard.
"That doesn't make sense. Sage, stop walking away from me," Ramsey said.
"I'm going to be late." Sage just kept walking around the house.
"I said stop, now!"
Sage stopped immediately and stiffened when he heard his alpha take a few steps closer to him.
"Did Andrea put you on the schedule today?" Ramsey asked.
"No, Alpha."
"Then why are you going?"
"Garrison needs me?"
"Yes, he does. But I still don't get how you waiting tables in a restaurant will help Garrison."
"It's what I did before. I need to get back to how I was before."
"Who told you that?"
"No one. I need to try to get my shit together. That's what Lucas says will make Garrison better."
"Did Lucas tell you that?"
"No, I overheard earlier."
"That's not... Why don't you talk to Dr. Tucker first?"
"How is talking to Dr. Tucker going to help right now?"
"How is going to the restaurant going to help?"
Sage clenched his fists and didn't turn around.
"I can smell your anger. And your sadness."
Sage forgot how sensitive a water monster shifter's sense of smell was. His alpha could see his anger as a challenge, and with any other leader it would have. But Ramsey was different. He cared about his clan members, and it showed. Sage knew Ramsey wouldn't punish him. They stood there for several minutes.
"Do whatever makes you feel better, Sage. But don't ever let me hear you call yourself worthless again," Ramsey said.
Sage didn't need to say it aloud again. His inner dialogue told him every single second of the day. Sage walked away and got into his car. He pulled out of the driveway and was down the road in minutes. He felt good about it the farther down the road he got, as if just having a purpose again made him feel just a little bit better. He was just turning onto the main road that would take him into the center of town when he saw one of the vampires who'd hurt him standing on the center line just a few dozen yards ahead. The vampire was not the one that he had been seeing, the one that Lucas had killed. Sage remembered that this one wasn't as strong as that one had been. The knowledge didn't help Sage. He was stronger than Sage was, and that was the bottom line. It was a hallucination, just like the other time. It was his mind tormenting him. Even so, Sage slammed on the brakes and reached over to press the button to make sure the doors locked. This was not real. It was just his way of tormenting himself. It felt real, though. They stared at each other for what seemed like an hour, but probably was only a few seconds. Sage dug his phone out of his pocket and dialed the first number that popped into his head. It rang twice before Lucas answered the phone. I'm scared." "Why? What's going on, Sage?" Lucas asked, his voice direct, as if on alert. "I need Garrison." Sage said the first thing that came to his mind. It was instinctive. He dropped the phone when the vampire started toward him. Sage could see his teeth when he smiled. He started to scream Garrison's name when the vampire's eyes turned red. He remembered the last words the vampire had said to him. "I'm going to own you, Snake." He shut his eyes and put his hands over his ears to shut out the words in his mind. The handle of his car door jiggled, as if someone tried to get in. He tried not to look toward the window as he scrambled into the back seat of his car. He managed to wedge himself between the seats so that he sat on the floor. He heard something scrape against the car window and then the roof, as if someone dragged something across it. Someone's knuckles rapped against the window, and he heard someone call his name. It sounded like Lucas. Then he heard the sweetest, most comforting sound in the entire world. He heard Garrison's voice saying, "Mine, my mate." The sound came from behind him, muffled by the car door at his back. He opened his eyes to see Lucas through the driver's side window across the car from where Sage sat on the floor. Lucas's eyes were wide and held fear in them. Sage scrambled up on the seat and turned to Garrison. His breath hitched when he saw blood around Garrison's mouth, and he unlocked the door. Garrison stood there bare-chested, and Sage was sure he had flown over to him in his dragon form, so the rest of him was bare too, although the car obscured his lower half from Sage's view. Sage reached for the door handle at the same time Garrison did. He ripped the door open. Garrison bent and lifted Sage out of the car. Sage let him do it, even held his arms up like a child, wanting to go to his mate. He clung, shaking, and let his tears fall onto Garrison's bare skin. Just the smell of Garrison's skin, that chocolate chip cookie scent, calmed Sage quicker than it would have otherwise. "You're safe, mate," Garrison said. "He was real?" If the vampire wasn't a hallucination, then that made Sage feel better. That meant he wasn't insane, and he was experiencing reality for the first time in a long time. "Yes." Garrison held him tighter and growled low in his throat. "I'm not going to hurt him," he heard Lucas say. "I'm okay now," Sage said to himself, and clung just a bit tighter, not wanting Garrison to take that as a sign to let him go. He didn't think he'd ever want to be away from Garrison again. "Yes, you're safe. I killed him." Garrison growled at Lucas again. "Mine. Get away." "Oh my God. I hope I didn't act like this when Bennett and I first got together," Lucas said. "He did. He was even mean to me once because he thought I was flirting with Bennett," Sage whispered. "You are mine." "I know." And he did. He felt safer than he had before the kidnapping. "I know that now." Sage closed his eyes and breathed deeply for the first time in what felt like weeks. Chapter 7. "Well, I guess I'll drive us back to Mother Estelle's house since neither one of you will move away from each other," Sage heard Lucas say. But he didn't pay much attention. Sage's entire focus was on Garrison, on the fact he was in Garrison's arms and not freaking out. In fact, he was very comfortable. Although he still shook with fear and didn't want to let go of Garrison, he felt an overwhelming need for closeness. Garrison climbed into the back seat. Sage adjusted himself on Garrison's lap, meeting his gaze. Garrison's nakedness stole Sage's focus. Garrison's jaw clenched as Sage moved again, and his fingers tightened on Sage's waist, but he never made a move to take more. "I don't want to see the vampire's body," Sage whispered. "He's not alive." "Okay, but I still don't want to see it." "Keep looking at me then," Garrison said. The muscles in his jaw bunched, and his eyes changed to his dragon's. "You're hard," Sage said. "I know. I can't help it." "You're not making a move on me." Sage didn't know why that fact surprised him. He understood from their little reading dates that Garrison wouldn't force him into anything he didn't want. Of course, Garrison hadn't been hard during that date. Or if he'd been, Sage didn't know it. The driver's side door opened and Lucas got into the car. He had the car in gear and still Sage didn't look away from Garrison. Lucas turned in the street and started back to Mother Estelle's house. "Thank you for coming to get me," Sage whispered. "I'll always protect you." "I'm starting to realize that." Blood covered Garrison's face. Sage twisted just enough to get into the center console for a napkin. Sage was anal about not throwing extras away whenever he ate at the restaurant. It was awkward to reach around the lid thing to get his hand inside, though, but he managed it. Lucas smiled. "What?" Sage asked. Lucas shrugged. "Nothing. It's just cute that you're all clingy." "I'm not better, Lucas." Sage shut down Lucas's train of thought right away. "I know. I just think this might be a start, though," Lucas said. "Yeah, maybe." Sage grabbed a napkin and then turned back to Garrison. "You, have blood on your face." "I bit the vampire in half," Garrison said matter-of-factly. Sage wrinkled his nose. "I so don't need that visual."
Why?
Because it's gross. Sage began wiping around Garridan's mouth.
It will happen again if someone tries to hurt you, Garridan said.
He felt the car stop, and then the engine shut off. A car door opened and closed, and then they were alone. You know that's the most words you've ever strung together at one time, at least that I've heard. I like your voice. It's deep and has this gravelly quality to it. It makes me think about your mouth. Maybe you can read our book to me next time? You do know how to read, right? Sage asked, and kept wiping around Garridan's lips. That last part might have offended a younger shifter, but some of the older ones had lived a long time and had never learned to read. Some of them were so old they weren't allowed to read, especially the shifters of African descent who had lived during slavery times. Most slaves hadn't been allowed to learn how to read. If Garridan had been a slave, then it would make sense that he didn't know how, and since he had been held captive by the vampires for so long that he hadn't had an opportunity to learn. He knew Bennett was in his 40s, so Garridan was at least 20 years older than that. But Sage was guessing he was even older. He could be hundreds of years old, for all Sage knew.
I know how to read. I remember how, Garridan said.
Sorry, I wasn't sure how old you were. Hard to tell sometimes. I'm only 32 years old. I know I look like I'm in my early 20s. My father looked the same way, while my mother's age slowed around the 40-year mark. Weird how genetics work, isn't it? You look like you're around 30 years old, by the way.
You talk a lot.
Sage looked away from him. Sorry, I only seem to be like this around you. I don't know why.
I like it.
Oh, good, because I can't seem to stop. I swear I'm not like this normally. I hate talking. I'm in therapy and I like Dr. Tucker. I just don't like talking about the rape. But Dr. Tucker said that if I talk about it, then it'll get easier to process. Sage thought about that for a minute. Oh, hey, I bet he's right. I can talk about it with you. Sage hadn't noticed right away, not until he stopped jabbering long enough to pay attention. But Garridan growled low in his throat, pulling him closer. Garridan started that about the same time he mentioned the rape. I'll stop talking. I'm sorry, Sage said.
Talk if you need to. Tell me their names so I can kill every single one of them, Garridan said.
I don't know their names. I wouldn't tell you even if I did. I don't want you to get hurt. Sage took one last swipe across Garridan's lips. There, I think it's all off. You'll have to take a shower when we go inside.
I don't want to leave you again, Sage. I can't protect you if I'm away from you, Garridan said.
Sage looked at him for the longest time, trying to decide if he could do that. Finally, he smiled and nodded. Sage laid his head on Garridan's chest. He could feel Garridan's heartbeat against his cheek, and Garridan's big hand rubbed up and down his back.
I've got you, mate, Garridan whispered. I'll protect you. Always. Get out,
Sage heard Garridan say from behind him. He wasn't sure how he'd gotten into his bed or when. Garridan might have carried him. Sage lay on his side. He could feel the weight of Garridan's arm on his waist. He could smell his own soap on Garridan's skin. Underneath that was the cookie scent, which was unique to his mate. Sage turned, wanting to be closer to Garridan, but the blankets were around Sage and not Garridan, restricting him. I'm just telling you we're leaving for home. Are you ready? Lucas said from somewhere by the door. He's staying, Sage yelled, still not opening his eyes. Sage was so comfortable. He hadn't slept that well in so long that he couldn't even remember the last time. It had been some time before the kidnapping, before the nightmare started. Garridan kissed him on top of the head and then started to get up off the bed. No! Sage opened his eyes and grabbed Garridan's arm, pulling him closer.
I'm not leaving you. I told you I won't. I don't lie.
Garridan averted his gaze to something over Sage's head, toward the door.
I want you and Bennett to stay here. Go tell him.
Probably, Lucas. You really need to work on your manners, Garridan. Tell him yourself. Garridan growled and climbed off the bed. He had on sweatpants and a shirt. When Garridan started out of the room, Sage felt a tightness in his chest, making breathing difficult. Garridan!
Sage scrambled from the bed and practically ran across the room, grabbing his hand and laced their fingers together. "I want to go with you." Garrison drew his eyebrows together, his forehead creasing. He nodded anyway, starting out of the room. Sage pulled him back, effectively stopping him. "Wait." He turned, the annoyance clear. Sage moved closer, facing Garrison. He lifted onto his tiptoes and kissed Garrison's lips once. He pulled away and then did it again. And then again. In all that time, Garrison never moved, although he did kiss Sage back.
"Can I kiss you like I want?"
Garrison asked. Sage bit his lip. Just... yes. Okay, let's try." Garrison took a step back, shaking his head.
"I won't scare you."
"You don't. I'm just nervous. Really nervous. Please, I want you to." Garrison nodded and then leaned against the wall. He tugged on Sage's hand, silently asking him to come closer. It was sexy the way Garrison stood there with his legs apart, waiting for Sage to settle between them. When he did, arms came around his waist, holding him. Garrison watched him for long seconds. "I'm comfortable. Not scared at all." Sage wanted Garrison to kiss him more than just about anything. Garrison nodded, but still didn't move. The longer they stood there, the more the anticipation built, making him antsy. Sage brought his hands up to trace around Garrison's lips. Garrison's mouth curved into a small smile, and Sage was mesmerized by it. Why Sage was scared of the man, he had no idea. The last thing Garrison would ever do was hurt him, and he wasn't going to force him into anything, including bonding. Garrison cupped the nape of Sage's neck and leaned forward. The slow way Garrison's lips settled over Sage's made him melt. Sage also got hard. That whole time he thought the vampires had broken him, made mating impossible. His boner told the truth, though. Sage kissed Garrison back. He felt Garrison's hard length against his own. Even through the fabric of their clothes, it turned him on in a way that he thought he'd never experience again. Garrison licked at the seam of his lips, and Sage opened his mouth, letting him in. He moaned and wrapped his arms around Garrison's neck, pulling him closer. The longer they kissed, the more Sage felt a frantic desperation to bond, to mate with Garrison. Sage wanted to crawl inside him and live in his skin. He wanted everything Garrison could give all at the same time. He felt his teeth drop down and figured his eyes had changed, although they were closed so he couldn't tell. There was a knock on the door, even though it was open. Sage pulled away, turning to whoever interrupted them. His eyes narrowed when he saw Bennett and Lucas standing in the doorway, grinning. Well, Lucas was, anyway. Sage hissed at them and then buried his face in the crook of Garrison's neck. He took a deep breath, smelling Garrison. His scent just made him harder than he already was. Sage kissed Garrison's skin, right where he wanted to bite. Every mating instinct he had hit him all at once, and it was hard to hold back. It was as if his instincts were making up for lost time. They had been dormant for so long that it felt like a speeding truck hit him. Just wham.
"You wanted to see me before I left,"
Sage heard Bennett say. Apparently Lucas couldn't resist doing Garrison's bidding after all.
"You need to stay here, where I can protect you. Your alpha needs to stay here too."
Garrison rubbed a hand up and down Sage's back.
"I'm capable of taking care of myself, Uncle Garrison," Bennett said.
It was weird to hear Bennett call him uncle. Not because of the fact that Garrison looked about the same age as Bennett. Sage had lived with that sort of thing his whole life. It was how shifters were. They didn't base someone's age on their physical appearance. No, Sage was weirded out because if Garrison was Bennett's uncle, then that meant Sage was too. Creepy.
"Stavros cannot get to you, Lucas, or Sage. I need to protect you. The Alpha too." "I agree," Ramsey said from somewhere nearby. "Lucas, call Forrest, Kristen, Vaughn, and Owen. Tell them to pack a bag and come back home. Tell them I'll explain when they get here. Bennett, go home and pack a bag. I'm going to call Gabriel. Tell him what's going on around here. This is where the entire family will come every evening."
"How's Sean?" Lucas asked. The vampires had held Sean prisoner. Gabriel had held back to rescue him. Sage had heard Ramsay talking about it with Mother Estelle, so he knew Gabriel had rescued Sean. Gabriel was still lurking around the vampire coven, trying to gather specific information. What type of information, Sage wasn't sure, but he knew it had to be something helpful if Ramsay was keeping him away from home. The family was close and didn't like to be away from each other for very long.
"He's mated to my insensitive brother, so probably frustrated. Physically, he's fine. He'll be here soon," Ramsay said.
The door clicked shut a second later.
"They're all gone now, mate,"
Garrison whispered. Sage lifted his head and noticed that he was still looking at Garrison through his snake's eyes, although his teeth had receded. Chapter 8. Sage sat in the living room on the couch next to Garrison. His eyes had yet to change back. By the gods, they wouldn't go back to his human eyes no matter what he did or thought about. He was having a hard time sitting still, too. His horniness was not receding at all, and it was making him squirm. His teeth would drop down at weird times and then go back up again. Talk about embarrassing. They were waiting for Vaughn and Forrest to get to the house before the family meeting started. The only other people in the room besides Garrison and himself were Lucas, Jules, Layden, and Ramsay. Sage thanked all that was holy that Mother Estelle or Vaughn wasn't in the room watching him hornball out. Mother Estelle had been a second mother his whole life, so getting horny in front of her would have made him feel dirty. And Vaughn would have teased him to death. The problem was Ramsay said for the whole family to be there, so Sage couldn't go back to his room, even if he wanted to. "I can't change my eyes back." Garrison turned and their eyes met.
"It's okay."
"Vaughn will make fun of me," Sage whispered to him.
Garrison growled. "No one will say a word, or I'll rip their heads off."
Sage would have smiled, but Garrison was serious. That was not an empty threat. Layden brushed up against Sage's arm as he moved to the couch, and Sage yelled, "Don't touch me!" He practically jumped on Garrison, who tightened his hold and held him close. "Okay, gods, it was just an accident, sorry. Even if I was a disgusting pervert, which I'm not, your mate scares the shit out of me." Layden rolled his eyes and then turned to Jules, which was what he was doing to begin with. Layden patted his legs and Jules stood, waiting for Layden to scoot over a bit before sitting on his lap. "See? More room." Apparently, Layden had been trying to give them space right from the start. Sage turned to Garrison. "Maybe instead of killing someone, I can sit on your lap. Hide my face so no one will see me." That would keep everyone from touching him, and would also fix the problem he was currently having with his hard cock displayed for the whole damn family to see. He already had a hand over it, trying to hide the thing. Everyone in the room knew what he was doing, but at least they were kind enough to pretend they didn't.
"Come here, then."
The muscles in Garrison's jaw bunched, and his eyes changed as Sage stood from his seat on the couch. The second he straddled Garrison's lap, his teeth dropped. He touched the spot on Garrison's neck. He was breathing heavily, wanting to bond so bad it was hard to fight the instinct. Sage moved his hand down to the hem of Garrison's shirt, lifting it so he could feel skin. He brought his hands around to Garrison's sides and then leaned forward. Sage laid his head on Garrison's chest, tilting his face up so that Garrison's neck hid his eyes. "Are you okay?" Sage asked Garrison, who started growling. Garrison's hold tightened.
"Mine."
The word came out sharply, as if he'd snapped it at someone. Sage lifted his head, trying to find out what had set Garrison off, but all he saw was Owen and Kristen coming into the room. Both looked at him as if he had grown two heads. His behavior was odd, especially compared to how he'd been just yesterday. It was a complete turnaround.
"Mine,"
Garrison said again. Sage kissed Garrison's cheek, trying to distract him. "What's wrong?"
"Do not look at him."
Garrison stood. By the gods, Garrison was making sure no one teased him. His mate was defending him before it even became a thing. "Yes, sir," Owen said and lowered his head, as was the traditional sign of respect for a dragon shifter. Kristen did the same thing. "Wait, did you just make sure they didn't see Sage's boner?" Oh my God, I think you did. That is the sweetest thing I've ever seen you do. Leave it to Lucas to state the obvious. Garrison growled low in his throat. Enough. Lucas scowled. I'm just surprised you're nice. Although, I guess I shouldn't be. Sage is the only one you care about. I said enough. Yes, sir, Lucas said in a tone that said he wanted to turn Garrison into a toad. I'm yours. Just yours, Garrison. Sage tried to get him to focus on something else before he decided to rip someone's head off. And you're mine. Yes. Garrison rubbed his face against Sage's cheek. It reminded Sage of a great big cat, and he knew he was trying to rub his scent all over Sage. Sage wriggled around on Garrison's lap, trying to relieve some of the pressure on his cock. God, he could have pounded a nail with the thing. Are all mated couples like them? Jules asked. You mean all over each other and practically dry humping on the couch in front of the entire family? Layden's words brought Sage back to reality. He turned his head and hissed at Layden because he hated reality. Layden smirked. Yeah, Jules said. Yep. Once they bond, they'll get some manners, but until then, we're stuck with them acting like horny teenagers, Layden said. Sage buried his face in the crook of Garrison's neck and then flipped Layden off from around his back. Garrison growled again when Jules laughed. You two can leave. We'll fill you in later, Ramsay said. Garrison didn't even wait a second before he lifted Sage. He was at the entrance to the living room when he turned. Sage isn't the only one I care about, Lucas. Bennett is my child, and you are his mate, which makes you my child too. Sage turned to Lucas, whose mouth hung open, and he gaped like a fish. He turned back to Garrison, who still scowled. He gave nothing of what he was truly feeling away. Garrison's expression very rarely changed to anything else but a scowl. If Garrison told someone he cared about them, then his words were true, even if his expression didn't convey that sentiment. Sage understood Lucas's surprise. I didn't know you felt that way about me. Well, now you do. With that, he left the room, heading to their bedroom. Am I scaring you? Garrison asked him. Why are you asking me that? Sage was the furthest thing from scared. He really wanted to rub his cock all over Garrison until he came, please and thank you. I'm holding you tight. Sage thought about how he was practically walking on air as Garrison dragged him through the house. I trust you. Garrison shut the door to their bedroom and let go of Sage, taking his hand. Will you let me bond with you? Some of his horniness receded, and for the first time in 24 hours he felt a little bit of panic set in. I don't know. I want to. Every instinct in my body tells me to bite you, and I like your body. A lot. Like, a lot. But what if I freak out? What if we do it and then you find out how fucked up I am, but you can't take it back after? I'll always want you, even if we never bond. Garrison said that so matter-of-factly and with such conviction, Sage had no trouble believing him. I feel the exact same way about you. We don't have to do anything at all, Sage. No, I want to. I trust you, I swear. I'm just a nervous wreck for some reason. I think I just don't want to disappoint you. What if I don't do it right? What if I suck really bad? Garrison's eyebrows came together. Why don't we just kiss? You're really good at that. Sage took a deep breath through his nose and let it out through his mouth. Just kissing he could do, but he wanted so much more. Can you, take off your shirt first, though? Garrison pulled it over his head and then folded it, laying it on the bed. The fact that Garrison was so neat came as a bit of a surprise. Sage's teeth dropped. You have a lot of muscles and pretty brown skin. I'm not pretty, Sage. Oh, yes, you are. How could someone look like Garrison and not think of themselves as pretty? Now you, Garrison said. Sage frowned. I don't look like you. You are exactly what I like. Sage hesitated, but finally pulled the shirt over his head and held it against him for a minute. Then Garrison's eyes changed and seemed to eat Sage up. Sage dropped his shirt. Garrison walked over to him, and Sage was sure he was going to kiss him. Instead, Garrison bent to pick up Sage's shirt. His arm brushed against Sage's stomach as he did. Sage reached out and ran his hands over the expanse of Garrison's back, switching to Garrison's chest when he straightened. All that smooth skin underneath his fingers made Sage want to touch every inch of Garrison's body. "Lay on the bed," Sage said, his voice going husky with lust. "I want to touch you some more." Garrison folded the shirt quickly, laying it on top of his own. He turned and sat on the bed before falling back. "I'm just going to touch you," Sage said, as if Garrison was the one that had the issue with intimacy. "Whatever you want, mate." Garrison put his arms above his head. "I might bond with you. I don't know if I'll be able to help it. You can bond with me too if you want. Take off your pants." Sage was so nervous and horny all at the same time, his hands shook. Garrison lay there for a few seconds, probably trying to process all the words Sage had strung together. He'd spoken so fast they sounded like one big word. "Pants off?" Sage nodded. Garrison stood, getting as naked as Sage would allow. He folded them neatly and put them on top of their shirts. "Underwear?" Sage shook his head. "I'm not ready for that thing yet," Sage said, referring to Garrison's cock. Garrison lay back down on the bed, his arms above his head once again. Garrison did that so Sage would know where his hands were at all times. It was an incredibly sweet gesture, and hit home the fact that Garrison wouldn't do anything Sage didn't want. Garrison chuckled, and Sage was so stunned he couldn't speak for a second, which was quite something considering normally he couldn't seem to shut up around his mate. "God, do that again." "What?" "Laugh. I've never heard it before." "I haven't had a reason until now." "Oh, God, that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me," Sage said. His hand came up to his heart. Garrison smiled. "It's true." Sage took a step closer, unbuttoning his pants as he did. He wasn't sure if he wanted to take them all the way off, and didn't make the decision until he pushed them down. He kicked them off as he climbed on the bed. "Just let me, if you, don't like something, you'll tell me, please." Sage sat next to Garrison. "Yes, and you'll do the same," Garrison said. "Yeah, I won't freeze up. I'm not scared of you." Sage needed to hear himself say that aloud, just to confirm the knowledge. "I'd never hurt you." Sage smiled. He knew that. Sage ran a finger down the ridge of Garrison's abdominal muscles and then back up again. They jumped underneath his fingers. Sage bent down and kissed where his fingers had just been. "You can touch me," Sage whispered as he lifted up. "I want a kiss." Garrison brought a hand around the nape of Sage's neck. Sage leaned down. When their lips connected, Garrison did that thing again. That slow press of lips that made Sage melt against him. He unfolded his legs, straightening them out, and lay next to Garrison. He was barely aware he'd moved at all until he felt Garrison's warm skin against his own. The heat of his body appealed, so he moved closer. His leg came up over Garrison. His hard cock pressed against his thigh. His hips came forward on their own, rubbing his own cock against Garrison's side. He moaned at the sensation that one move sent through his body. Garrison licked against Sage's lips, and he opened his mouth, letting him in. Sage moved again, laying on top of Garrison. Their cocks were next to each other, and Sage moved his hips, unable to keep still. He moaned into the kiss. He had never felt anything better in his whole life. Garrison's hands were all over his body, over his ass, which Sage thought would freak him out, but didn't. Sage pushed up into the touch, wanting more. Garrison broke the kiss. "I need to look at your face," Garrison whispered. Garrison gripped his ass cheek and pulled up just a little, silently encouraging Sage to keep moving his hips, rubbing their cocks together harder. They both wanted more friction on their cocks. Garrison wouldn't look away from Sage, not one time. Sage kept his eyes on Garrison, too. Any other time he probably would have been self-conscious, but he was too far into the moment. Plus, Sage needed to know it was his mate. "No one but you," Sage whispered. "That's right, my mate." "I need you so much. You don't even know how much," Sage said. "I've got you." Garrison reached between their bodies. Sage lifted up, giving him room. He watched as Garrison pushed his underwear down under his balls, exposing his cock. "Pretty," Sage whispered. "Not pretty, Sage," Garrison growled. Sage grinned. "Pretty." Garrison took off Sage's underwear, exposing his cock. "Now that is pretty." Sage gripped their cocks, bringing them together. He pulled up and moaned. "Yeah, just like that, baby." Garrison's eyes changed and his teeth dropped down. "Can I bond with you?" Sage nodded and tugged faster on their cocks. "Oh God, please." His own teeth came down and he leaned toward Garrison, exposing his neck. He wanted to bond more than anything. Garrison lifted his head and licked Sage where the bite would be right before his teeth sank in. Sage had never felt so much pleasure. Everything was pure instinct. His teeth sank into Garrison's flesh and he immediately drank the blood that pooled in his mouth. He felt something click into place, felt Garrison inside his mind, surrounding him. He came hard, cum splashing onto Garrison's stomach and chest, coating his hand as he pumped harder. Garrison grunted out his own release, and Sage could swear he felt what Garrison felt. It made him cry out in pleasure all over again. Sage pulled his teeth out and licked the wound closed. He relaxed against Garrison when he felt him do the same thing. "I can feel you. Feel your dragon. He's very close to the surface." Garrison's dragon was far closer to the surface than Sage expected. How he kept from going completely crazy, Sage had no idea. "Yes, I know." "I've been selfish. I've not been there for you. Taking care of you the way a mate should." Sage lay down on top of Garrison. His cheek pressed against Garrison's chest. He felt Garrison's heartbeat, and it comforted him. "You just did, Sage." Sage looked at him. "Oh, yeah, I guess I did. You took care of me, too." "Yes, your snake is very satisfied," Garrison chuckled. Sage kissed the wound on Garrison's shoulder. "You're very strong." Bennett had said as much, but until that moment, Sage hadn't quantified it. Probably had something to do with his fear level and the mating bond. He was in awe of the fact that Garrison had showed such restraint, letting Sage take the lead. Sage's snake wanted to obey and cuddle all at the same time. Sage also felt how protective Garrison's dragon was, and it sent a warm feeling through him. It made him feel loved in a way that he never had been before, not even by his parents. "Can we do that again later? Maybe even try other stuff?" Sage traced Garrison's lip with his finger. "Anything you want." Garrison smiled. "Hey, my eyes changed back." Sage grinned. Chapter 9. Sage laced his fingers with Garrison's and then held their hands in his lap. Garrison was talking to Ramsay and Bennett about the vampire problem. He knew he should have been paying attention, but he didn't want to think about the vampires anymore. Still, it affected him more than just about anyone, as he was the neurotic basket case who couldn't even think about the kidnapping and subsequent rape without having a panic attack. At least, that had been how he was before he'd bonded. Just 2 weeks after bonding, and he was fine as long as Garrison was with him. He did tend to panic a little when Garrison was out of his line of sight, but that problem had a very simple solution. Never let Garrison out of his sight. Problem solved. So yeah, he probably should be paying attention, but he was far more interested in how attractive and large Garrison's hands were. He wanted them all over his body. As soon as possible would be great, thank you very much. Bonding with Garrison had awoken something in Sage that he just couldn't shut off. It was as if Garrison had flipped a switch inside him. He wanted Garrison with a fierceness that was hard to contain. Maybe it was the mate bond. Maybe it was just the fact that Garrison turned Sage on so much nothing could shut him off.
Your dragon is strong, Garrison,
Ramsay said. Sage looked up in surprise. By saying that, Ramsay might as well have been asking if Garrison intended to challenge him for the alpha position. Sage hadn't talked about that with Garrison, so he didn't know what his mate would do.
I don't want your position in the clan, Ramsay. I'm happy to pay allegiance to you,
Garrison said, and Sage relaxed against him. Being the alpha mate would suck. Sage would have to help Garrison solve all the clan's problems when he couldn't even solve his own.
I don't have a beta. Hadn't really needed it until now, and Bennett never really wanted the position.
I should fight for it. That's the only way to win respect in a clan this size, Garrison said matter-of-factly. Sage squeezed Garrison's hand and scooted closer to him. Garrison let go of his hand and put an arm around him, pulling him even closer. The thought of Garrison getting hurt over something as stupid as a top position in the clan was asinine.
We can always ask if someone wants to challenge you for the position. I doubt anyone will, especially after figuring out exactly how strong you are, unless they're stupid.
Tyron and Delvin's friends are stupid enough. Delvin was kicked out of the clan, but Tyron will challenge you and he'll fight dirty, Bennett said, and scowled at Garrison. I smell vampire all over them whenever they're near. I think they're feeding the vampires information. Nothing I couldn't handle before, but now that we know the vampires are in town, it'll be a little more than I can handle by myself. Garrison nodded once, but was silent for several minutes.
Is Delvin a shifter?
Yes, a wolf, Bennett answered him.
And you're sure he's out of town?
Garrison asked. Relatively sure, yes. Garrison met Bennett's gaze.
It's reasonable to assume Delvin is with the vampires now. You should have killed him. He knows things about St. Lakes the vampires can use against you. We'll need to kill this problem and not be soft. I agree with you. This is exactly the reason I need you to lead with me, Garrison. I need your advice.
We should move up the Enforcer Challenge, Garrison said.
Are you ready, Garrison?
Ramsay asked.
Are you asking me if I'm still feral?
Yes.
My dragon is still close. Can you fight without ripping someone's head off?
Ramsay asked. I don't want you to fight. Sage worried his bottom lip. Garrison moved so that he could whisper in his ear.
I'll keep myself safe. You're too important to me to be foolish.
Sage knew he was blushing. He could feel the heat of it on his face. His heart swelled and he kissed whatever part of Garrison he could reach, which was his shoulder. You're important to me too. That's why I don't want you to do it.
I have to, baby. Bennett and Lucas need me too.
Garrison straightened. Sage lay his head on Garrison's shoulder and shut his eyes, hoping the whole talk about fighting would just go away. He wasn't going to win the argument, and he probably shouldn't. Garrison was right. He needed to do what was best for the whole clan. He couldn't just give Sage what he wanted, as if he were a spoiled child. Sage had to remember that he wasn't the only one in Garrison's life.
When is the challenge?
Garrison asked.
2 weeks from now,
Ramsay said.
I'll try not to kill anyone,
Garrison said to Ramsay. It would have been funny, but Garrison was serious. You're getting better, Garrison. Sage turned to Ramsay. He's getting better. He really is, I can tell. Ramsay smiled.
We'll see how it goes when the challenge comes, Sage.
Sage knew what that meant. Ramsay might not announce Garrison as his beta. Sage might have mixed feelings, but he knew Ramsay needed Garrison. Garrison might not be able to stay with Sage all the time if he was beta, and that really wasn't something Sage wanted to think about.
Bennett, we'll train twice a day until then,
Garrison said.
Yes, sir.
He had never heard Bennett call anyone else sir before, not even Ramsay. Usually he'd address Ramsay as Alpha or brother, but never sir.
Sage will train with us too,
Garrison said. Wait, what now? He lifted his head.
You will train with us. You need to learn how to defend yourself,
Garrison said to him, in that no-nonsense way he seemed to have. Why do I need to learn how to fight if you're going to protect me? The alternative suggested that Garrison wasn't always going to be with him, and that was completely unacceptable. Sage narrowed his eyes. You're going to take the beta position, and that means you'll be away from me a lot. I'm not stupid, Garrison. Sage stood.
I never said or thought that about you.
That calm tone made Sage want to smack him. He put his hands on his hips and stood there staring Garrison down. Neither one of them wanted to lose the stupid contest they started.
It's important to know how to defend yourself,
You will not leave me.
It's not practical for me to always be around you.
Sage's mouth fell open. Practical? Have you met me? I am the craziest person in St. Lakes. I don't give a shit how practical something is.
Ramsay snorted out a laugh.
You are much braver than you give yourself credit for, Sage Arak.
My last name is Rickman.
Aren't you taking Garriden's last name? Or is Garriden taking yours? It's not something we've discussed, Garriden said calmly.
Sage hissed at Garriden and started out of the room. He wrung his hands and tried to calm himself down. He felt a hand on the center of his back, and he turned to hiss at Garriden again.
Why does that scare you?
It just does.
Stop moving, Sage.
Sage stopped walking and let Garriden put a hand around his waist. He felt lips on his neck and made room for Garriden, tilting his head to the side.
I'm really mad at you right now.
I can tell.
Garriden kissed Sage's neck again. Sage wrapped his arms around Garriden's neck.
Shut up.
Sage smiled.
Just a couple weeks ago, you couldn't stand to be around me.
Garriden's breath fanned out over his skin. Sage turned into Garriden's arms, his hand cupping Garriden's cheek.
I know I'm not being rational. I can't seem to get my shit together. I probably never will. I'm high maintenance. I'm sorry.
Garriden met his gaze for long minutes.
You're going to learn to fight. That's not in question.
Well, okay. I'll train with you, but you have to promise not to leave me. At least until the vampires go away.
Garriden grinned.
Are you negotiating with me?
Sage shrugged. I guess.
That's a better strategy than using anger, although you are very sexy when you're mad.
Noted. Oh, and I'm taking your last name.
Garriden grinned.
Noted.
Garriden kissed his lips quickly and then straightened.
Bennett.
Yeah? Bennett yelled from the living room.
Will you teach Sage?
Garriden asked.
No,
Sage said automatically. Garriden's forehead creased.
What do you mean, no?
I'll freak out if he touches me.
Bennett will train you.
Garriden brooked no argument.
And me too,
Lucas yelled from somewhere in the house. Fine. The first lesson starts in 5 minutes in the yard. That means you too, Lucas. Bennett started out of the living room. Sage huffed.
Damn it.
How the fuck was he supposed to get through a session where someone was putting their hands on him in violence? God, just the thought made him want to vomit. He stood in front of Bennett, shaking like a leaf in a still breeze. Oh God, how was he supposed to get through this? Bennett was ready to attack. Sage was just about ready to bolt, go back inside and read instead. Lucas was beside him. Sage could feel Lucas digging around in his thoughts.
Stop it, Lucas. That's rude.
Sorry, it's just that you look like you're about to shit yourself. Yeah, that was because he was. Lucas held up a finger to Bennett, who nodded and relaxed. Lucas turned to Sage and said, "Where's Garriden?" Sage pointed behind him. "Turn around and look at him," Lucas demanded. Sage did, and he took a deep breath. Garriden smiled.
I'm not going anywhere.
Do you think he's going to let anyone hurt you?
Sage shook his head.
No, never.
He will not let Bennett hurt you.
Not that I would anyway,
Bennett said in an exacerbated tone.
You won't leave?
Sage needed the assurance.
No.
Sage let out the breath he'd been holding and smiled at Garriden. He nodded and turned around again, facing Bennett.
Ready?
Bennett asked both him and Lucas. Sage turned his head, just to make sure Garriden was still there. Garriden nodded to him.
Pay attention, mate.
Right. Okay, let's do this.
The first thing you'll learn is blocking your vulnerable spots, head and stomach mostly.
And balls,
Lucas whispered to him. Bennett got that stance again, and Sage stiffened. Bennett sighed. For God's sake, Sage, I'm not going to hurt you. You've known me your whole life. Have I ever hurt you? Sage shook his head.
Just stop standing there like you're going to attack me and I'll be fine.
Is that what you're going to say to the vampires? Come on, Sage, I'm trying to teach you, Bennett said.
Shut up and let's do this. The vampire comment wasn't necessary, and it pissed Sage off. He shouldn't have yelled at someone who could kick his ass, but Garrison was right behind him, so Sage figured he could get away with it. Bennett smiled. All right, then. After about a half hour of learning how to block, Sage was so sick of falling. All he had learned was that blocking equaled him landing on his ass in the snow. He would have much rather just sat there so he didn't have to get back up again. Lucas landed on his ass beside him. Sage stood and held out a hand for Lucas, who took it. He pulled Lucas up, and they both faced Bennett again. He's really cute, isn't he? Sage rolled his eyes. Whatever.
Arms up like I showed you, Bennett yelled at them.
Well, technically you showed me 2 ways of holding my arms. Lucas held his arms out in the block Bennett had showed them. Like this. Then adjusted himself, looking as if someone had tied him to a pole. If he were lying down, it would seem as if Bennett tied Lucas's hands to the headboard of the bed. And like this. Sage's eyes got wide, and he held a hand over his mouth to keep from laughing. Bennett's eyes flashed with lust for about a second before he tried to become serious again.
The block, Lucas, now.
Oh, fine. Lucas moved his arms back to the position Bennett wanted. Bennett charged Sage first, and, just like every other time, Bennett had knocked him on his ass. Lucas landed beside him a second later. I think I like the other way I hold my arms better, Lucas said after getting his breath back. Sage started laughing. The longer they sat, the funnier the whole thing seemed to be. We're pathetic, Sage managed to get out. I know, right? Lucas said, and fell back against him, rolling on the ground. Then Garrison roared, startling him enough that he nearly jumped out of his skin. His laughter died, and he tilted his head back, looking at Garrison upside down. Oh, God, Sage's snake wanted to curl up and do exactly what Garrison told him. It was not happy that his mate was upset with them.
I will not have one of those bastards kill you because you did not take this seriously, Sage.
Garrison started across the lawn to them.
Get up, both of you.
Bennett reached out a hand to both him and Lucas. He never said a word, but he did step back, giving Garrison room. Garrison raised an eyebrow at Sage. Garrison misinterpreted Sage's expression.
I won't hurt you, ever.
I know. My snake wants to obey you. It threw me off, Sage said. And to prove it to them both, he walked the few feet it took to get to Garrison. He lifted on his toes and kissed him on the lips. Garrison smiled. Sage turned and stood next to Lucas.
Now, what you both are doing wrong is anticipating Bennett's move, Garrison began.
He motioned for Bennett to come closer.
You're stiffening up, Sage. And Lucas, you're reacting too late, like you don't care if he comes at you.
I don't. I like it when he does that, actually. Preferably with his cock out. Thank you, and you're welcome, Lucas whispered. Sage snickered, but stopped when Garrison narrowed his eyes. Garrison nodded once at Bennett and took a step to the side. Bennett swept Sage's feet out from under him once again. He would have fallen, but Garrison moved quickly to catch him. He was behind him, and Sage sank against him.
See, you stiffen.
That's because it feels like an attack and I can't help it. You can attack me, Benny. I like it when you do, Lucas said, and winked at Bennett. Bennett grinned and then stalked toward Lucas. Lucas giggled and started backing up. Bennett gave a playful growl and Lucas turned, running from Bennett. Bennett gave chase. Sage chuckled.
Be serious,
Garrison growled in his ear. Then tell Lucas to stop being funny. Sage reached behind him to the nape of Garrison's neck. Sage could feel Garrison's cock in the small of his back, and it started to make him hard. Sage pushed against it and felt it start to harden. Garrison growled. He let him go and came around so that he stood in front of Sage. He stood there for a full 5 minutes just watching Sage, and then he came at him with a fist raised. Sage immediately brought his arm up and deflected it. Garrison stopped and grinned.
That was perfect.
My dad taught me basic self-defense before he died. I know a little bit, Garrison. I just freeze up and panic.
Not with me.
That's because you're not dangerous at all. Garrison's eyebrows raised, but he didn't say anything. Can we do something else now? Sage asked.
No, you need practice.
Well, I was thinking that we could practice bonding instead, Sage said through his lashes. Garridan's nostrils flared and he growled. He grabbed Sage's hand and pulled him along behind him. Well, that little trick worked like a charm. Chapter 10. Garridan sat in the chair in the corner of their bedroom, watching Sage move around like a little hyperactive bird. Something was going on with him. He was acting weird. Sage had nothing else on but a t-shirt and underwear. He searched through one of their dresser drawers, probably for pants. In Garridan's opinion, he didn't need any. He looked better without them, especially his ass. That particular part of Sage was so fucking perfect, it was hard not to constantly stare. He liked the way Sage moved, even when he was nervous and anxious. He had a way of standing that was both defeated and spoke of his resiliency at the same time. It amazed Garridan how tough Sage was. Damn it! I have no clean pants! I really need to go back to my house and pick up some more clothes, especially if we're going to stay here for a while. Or we could do laundry, Garridan said. Sage turned and narrowed his eyes. I'll do laundry after we get back from my house. Garridan made a noise that indicated he would do whatever Sage wanted. He wasn't making a judgment about the laundry. Why don't you stop for a few minutes? I need to find pants so I can leave the room, Garridan. The washer and dryer are in the basement. Sage rummaged around in the drawer, his frustration growing with each passing moment. He slammed the dresser drawer closed and moved over to the closet. Garridan heard Hanger sliding around on the metal bar, and then Sage sighed in frustration, going down on his hands and knees. His ass was just about the only thing Garridan could see sticking out of the closet. Not one single pair of pants at all. This is just fucking perfect. Garridan gritted his teeth at the picture Sage made, his eyes changing to his dragons. Garridan's cock got hard when Sage wriggled his ass. I'll start the laundry and ask Lucas if he has something you can borrow. Sage's head popped out of the closet, looking a little flushed. Can we go to my house to get more of my things? Whatever you want, baby. Sage smiled at him. Finally, come here. Sage stood, closing the closet door, and started across the room to him. When he got close enough, Garridan brought his hands up to Sage's waist. He pulled him gently, urging him to sit on his lap. Sage balked. I have things to do today, Garridan. I really need those pants. I want to cuddle you. Maybe get a kiss. Think you can work that into your busy schedule? Sage's dark eyes sparkled with mischief. I don't know. It might cost you. What's the price? Well, I haven't thought of that. Sit down, and we'll negotiate. Sage chuckled as he straddled Garridan's lap. Sage touched his chest and leaned forward, placing a kiss on his lips. Garridan pulled Sage closer and ran his hands up under his shirt, touching his warm skin. He felt Sage's body relax against him, which had been the intention all along. Something had Sage wound too tight. He had woken up that way, and as of yet, Garridan hadn't figured out why. It was nice to see him finally relax. By the gods, his mate tasted good. He wouldn't ever be able to get enough. He licked at the seam of Sage's lips, urging him to give in, to let him get more of a taste. Sage opened his mouth and Garridan deepened the kiss. Fingers worked the buttons of Garridan's shirt. Was Sage even aware he did it? Sage touched his bare chest, his fingers flitting over his nipple, making Garridan moan. Garridan moved his hands down Sage's back, settling right above his ass. God, he wanted inside Sage more than he wanted his next breath, but he wouldn't ever say that. He had to let Sage take the next step. Still, he ached just thinking about it. Sage pulled back, ending the kiss, and looked at him. Garridan brought a hand to Sage's face, cupping his cheek. Sage moved into the touch, turning his face just enough to kiss the palm of Garridan's hand. When Sage turned back again, Garridan saw the uncertainty. Those big brown eyes held so much. What's wrong, baby? Garridan asked. I can tell you want to make love to me. I want to, but I'm afraid I'll freak out, Sage said. Am I making you feel like you have to? The last thing he wanted to do was make Sage feel pressured. That wasn't going to help Sage come to terms with the kidnapping and rape. That was something he had to do on his own. Just like it wasn't going to help Garrison if he went off half crazy and killed every single one of the vampires that held him captive for so long. Some things needed a more delicate touch. Sage was teaching Garrison all about how to be a bit more sensitive to both of their needs, and he didn't even realize it.
No, I know you'd never force me or make me feel bad for not wanting to.
Then what has that look on your pretty face? Sage averted his gaze, breaking eye contact.
I'm worried about disappointing you. What if I never can?
Then we'll do other things, Garrison said.
Yeah, but...
No, baby. It doesn't matter. We'll do other stuff.
Yeah, but you're even scared to touch my ass. My fear is affecting both of us, not just me.
Do you want me to touch your ass?
Yes.
Garrison slid his hand down to his ass cheek. Perfect.
I like it. I'm not scared at all.
Garrison pressed one finger against the crack of Sage's ass. He watched for any signs of distress, but didn't see any at all. He was confused when Sage stood, but Garrison let him. If he changed his mind, then Garrison would accept that. He wouldn't push, no matter how hard his dick got. Garrison watched him go over to the nightstand and open the drawer. Sage bent, and that perfect ass stole his attention.
I can feel you looking at me. You're always watching me.
Yes. Does it bother you?
No, I'm just curious why.
Sage rummaged through the drawer. 2 reasons.
Sage smiled. Stop being evasive and tell me what they are.
Garrison grinned. 1, you're beautiful. Even the way you speak is beautiful. 2, I want to make sure you're okay.
That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
Sage started rummaging through the drawer even more. Garrison smiled. Baby, what are you looking for?
The lube. There was a tube in here somewhere, Sage said.
Garrison stiffened in the chair and sat up straighter. We don't have to.
I know.
Ha!
Sage held up a tube and straightened. I knew it was in there somewhere.
Are you sure?
Sage shrugged and took the couple of steps back to Garrison. I'm sure I want you to touch me some more. Maybe even put your finger in?
Oh, gods, Garrison said, when Sage put the lube on the table and took off his t-shirt. Garrison had to adjust his erection through his pants when Sage's underwear came off.
Will you take off your sweats? Sage asked, as he stood there staring down at Garrison.
We should move to the bed, baby.
No, I want to be able to look into your eyes. I need to know it's you who's touching me.
It will only be me touching you. No one else. Ever again, Sage. Garrison's eyes changed and he growled at the thought. You're mine.
Yes, that's right. That's what I want, to be yours, and for you to be mine.
We already belong to each other.
Garrison lifted his hips to strip his pants off. His underwear came with them. When he was naked, except for the shirt that fell open at his sides, he took hold of Sage's waist again and leaned forward, kissing his stomach. The muscles beneath Sage's skin bunched. Garrison kissed him again, and then turned his head so that his cheek rested where the kiss had been. Garrison could feel Sage's hard cock against his upper chest. He rubbed his face against Sage's skin, wanting to mark him somehow. He wasn't sure why he felt the need, especially after they had already bonded, but his dragon needed it. Sage's hands came up to hold the back of his head, rubbing over his coarse hair. He had just gotten it cut last week, and it was so short it was practically non-existent. Ever since he did, Sage always ran the tip of his finger over it. Garrison wasn't sure why. Maybe he just liked the difference between them. Garrison certainly liked the fact that every strand of hair on Sage's body was soft to the touch. He kissed the place right above Sage's cock, tasting the pre-cum that covered the spot. He licked his lips and then kissed the tip of his cock. He kissed a second time, and then licked around the head. Sage moaned. "Oh, yeah, exactly like that," Sage said, when Garrison wrapped his lips around the head, taking it into his mouth all the way. The cockhead hit the back of Garrison's throat. God, his little snake tasted good. Garrison palmed the cheeks of Sage's ass as he set a rhythm with his mouth. Sage's hips went wild, and Garrison stopped moving.
letting Sage set his own pace. It didn't take long for his movements to become erratic. He stiffened right before cum flooded Garridan's mouth. Garridan pulled back just enough so he didn't choke and swallowed down as much as he could. Sage pulled Garridan's head back, the cock in his mouth slipping out. Sage attacked him, pushing Garridan back against the chair and straddled his lap. Sage kissed him, his tongue immediately licking inside Garridan's mouth. Sage's teeth dropped then, which just made his own descend. He felt something tap the back of his hand a few seconds later. He took the lube, fumbling with it. He dropped the tube when he felt Sage's hand on his cock. By the time he had some of the slick liquid on his fingers, he was ready to come. He rubbed the lube around, warming it up, and tried to calm down. Sage stopped kissing. "Please, I need you. I feel like I'm going to come out of my skin if you don't. Oh gods, that's it. Just like that." Garridan rubbed the tip of one finger around the outside of Sage's pucker. Sage tried to kiss him again, but Garridan grabbed his chin, wanting the eye contact. He shook his head. "You tell me if you need me to stop and I will. Promise, Sage." "Yeah, I promise." Garridan sank his finger in even farther. He turned it just enough to rub over Sage's prostate as he pulled out. Sage's eyes widened and then almost closed completely when Garridan did it again. Sage gripped his shoulders and sank down on Garridan's finger. He set a rhythm all on his own. "One more." Garridan added another finger and then kissed Sage. "One more," he said again. Garridan added a third finger, moving at a snail's pace, not wanting to hurt Sage. Sage stiffened and his brows furrowed. Sage palmed Garridan's cheeks, holding him in place. "Do you want me to stop?" He'd stop if that's what Sage wanted. Sage shook his head. "No, I just need to see you." "You're mine, Sage. Mine." His eyes changed to his dragons and then back again. When Sage moved again, Garridan took that as a sign that he was comfortable. Even still, Sage never took his eyes off Garridan. "I want you in me, but don't look away, okay?" "Never, baby." Garridan pulled his fingers out and grabbed the lube, handing it to Sage. Garridan felt Sage shake as he poured some onto the head of Garridan's cock. Garridan let Sage close the lid and put the lube on the small table beside the chair. "Why are you shaking? We can stop." No, I just really want you. I'm not scared at all like I thought I would be." Sage lifted enough to position himself above Garridan's hard cock. He stopped right before the tip touched his opening. Garridan whimpered. He wanted Sage so much. "Do you need to stop?" "No!" Garridan just about shouted. He saw the look on Sage's face and knew he was giving away his need, which was something he had been trying to avoid. "I can still stop if that's what you want." "I know." Sage guided the head of his cock to his opening. His lips pinched together and he stopped moving. When Sage breathed out, he sank down a bit more. "Oh, Garridan," Sage said when he bottomed out. His mouth fell open and he moaned as he set a slow rhythm. Garridan's grip on his hips tightened as he tried to take control. His dragon demanded it, but somehow it just wasn't enough, so he stood. Sage's eyes widened and he breathed out, but he didn't protest. Garridan was still inside Sage, even as he took a couple of steps to get to the bed. He lay Sage down and came over him. His eyes changed to his dragons and stayed that way. Sage's legs tightened around his waist, and Garridan took that as a good sign. Garridan growled as his teeth descended. Sage lost control enough to close his eyes. "Garridan!" "Yes, mine. Need this, need you." Sage opened his eyes and focused on Garridan's bonding mark. His teeth flashed right before he bit Garridan. Garridan couldn't stop himself from shouting out his pleasure. He wanted to prolong the experience, make it last longer than just a few strokes in and out. It seemed that wasn't to be, though. Sage's bite was too intense. His orgasm slammed through him. He sank his teeth into the scar on Sage's shoulder. The second he did, he felt something slip into place.
His dragon took a step back, and he felt as if he could breathe again, as if the small part of himself that he locked away was set free. He felt Sage's pleasure. It was so intense that it made him orgasm again, even though that was an impossibility at that point. He moved inside Sage a couple more times, trying to prolong the pleasure for both of them. Garrison let his teeth recede, licking at the wound. Garrison kissed it before moving up his neck, breathing in Sage's scent. Sage. My Sage.
My Garrison, your dragon isn't on the surface anymore.
Chapter 11.
Shit. Sage was going to cry, and he really didn't want Garrison to know, so he latched on, burying his face in the crook of Garrison's neck. When he sniffled, he could kick himself. Garrison stiffened.
Did I hurt you?
No, Sage whispered, the question making the tears flow even more. Garrison tried to pull away again, but Sage held him firmly, tightening his legs around Garrison's waist so he wouldn't leave. He wasn't ready.
I'm sorry,
Garrison whispered. Please don't let go of me, Sage said when he could. Garrison tightened his hold. His fingers laced through Sage's hair, and he began rubbing his face all over Sage.
Am I scaring you?
Not at all. My feelings for you are intense. That's the only reason I'm crying. I'm just happy, Garrison, I promise, Sage said, when he stopped sobbing long enough to actually get the words out. I think I just got my man card revoked.
Man card?
That means I'm crying like a girl for a girly reason.
If you're crying because our lovemaking just made you happy, then I'd say that's a very good thing. I don't think gender has anything to do with it, Sage.
Sage smiled. You're right.
I feel you in my mind.
Garrison pulled back just enough to meet his gaze. He wiped the tears away.
I like you there.
Me too. Sorry about getting weird. Garrison studied his expression.
It tells me you love me.
Yes.
I feel it too.
Garrison said it so matter-of-factly that it took a second for Sage to comprehend Garrison's words. When Sage finally did process it, he kissed Garrison. Garrison's soft cock slid out of him even as he deepened the kiss, licking at the seams of Sage's lips. Sage opened up, letting Garrison's tongue sweep across his own, giving as good as he got. If they didn't stop, they would never leave the room. Then again, Sage didn't have any pants anyway, so he might as well stay in that bed forever. Garrison was the one who ended the kiss. I didn't freak out, Sage said. Garrison smiled but didn't comment. Sage wondered if Garrison knew just how safe he felt. We should get cleaned up, Sage said.
I'm not ready to move yet, Garrison said.
Sage chuckled. You're getting heavy.
Sorry, baby.
Garrison rolled off him, but pulled Sage to his side. His hand came down Sage's back and palmed his ass cheek. You really like my ass, don't you? He lay his head against Garrison's chest and ran a finger down the center of his body until he got to Garrison's spent cock. It was shiny with lube and cum. Sage almost wished he could get it up again so he could climb on top and have another go. No way that would happen. He did run his finger around the tip of it, though, making his way down the shaft to Garrison's balls. Garrison sucked in a breath when Sage cupped his balls and held them. Garrison squeezed his ass cheek and made a noise in the back of his throat that spoke of his approval.
I love your ass.
I understand the love of a body part. I'm a big fan of your dick.
You better be the biggest fan.
Sage laughed and let go of Garrison's balls. I don't know. I may need to try it out a few more times to really determine just how awesome it is. Garrison growled and flipped them over so that Sage was underneath him again.
Try it out, huh?
Yeah, over and over again. Sage pulled Garrison closer and kissed him.
I hope that means you liked it a lot, and not that you're unsure if you liked it at all.
Of course I liked it. I definitely want to do it again. Maybe after we get cleaned up and go to my house to pick up some more of my stuff first. Sage started to get out of the car, but Garrison touched his arm.
Let's make sure it's safe first.
Do you think the vampires that raped me are in there? Sage could feel the panic rise in his chest. Garrison growled and his eyes changed.
I hope they are. I'll rip them apart.
No, Garrett, please, they could hurt you.
Sage went to grab him, but Garrett was already out of the car. Sage scrambled after Garrett, fully expecting him to make his way into the house, but he didn't. Instead, he stood in the driveway and sniffed the air.
They aren't here,
Garrett said a few seconds later. How can you tell? Sage wrapped his arm around Garrett's back so he could be as close to him as possible.
I can't smell them. Not even the faintest whiff of a scent, so if they were here, it's been a very long time.
Oh, right. I never thought of that before.
Sage used his sense of smell to detect danger was practical. He probably should have been doing that most of his life, but he had gotten complacent in St. Lakes. Nothing bad had ever happened there. At least, nothing bad until the kidnapping.
Why is that?
Sage shrugged. St. Lakes has been at peace for a long time now.
I'll talk to Ramsey about this when we get back home.
After this thing with the vampires goes away, I'd like to move back here, if that's okay with you.
Garrett nodded and sniffed the air.
You can go in.
When Sage entered his house, everything was exactly as he'd left it. On the arm of the chair lay his folded red and black checkered blanket. His pillow was beside it, and a book he had been reading sat on the couch cushion beside that. Garrett picked up his pillow and rubbed a hand over it.
I've always had a hard time sleeping in the bedroom of this house,
Sage said, explaining why the pillow was on the couch in the first place.
It smells like you. This whole place does.
Garrett looked around and put the pillow down. Sage watched him as he walked around the room. He went over to the built-in bookshelf and pulled a book down. He opened it, studying the pages. His place was just a little cabin across the street from North Lake. 3 rooms made up his entire house. His kitchen and living room were one big room.
You like to read?
Garrett leafed through some of the pages.
Yeah, I've always been a reader. I prefer reading to watching television, actually.
That's why you gave me the book?
Yeah, I thought it was a good way to get to know each other.
Garrett turned to him.
I didn't give you a gift.
It's fine.
No, it's not. I don't know what you like.
Reading, as you know now. I also like to swim, especially when I shift.
Sage stopped talking because he wasn't sure if Garrett was listening. He was pulling another book from the shelf, flipping it to the back.
Keep going, baby. I like learning about you.
Oh, okay.
Sage went into the bedroom, leaving the door open. He pulled on his dresser drawer, still able to see Garrett and vice versa.
So, I'm an only child. My father has passed away, but my mother is still alive. I'm actually a little worried about her because I haven't heard from her in a few months, although that's pretty typical. Anyway, my point is that I think I learned to love reading because I was alone a lot as a kid. I think I started reading to escape.
Escape from what?
I guess my life, my parents. They fought sometimes. In high school, I had been this awkward, nerdy gay kid, I guess. I got good grades and have always wanted to go to college, but I've never had the money. I started working at the restaurant a few years ago and like it well enough, I guess. I haven't been there since the kidnapping, though.
Why haven't you been working?
Sage shrugged and didn't answer.
Sage, answer the question.
Fine. I'm scared, okay?
Of someone in town hurting you?
No, of freaking the fuck out in front of everyone. I don't want a lot of people around me.
You like me around you?
Yeah, and you're the only person on the face of this planet. You make me feel like I'm normal again.
It gave Sage hope that maybe he could start getting back to some sort of normal life again. Although Sage had a feeling that his normal had fallen off a cliff and shattered into a million pieces. Garrett walked into the room and sat on the bed. He had 3 books in his hands, which he placed onto the pile of clothes beside him.
I'd like to start working again. I just know I'll be a nervous wreck and it won't go well. I'll have panic attacks and I'll probably cry over every little thing.
Does talking about it help?
Yeah, a little. It's just slow going, and honestly, I think I've made more progress by bonding with you than anything the medication and the doctors are doing for me.
Sage sighed and threw some pants with the stuff he wanted to take.
Whatever, I guess it is what it is. I'll probably always be a mess now.
We'll have to live in a van down by the public access. Sage turned to smirk at Garrison, trying to make the discussion a little bit lighter.
I can work too, Sage. I'm not helpless. I used to own a business before the vampires held me, and I have quite a bit in savings.
Really? What kind of business?
I was a carpenter. I had a little store in my town, but I did a lot of custom work. I'd like to get back to that, Garrison said.
The storefront or the custom work?
Both.
Well, Andrea, my boss at the restaurant, owns the building she's in. There's a storefront just next to the restaurant. Sage held up his hands and made an L shape. On the little bar, he ran a finger over it and said, Grocery store. At the angle, he said, Restaurant. Next to that is the empty store, then the ice cream parlor, and then Mark Fresson has an accounting business thing. Mark is a wolf shifter. He and Kristen had a brief thing, but they aren't mates or anything. He's a nice person. You'd have good neighbors if you took the space. Plus, I'm sure Andrea would let us have it for practically nothing, considering it's been empty for so long. I can probably ask her to take the rent out of my check. At least, I could if I started working again.
I already told you I have money saved. I saved for Bennett, too. A lot of money. Even before Samuel and Jeanette died.
It was that last part that had Sage realizing that Garrison had just remembered that. Garrison smiled. Would you make me a bookshelf in our room? Up until then, Garrison had a cold calculation that made it seem as if he assessed every weakness someone had and wouldn't hesitate to use them at the smallest provocation of entrapment. For the first time since Sage had known him, there was a light in his eyes. Some little spark entered them, and it gave Sage hope that maybe they both could heal some of the scars around their hearts. It seemed as if the light that led Sage's path had gone out, and that spark lit his way again.
For a price.
Sage turned and came over to him with a smile on his face. And what would you charge?
I want to kiss you.
Sage dropped the shirt he held and wrapped his arms around Garrison. That I can do.
On your ass.
Sage's eyes widened. Well,
Garrison growled low in his throat. Have you ever done that before?
Garrison growled again. He was getting better. Sage could tell just by the way he talked, but apparently his possessiveness wasn't going anywhere. No, not ever.
Good.
What will it cost me if I wanted a desk, too?
For you to look at me exactly like you are right now.
Sage smiled. Oh, yeah? How am I looking at you?
Like I'm the only person you see.
Well, you're my favorite person. Garrison smiled and rubbed his cheek against Sage's chest. You're like a great big cat, Sage chuckled.
Dragon, not cat. And I like it when my scent is on you.
Chapter 12. Sage sat in a chair in the corner of the garage, reading a book. Well, he was rereading it. He needed new material, but didn't have the money. Being out of work for so long had made him broke. The fact that he was mooching off Mother Estelle certainly didn't help his self-esteem. He felt guilty about not contributing financially. He needed to get his shit together so he could help out. Garrison took a board over to the table saw in the corner and started to cut it. He had a tool belt around his waist.
Those glasses are sexy,
Garrison said when the saw stopped buzzing. So is the tool belt. Sage smiled.
How about you wear those in bed later?
I will if you will.
Deal.
Sage chuckled. He focused on his book after that for a good hour, trying to read and catch the moments when Garrison bent over the table. Sage had to adjust his cock to a more comfortable position on more than one occasion.
I can smell your arousal,
Garrison said. Sage smiled. Yeah, well, you have a nice ass. Ramsay chose that moment to enter the garage, which, of course, made heat rise into his face.
Glad things are working out so well for you two.
Ramsay smiled. Thanks, Alpha.
Do you mind if I borrow Garrison for a second?
Sage instantly stiffened. Do you need me to leave? Sage rubbed at his chest, right where his heart was, when it started aching at the thought of being without Garrison. Ramsay looked at him for several seconds before answering.
He's going to have to be out of your sight every once in a while.
I know. He was well aware of that fact.
You can stay, this time.
Sage nodded and sat back in the chair again. It wasn't healthy to be so clingy. He was just dragging Garrison into his web of crazy like a goddamn Black Widow spider wrapping up her prey. And that wasn't fair to Garrison at all.
"Give me a second. My mate is distressed,"
Garrison said to Ramsay. Garrison walked over and crouched in front of him, taking the book and placing it in his lap. He lifted Sage's chin so their gazes met.
"No one heals from what you've been through in just a few months. It'll take time. Will you give yourself a break?"
"I just feel like I'm not good enough for you. Like I'm letting you down by being a crazy, neurotic weirdo." Sage leaned forward, wrapping his arms around Garrison.
"You are what I need. We need each other. This is not one-sided. Remember that."
Sage kissed him before letting go. "Thanks." Garrison smiled and winked at him as he stood. He bent slightly and lifted Sage's hand to his lips, kissing his palm before returning to his task. Sage sucked in a breath and rubbed his chest again. That time it was for a completely different reason. Sage loved Garrison. But before that moment, he wasn't in love. Something clicked into place like turning on a light switch. Sage fell hard for his mate, and there was no going back. Not that he could anyway. And he was never more grateful for that fact. He didn't want to be anywhere else. Bennett walked into the garage with Lucas hot on his heels. "How come Sage gets to be in the meeting and I don't? That's so fucking unfair, Bennett," Lucas said.
"Fine."
Bennett rolled his eyes. Lucas stopped right in front of Sage's chair. He guessed the view of Lucas's ass was what he got for sitting next to the door. "Oh shit, really? That immature temper tantrum actually worked?" Bennett smirked.
"Just let me have my meeting."
Bennett kissed him and then put a finger over Lucas's lips. He was probably talking to Lucas in his mind. As of yet, Sage had only tried that with Garrison the one time after sex. He had heard Garrison a time or two, though. "Will you tell them to move so I don't have to stare at them making out? Bennett will listen to you better than he will me."
"Move, Bennett. My mate is uncomfortable," Garrison said.
Bennett looked down at him.
"Sorry, Sage. We didn't realize we were so close."
He let go of Lucas and walked over to where Ramsay and Garrison stood. "Move over." Lucas nudged his leg. Sage rolled his eyes and straightened so Lucas could sit on the edge. If it had been anyone else, Sage would have moved to another spot in the garage. No way would he have been able to be so close to another person who wasn't Garrison. For some reason, he was comfortable with Lucas. Maybe it was some witch thing he did. So that was two people Sage could be next to without freaking out. And he could also be around Jules, too, so that made three. He had to admit that he was as comfortable around Jules as he was Lucas, and he was starting to get comfortable around Layton. What an improvement. Sage rolled his eyes at himself. Lucas sat down at about the same time Sage looked over at Garrison.
"Remember what I said?"
Sage nodded and smiled. He felt Lucas slip into his mind, and Sage narrowed his eyes at him. "Nosy? Sorry, I didn't do that one on purpose." Lucas blushed. Sage felt him slip out again.
"Some of the clan members have seen 4 different vampires. It seems they're still here, gathering information, probably waiting for an opportunity to take Lucas again," Ramsay said, getting the discussion started. "Bennett and I can eliminate them," Garrison said.
Sage stiffened and started to get off the chair, but Garrison held up a hand and said no through their bond.
"Keep one of them alive, at least long enough to find out exactly what Stavros is planning," Ramsay said. "He's planning on eliminating the entire shifter population. That's why he had the wolves attack our village,"
Garrison said so suddenly that it startled everyone in the room, including the Alpha. Garrison started pacing, his sudden agitation clear. Sage had never seen him like that before.
"What are you talking about, Uncle Garrison?"
Bennett asked, his voice rising just a little bit. Garrison ignored him.
"I started to remember last week, right after the attack. I wanted to know why. I had a friend help me dig around for information. Tony found some. A used-up blood whore. I should have known it was a trap. Blood whores are faithful to their vampires. I walked into that bar anyway. Tony was dead before I got there. After they captured me, Stavros told me himself that the vampires wanted to kill all shifters. They've been pitting us against each other for years."
"When the fuck were you going to share this information?" Bennett took a step toward Garrison. Sage did come out of his seat then, ignoring Lucas, who grabbed his arm in an attempt to hold him back. He pulled his arm free and ran the distance to Garrison.
When I could piece together what I remembered.
Garrison wrapped an arm around Sage. Sage turned to Bennett and hissed at him. His eyes changed. "Get away from my mate," Sage said. He was about ready to shift and bite the fuck out of Bennett. Bennett looked at Sage in surprise. "Sorry, Uncle."
I understand how you feel. You have a right to know what happened all those years ago. I just wished I could have remembered before now," Garrison said. "It's not your fault."
Garrison gave Bennett a sad smile that said more than words could about the regret he felt. "You can't go back and change things, Garrison."
"I know. Bennett is my son, and I let him down."
"No, you did not. Stop telling yourself that." Ramsey, who was oblivious to their internal conversation, said,
"I have someone I trust coming to consult with us. We need allies. The Wingspan clan will make a good one. A member of the Shifter Council is also a clan member. I'll ask their alpha about bringing him here. If we get the Shifter Council's backing, we could stand a chance against the vampires."
"We need help training the clan," Garrison said, in the no-nonsense way he had. It was as if Garrison had no feelings at all. Garrison could shut off his emotions with just one switch of the conversation. How he did it, Sage didn't know. But he talked to Dr. Tucker about it. He'd get his advice and see what he could do to help Garrison make sure he was dealing with his problems and not just brushing them aside. Sage lay his head on Garrison's shoulder.
"You're right. I'll ask the Wingspan Alpha if he can spare anyone," Ramsey said. "Stavros wants something more from Lucas than just his healing abilities. I would bet on that. I just don't know what," Garrison said.
"I doubt Stavros is working alone." Bennett frowned and then turned, holding out his hand to Lucas, who went to him without hesitation. He took Bennett's hand and held it tight.
"His coven is big, but not that big. If his goal is to wipe out the entire shifter population, then he's going to need backing."
Ramsey patted Bennett on the back.
"Okay, I have phone calls to make. We'll make an announcement at the challenge about self-defense training. It'll be mandatory for all able-bodied adult members, especially those that win the challenge. Garrison, take Bennett and one of my other brothers and catch those vampires. Owen is a good choice for that task."
Garrison nodded. Sage agreed that Owen was a better choice. He was an eagle shifter and would be able to see better than Garrison and Bennett combined when they were flying.
"We'll go at night when it's dark."
Garrison kissed the top of Sage's head when he stiffened against him. Bennett nodded and started out of the garage. Lucas stopped walking and turned to Garrison. "No one blames you for getting captured but you. Bennett doesn't."
"Wait, what?"
Bennett let go of Lucas's hand and closed the distance between them.
"You blame yourself for that? I failed you."
Sage had never seen Garrison like that. He had a look in his eyes that Sage wanted to soothe away, but he wasn't sure if he even could. That look had nothing to do with him, so all he could do was what he was already doing. Hold on to his mate and let him know he wasn't alone anymore. Sage had never thought about it, but it must have been lonely locked in a cell for years. Garrison didn't talk to very many people, and he hadn't had anyone there to hold his hand and tell him he was loved. Sage was going to tell him, every day, that he wasn't alone anymore if that was what it took.
"That's bullshit, and not something I need from you." "Then what do you need?" "I don't know."
Bennett went to say something else, but Sage held up a hand. "He needs you to know that you're loved, that you're not alone anymore."
"Yeah, that about covers it, Uncle Garrison."
Bennett reached out. Garrison pulled Bennett into a hug.
"I'll try to remember that."
Chapter 13. Sage held on to Garrison's hand as if he were going to disappear forever. He just might. He had once before, although that was before Sage knew him. Still, there was nothing to say things would be any different. Everything in Sage told him to shift and wrap himself around Garrison as if he were a second skin. Sage played with Garrison's fingers absently and tried not to think about the fact that he'd be gone in a few minutes. They sat in the dining room, waiting for Bennett and Owen. Sage was secretly glad they weren't there. The longer they took, the more time he would have with his mate before he went away forever. The longer they sat there waiting, the more Sage was convinced that he wouldn't ever see Garrison again after he left. The thought welled up in his chest just a little with each passing moment, and it burned like fire as it pumped through his heart. Garrison let Sage's hands go and wrapped an arm around his waist. "Come here." Sage stood and let Garrison guide him to his lap. Sage's arm came around him, and he laid his head on Garrison's shoulder. "What if you never come back?" Sage whispered. "I'll have Bennett with me. Someone reminded me that I'm not alone anymore. I plan on taking advantage of that." Garrison pulled him closer. His hand worked up under Sage's shirt and moved across the span of his back. "I can't be without you, Garrison." "Good." Sage scowled at Garrison. "Good? That's what you have to say about it?" "No." A smile played around the corners of Garrison's mouth. "You're teasing me." To say Sage was shocked would have been an understatement. Garrison had always been so serious all the time, up until then. "I'm having a crisis here. You could go away from me forever and you're just joking around about it." "I promise to come back. I can't be without you either." "You can't make a promise like that." "I can, and I did." Sage started to open his mouth to say something, but Garrison put a hand over it. "Stop it. I told you I'd come back, and you have to trust me on that." Garrison had never said anything like that to him before. Sage always thought he understood him, but he was wrong. "I can't just stop, Garrison. Feelings don't work that way. You might be made of stone and can just shut off an emotion whenever you want, but I can't. Let me go." Sage stood, missing Garrison's touch the second it left him. "If I tell you I'm coming back, then I'm coming back." "What if they have a weapon?" "I'm anticipating that." "What if there's more of them than you think, and they take you again?" There. He'd said it. That was his biggest fear. "I made a mistake the last time. I won't this time." "You're making a mistake this time, too." "I have to go and take care of this problem before it gets bigger." "Well, you also have a problem here, and if you go, then it will get bigger." Sage crossed his arms over his chest as if that alone proved his point. Garrison didn't even flinch, which was maddening. Sage's anger built with each minute that passed in silence. Garrison wouldn't break eye contact, and Sage couldn't, or he'd lose the damn argument. Garrison was going to go anyway, no matter what Sage said. He saw it in his eyes. "The clan needs me to protect it. It's a mistake not to go, baby. I think you know that." Fuck. "Will you just acknowledge that I love you and I worry about your safety? That's all I want." Sage was the first to break. "I know." Garrison stood and took a couple of steps to get to him. Garrison took Sage's face in his hands and stared into his eyes for long minutes. "You are more important to me than anything or anyone. I love you too." Then Garrison projected to Sage, "I will never be more than a thought away from you." Oh gods, Sage hadn't thought of that. "Yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry for being weird." Garrison grinned. "I expected you to be weird." Sage spluttered, choking on the surprise. When Sage recovered, he scowled and reached out, pinching Garrison's nipple. Garrison let out a surprised laugh and covered his nipple with his hand. Sage pulled away. "Well, I was going to suck your dick before you left, but you just ruined that for yourself, buddy," Sage lied. He was too distraught with Garrison's leaving to think about anything else. But since the words were out of his mouth, he wished he had made that happen. It would have been fun. "Did Garrison seriously just laugh?" Lucas asked as he came into the room. "Yeah, but don't tell anyone. It will ruin his menacing reputation." Sage hugged Garrison. Garrison's arms came around him again, and Sage melted. "I suppose I deserve that." "Yes. If I'm weird, then you're menacing." "You're perfect." Before Sage had a chance to reply, Bennett came into the room. "We ready to go?" "Yes." Garrison kissed Sage and then let him go. Sage's heart burned just a little bit more. His mouth dried up, stealing the breath from his lungs. He wanted to take big gulps of air into himself, but held back. He'd gladly die if it meant keeping Garrison safe. It was as Garrison, Bennett, and Owen were walking out of the back door that it dawned on Sage that it was wrong of him to steal Garrison's focus. Garrison needed his complete attention on staying safe so he could come back to Sage in one piece. He kept his distress as hidden as he possibly could and watched Garrison get undressed so he could shift. Sage knew Garrison could feel it, though. Their bond was too strong. Garrison frowned as he stripped, looking over at Sage every few seconds to make sure he was okay. "I'm fine. I'll be fine. Lucas has us watching some sort of movie marathon thing, and I know Mother Estelle bought my favorite ice cream at the store earlier today."
"What's your favorite ice cream?"
"Rocky Road. I love the marshmallows. What's yours?"
"Butter pecan."
Sage watched as Garrison, Bennett, and Owen shifted in the backyard. Garrison made a chuffing sound at Bennett. His big head turned toward Sage. His green eyes held him captive for several seconds.
"I'll be back before dawn."
Sage ran to Garrison and hugged him around the neck when he came within reach. "I'll be waiting." He waited until he couldn't see Garrison anymore before he finally broke down. By then, Garrison was far enough away that he probably didn't feel the distress. He wanted to be alone, but Lucas wouldn't let him. "Come on, let's go put our fat pants on and have that marathon." He saw Layden and Jules in the doorway waiting for them. Jules said, "I'm going to hug you, Sage. Is that okay?" Sage nodded and didn't even stiffen up when Jules put his arms around him. "It's okay. He'll come back to you, and you'll have us every time he's gone."
"Yeah, we're the best consolation prize in the universe."
Layden grinned. Sage laughed through his tears, and that was all it took. "So, what are we watching?"
Garrison flew over the treetops, looking down. The good thing about winter in the Midwest was that there were no leaves on the trees, making visibility slightly easier. It wasn't his sight he was relying on. It was Owen's. He sniffed the air and couldn't scent anything that even resembled a vampire. Clearly, the vampires had moved around the area, which didn't come as a surprise. Garrison had been held captive by Stavros long enough to know he wasn't stupid. If Stavros planned on bringing war to St. Lakes, then he would need to know the terrain. Also, Garrison was positive the vampires had wanted to get caught. Stavros wanted them to know he was there. Either that, or he was creating a diversion. Regardless, they'd get them all tonight. They had the element of surprise on their side. Garrison made a gesture with his head, letting Bennett and Owen know he was going in the opposite direction. He would bet the vampires had stationed themselves closer to the house, which meant they were after a little bit more than information. They were probably waiting for the perfect moment to snatch Lucas again. He just thanked the gods that all the siblings had moved in. There was safety in numbers. Plus, Garrison saw Mother Estelle had put some sort of spell on the place twice in the last couple of days. "Tell Ramsay to keep Lucas close," he told Sage through their bond.
"He is. Every time Lucas leaves the room, Ramsay follows him. When are you coming home?"
"It'll be a while yet. Are you going to wait up for me?"
"Like I could sleep knowing you're out there with those asshole vampires?"
"I'm flying over the house, baby."
Sage ran out of the back door, Lucas right behind him, and Ramsay standing in the doorway. Garrison felt like shit the minute he saw Sage standing there, looking as though he'd lost his best friend. Garrison understood completely. He didn't want to be away from Sage either. Sage's eyes were red as if he had been crying. Sage held up a hand. Whether it was in greeting or in a bid to be just an arm's width closer, he didn't know. Either way, it prompted Garrison to focus his energy so he could get back to Sage sooner. Garrison growled out a greeting and turned back to the task. Garrison flew lower as soon as they were out of sight of the house, just above the trees, scenting the air as it rushed past him. He saw Owen land in a tree a few yards ahead. Garrison assumed he'd seen something. Garrison made a gesture to Bennett, indicating he wanted to move in closer, which meant shifting and landing, so he didn't plummet to the ground in his human form. It was a good thing Garrison was a skilled dragon, or he wouldn't have been able to do that. It was a hard move to make, one that he wasn't sure Bennett knew how to do. After all, Bennett hadn't had other dragons around to teach him things like that. Garrison flew through a gap in the treetops and began shifting. He was in his human form by the time his feet hit the ground. The cold snow stung the soles of his bare feet just enough to make him uncomfortable. There was only enough snow to cover the forest floor, as the winter had been mild so far. He was grateful the snow didn't cover more of his feet, or worse, make its way up his leg. Bennett landed beside him with a grace Garrison hadn't expected, but was proud of nonetheless. Owen's eagle body was much smaller than Garrison and Bennett's dragons were, so he was able to land beside them with no concerns or fancy moves. He shifted. I saw at least one of them headed east of here. He had on a blue shirt, which is the only reason I saw him. If he had others with him, they're more camouflaged.
How far out are they?
Garrison asked, and moved his feet around so the cold didn't seep in and make a home in his body. Hypothermia happened to everyone, shifters included. He noticed both Bennett and Owen doing the same thing. About a mile? They aren't running. The forest is too dense for that. We'll catch up with them.
We'll shift. Kill all but one. We take that one back for interrogation.
Garrison shifted, maneuvering between the trees as he ascended. It was hard to do because the trees were so close together, and there were so many of them. His wings brushed some of the branches. One of them made a crunching sound. He was above the trees with Bennett and Owen flanking him in no time. It took them less than a minute to spot the vampires. There were 4 in total. One of them searched the sky, probably seeing their shadows on the white snow, or maybe hearing their wings. Garrison gestured to Bennett again, telling him they would be going in for the kill. Bennett made a gesture back and then dived down. Garrison followed, waiting for Bennett to take out whoever he chose. When fire came out of Bennett's mouth, Garrison was so surprised he almost missed the knife the vampire had in his hand. Garrison moved around, his back against a tree, and picked the vampire up by the skin of his back, his claws digging into the flesh as if it were butter. Garrison picked him up and then slammed him down again as hard as he could. The vampire's body thudded as he hit the ground. Garrison shifted back to his human form and punched the third guy in the face, making him stumble a little. Owen had shifted and held the guy's arms around his back.
We'll take that one back,
Garrison said. That vampire held an intelligence in his eyes, and he stopped struggling so suddenly that Garrison was sure he had meant to get caught. Garrison grabbed the 4th vampire when he came running toward him. He pinched a place on his shoulder, and he went down like a stone. Bennett stayed in his dragon form and blew fire out his mouth at the intelligent vampire's feet. Really, Bennett? Can you fucking remember that I'm right behind this asshole? That was hot, man, Owen said incredulously.
That was a very risky move, vampire. You could have been the one we killed, Garrison said. Baby, tell Forrest or Vaughn to come out with a vehicle. We have 2 prisoners.
Garrison walked over to the still dazed vampire that he had dealt with before and lifted him onto his shoulder, carrying him fireman style. Oh my God, are you okay? Please tell me you're not hurt.
I'm just fine. Tell them we're east of town.
Garrison looked at Bennett.
Fire dragons are rare. Samuel didn't have fire.
You do, right?
Yes.
He didn't use it often, though. Bennett smiled. Are you sure you're not my biological father? Garrison grabbed the nape of Bennett's neck and pressed their foreheads together.
Not biological, no. Still your father, though.
That vampire's ass is in my face, Bennett said a few minutes later. Garrison laughed and let him go. Chapter 14. Garrison flew overhead, keeping Forrest's truck in sight. No way he was letting one of those vampire fuckers hurt his clansmen. He needed to know how many more were out there as soon as possible. He would hunt every one of them down tonight if he had to. He seriously doubted they knew Stavros's plan. Stavros wasn't stupid and wouldn't tell them much of anything. The truck stopped on the road, parking in front of the house. Bennett had the first vampire out of the vehicle. That vampire was the one who had passed out. He looked pissed off. Owen and Garrison shifted at the exact same time. Owen grabbed the smart vampire, pulling him out of the truck. Owen walked him across the front yard. The front door opened and Mother Estelle said, "Only family and clan on the property, boys. I'm not lifting the spell for them." "What spell are you talking about, Mom?" Owen stopped. "The one that's supposed to block him from entering? Well, darn it, I must have done something wrong." Lucas came out with clothes for all of them. "Lucas, honey, will you check my spell, find out where the hole is for me?" she said, as if she was asking him to take out the trash. "Sure." Lucas closed his eyes and concentrated. A white light left his body and slammed into an invisible barrier. It moved around the barrier in a big circle, sending sparks off every so often. It sounded like a lightning bolt striking the ground when it came to a corner and moved to the backyard. It came back to Lucas, entering him again. "It's secure, Mom." "Bennett, try to bring that one into the yard." Bennett stood on the edge of the property and shoved the vampire forward. The vampire hit the wall and fell onto his ass a few feet into the road. He scrambled up and tried to make a run for it, but Garrison shifted and flew in front of him, blocking his path. He shifted into his human form just as the vampire ran at him, fangs out. Someone screamed, but Garrison couldn't tell who it was because it sounded muffled, as if it were coming from inside the house. Garrison grabbed the vampire around his head, just as he was about to sink his teeth in, and snapped his neck. The vampire fell to the ground in a heap. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sage standing in the window. Garrison worried that Sage would regress after he saw Garrison kill someone. He wondered if Sage would fear him again. He turned, and their eyes met. Sage smiled and blew him a kiss. Garrison sighed in relief. He could tell Sage wanted to come to him, but was afraid of the other vampire, even though the guy was tied up with the rope Forrest had brought in his truck earlier. Garrison crooked his finger at him. Sage disappeared from the window, giving Garrison the opportunity to zero in on the vampire. Garrison took a few steps closer and scented the air. "You are definitely one of Stavros' coven members. You smell just like that place," he growled. "I'm not a member of any coven. I never did anything to you, not one time while you were a guest." He started to struggle against Owen's hold. The vampire's eyes turned red and he showed his fangs, making a hissing noise, not unlike the one Sage made when he was pissed off at someone. Garrison might have snapped the guy's neck if not for the similarity of that sound. "A guest. Now you sound like Stavros, too." Garrison stepped back and took the sweatpants Lucas handed him. Sage came around the corner of the house. He stopped several feet from the vampire. Garrison could tell, just by the restless way he shuffled his feet, that Sage wanted to come to him, but was afraid of the vampire, not even a foot away from Garrison. "Come here." Garrison turned to meet his gaze. Sage shook his head, making Garrison sigh. Ramsay came around the corner then, and Garrison was relieved. He needed to take care of his mate, set his mind at ease, so Sage wouldn't worry anymore. He'd let Ramsay ask all the questions. Ramsay came up beside him. Garrison wiggled his fingers for Sage to take his hand. The vampire's eyes changed to a light blue color and back again. His nostrils flared and he tried to get away from Owen, but he held firm. He seemed to stare over Ramsay's shoulder at Layton. Layton's eyes widened and he took a step closer to the vampire. Ramsay moved to his right, standing in front of Layton. Lucas's mouth fell open. "Oh my God, you're Layton's mate. That explains how you were able to get past Mother Estelle's spell." Garrison raised his eyebrows and watched for the vampire's reaction. Sage leaned into him. "You should put shoes on, Garrison." Garrison made a non-committal sound in the back of his throat. "I need to be ready if this guy takes off." "You were gone a long time," Sage whispered. "A little over an hour isn't that long." Garrison smiled when Sage narrowed his eyes. Garrison leaned down. Their lips met, and Garrison held the kiss for several seconds before pulling back. "You make me forget my duties." Sage grinned, a little too pleased with himself. "You were just a little too easy to catch, vampire. Why is that?" Ramsay's words brought Garrison back to the reality of the situation. "Fuck you." Ramsay grinned. "I'm going to either tell my brother to let you go or kill you. I haven't decided yet. I suggest you be a little nicer to me." "No! Ramsay, you can't kill him!" Layton yelled, and tried to get around his brother to get to the vampire. "Go back inside, Layton, now." Layton flinched, but didn't protest. "Yes, Alpha." Lucas handed Owen's sweatpants to Garrison as he passed and followed Layton. Sage squeezed his hand right before letting go. "I need to make sure Layton's okay." Garrison smiled and nodded. He watched Sage enter the house before turning to the vampire. "What does Stavros plan?" Ramsay asked. The vampire kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. "Answer me." "Do you honestly think Nicolono would tell me anything? He hired me to bring Lucas back to him and to kill you. I've done neither of those things, and I've had plenty of opportunity to do both. The three were sent here as a distraction. I wasn't even supposed to be seen, the vampire said.
Let him go, Owen.
When Owen hesitated, Ramsay barked, "Now!" Owen complied. Owen released his hold on the vampire's arm and began untying his hands. "Tell the witch to get out of my head," the vampire said. Garrison met Bennett's gaze and nodded. He could tell the exact second Bennett started communication with Lucas through their bond. Garrison completely understood just how annoyingly nosy Lucas could be, but that particular trait was a handy weapon.
I'm going to ask you again. Why did you make it so easy to catch you? Ramsay asked.
The vampire rubbed at his wrists where the rope had chafed his skin. Because of my mate. I couldn't take the witch, not knowing my mate would be killed if I did.
How can Stavros use Lucas to kill Layton?
Layton, the vampire whispered. I'll tell you more if you tell me about my mate.
Owen was the one who growled. Answer my question.
Ramsay held up a hand to his brother when he took a menacing step toward the vampire.
Owen.
Garrison pointed to the spot next to him. Owen huffed out a frustrated breath and walked over to Garrison, taking the pants Garrison held out for him. That fucker better not hurt my little brother, man. Owen pulled them on and then looked up at the window. Garrison followed his gaze. Sage, Lucas, Layton, and Jules watched the show.
Bennett,
Ramsay said. That was all it took to get Lucas to poke around again. Get him out of my head, the vampire said.
He'll leave as soon as you tell us more about Stavros's plan, Ramsay said calmly.
It wouldn't just be Layton who Stavros could kill. He'd kill all shifters.
How?
Ramsay held up his hand toward the window, silently telling Lucas to stop. I don't know. All I know is it has something to do with a fae.
A fae? Do fairies even exist anymore?
Garrison knew they once had heard stories about how pretty they were, and how they were tied to the earth in ways that no other beings were. Garrison remembered playing in the forests as a kid around his village with a few of the other dragon children, trying to catch a fairy, thinking they were these little winged creatures like in the picture books he'd read as a kid. Can I go to my mate? The vampire searched for Layton through the window. Ramsay gave the guy a sardonic laugh.
You will not get near him. It should be enough for you that I'm not going to kill you.
Look, I didn't go through with the task I was given, and you know I won't. I just want my mate, the vampire said. Ramsay growled low in his throat, and Garrison could tell he was getting ready to shift. Garrison understood completely. Layton's eyes never changed at the sight of his mate, not once the entire time he was out there. For humans, 18 years old might be considered an appropriate age to mate, or marry, as the humans called it, but that was not the acceptable age for shifters. Shifters didn't mate until they had their first shift, which Layton hadn't.
Your people might find this mating acceptable, but my people do not, Ramsay said.
The vampire hissed at Ramsay. I can't change what I am. The vampire ran past Ramsay before any of them had a chance to correct his assumptions. Garrison looked at where Layton had been and noticed none of them was there anymore. Shit. Layton's going after him. Bennett started running around the house to the back door. Garrison followed him. Layton was already halfway across the yard, running toward the forest where the vampire had disappeared. Layton, stop! Bennett yelled, and ran to catch up. Garrison walked over to Sage, where he stood in the yard, and wrapped his arms around him from behind. Sage leaned against him, his hands coming up to grip Garrison's arms. Bennett caught up with Layton, grabbing him around the waist. They fell to the ground, and Bennett held Layton against his chest. He struggled for a few minutes, but finally slumped against Bennett. You're not old enough yet, Layton. You have to let him go until you are, at least for now. I had one fucking chance to be with my mate, and you and Ramsay fucked it up for me.
You can't mate with him, Layton.
Ramsay crouched next to them. I don't even know his fucking name. Layton pushed Ramsay away. He just wanted to talk.
It would have made things worse. Lucas can get him to come back after you shift, Ramsay said.
I'm not a GPS. I can't just find people when you tell me, Ramsay, Lucas said from beside them. Jeez, you all really overestimate my abilities.
Shut up, Lucas. We'll figure it out when Layden shifts, Ramsey said.
He's 18 years old. I totally don't get this whole waiting until he shifts thing. It's stupid, Lucas said.
To Garriden's surprise, Layden corrected him. The bite could change me enough so that I never shift.
Lucas threw up his hands when everyone looked at him. Well, how am I supposed to know that? It's not like you people come with a manual. And might I point out that you guys think I can just read the minds of people in fucking China or wherever he went, so you're no better than me?
Lucas folded his arms in front of his chest and narrowed his eyes at all of them.
You fucking suck right now,
Layden said to Ramsey. Bennett let Layden go, and Ramsey stood, holding out a hand for Layden to take. Layden took it, and Ramsey pulled him in for a hug.
I'm still pissed off at you, Layden said,
even though he returned the hug. I'll help you get him back when the time comes, Ramsey whispered, and then released Layden. They all started across the yard toward the house. When Layden got close enough to Lucas, Garriden heard him whisper,
His name is Magnus. I got it earlier when Ramsey was interrogating him. Magnus.
Lucas nodded and took the hand Bennett held out to him.
Chapter 15.
Garriden hadn't ever been challenged before and wasn't sure how he was going to handle it. He had been on alert since they had taken care of the vampires. The fact that Magnus was still hanging around didn't help at all. Garriden had seen him on the edge of the forest more than once. He should have said something to Ramsey, but hadn't so far. He understood the guy more than most. He just wanted his mate, and didn't understand why they couldn't be together. Yeah, Garriden could relate to that. The pull Garriden felt toward Sage was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Of course, Garriden couldn't remember what he had experienced before meeting Sage. For Magnus, the misunderstanding had to be hard. The poor guy thought they kept him from his mate because he was a vampire, which wasn't the case at all. Garriden would have explained, but the situation ran loose, and there hadn't been an opportunity before Magnus took off. Ramsey had his reasons for not saying it straight. Magnus was the enemy. He had been in town to hurt 2 of the clan's members. They couldn't overlook that fact. He would keep an eye on him. And Layden. He stood on the front porch with his arms crossed in front of his chest and looked at all the clan members starting to file into the yard. Garriden had his own issues right then anyway, and they had to do with so many unknown shifters near his mate. The fact that they were clan members was irrelevant to Garriden's dragon. Garriden knew Sage was safe in the house, though, finishing the dishes with Vaughn, because it was their turn. In fact, Garriden heard Sage laugh at something Vaughn had said. For all the times that Sage grumbled about Vaughn and his wicked sense of humor, Garriden knew his mate secretly loved the teasing. Garriden liked the way the wolf shifter didn't take anything in his life very seriously. Sage needed more of that sometimes. He was in his head far too much for it to be healthy. Hell, even Garriden needed it sometimes too. He heard Sage laugh again and smiled. Then the door opened and arms wrapped around his waist. Garriden turned and held Sage close.
Vaughn is going to come out here and tease you to death, Sage whispered.
Should I have Bennett set him on fire?
Burn his britches, Sage chuckled.
Garriden smiled and kissed him.
Sage turned serious. Are you ready for this? It's the first challenge in a really long time for St. Lake's.
The challenge isn't my problem.
Then what is?
I don't know any of them.
Garriden looked out at the yard filled with shifters, both in human form and in their animal form.
I'm not used to being around so many unknown shifters. It's making me uneasy.
I know all of them, and most of them are good people.
Who isn't?
Do you see that group off to the left? There are 2 wolves and 2 in their human forms. Those 4 cause problems all the time. They're the ones that Ramsey was talking about when he said he thought someone was working for the vampires. That's them.
What are their names? Garriden asked.
Tyron is the one with the dark hair and the ugly beard that makes him look like a lumberjack, especially with that flannel shirt. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but he can't pull that off at all.
Sage, Garriden said, trying to rein his mate back in.
Sorry. Reagan is the redhead. He just goes along with them. He's not much of a threat.
except for the way he looked around at everyone as if he was trying to memorize everything around him, ready to take that information back to someone else. Garrison would keep his eyes on that one.
Kevin is a drug addict. He's been that way for a long time. He hangs out with them because Reagan can get him drugs somehow. I don't really think he's a bad person, though. He's got a problem. He needs help. Maybe we should ask Dr. Tucker to help him.
Sage.
Sorry. Calvin is the one with the longish hair but no beard. Sort of looks like Tyron. They're brothers. I went to school with those two. Their mother beat the shit out of them when they were young cubs, but not so much when they got older. The Alpha before Ramsey kicked their mother out of the clan, but not before she made her sons into assholes. They've caused me problems at the diner in the past.
Garrison growled low in his throat. He says one word to you, and I'll kill him.
Sage smiled and lifted up on his tiptoes to kiss him. Of the two brothers, Tyron will be the one to challenge you for the beta spot, if anyone even does. Anyone would be stupid to go up against you. You're stronger than everyone, as strong as Ramsey.
This time Garrison talked to Sage through their mental link. I'm not going to challenge Ramsey. I don't want to be Alpha.
I know, but they'll find out soon enough. Everyone here will be able to sense it. Some might try to force you to challenge Ramsey. Oh gods, I hadn't thought of that before now. This challenge is one great big mistake.
It will be fine.
This will cause problems, Garrison.
I have a plan.
Before Sage could ask him what he was going to do, Ramsey and Bennett came out of the house. Lucas held on to Bennett's hand for dear life. Garrison stood next to Lucas. He put a hand on Lucas's shoulder and let him read what was on his mind. For the first time ever, he let Lucas in, and didn't get angry when he started poking around. He saw that Garrison was a little nervous with the clan members, and he saw why. He also saw what Garrison had planned if someone forced him to challenge Ramsey. He felt Lucas leave his mind, and Garrison took his hand away. Lucas looked up at him and smiled. Thanks, Garrison.
That's what I'm here for.
Lucas's eyebrows drew together in confusion.
I'm here for you, just like any good parent would be.
My own parents can't be bothered with me.
It's sad for them. They're giving up a son over something trivial, really. But you already have a family, so it doesn't matter.
You remember the conversation from Christmas? Lucas smiled.
Oh, yes.
He wished he could have reached through that phone and choked the hell out of Lucas's mother. That stupid bitch had no idea how much she had hurt Lucas with her words.
That's not how good parents act, Lucas.
Thanks, Garrison. Lucas laid his head against his shoulder.
I know what it's like to lose everything. It just makes me appreciate having you in my life more.
Garrison put an arm around him and drew him into a one-armed hug, kissing him on his temple as he did. He let Lucas go a second later. Sage looked around Garrison and grinned. I'm like your stepdad, Lucas. Never say that to me again, Sage. Seriously, shifters are so weird. Garrison chuckled, and everyone that knew him well seemed to stop what they were doing and stare.
Was that strange noise a laugh? Vaughn said from behind him.
Methinks it was.
Holy crap. Bennett, did you know your dad could laugh?
Shut up, Vaughn, before he kills you, Lucas said.
If I'm his dad, then I'm that for all the Somerset kids. Remember that before you start in on me, boy.
Garrison tried for sternness. With Vaughn, it wasn't easy. He was far too funny for his own good. Vaughn grinned.
Yes, sir.
Ramsey stood in the center of the yard, everyone gathering around him, forming a big circle. It may have been a long time since they've had a challenge, but no one had forgotten the process. The clan was large, much larger than Garrison's last one. His village wasn't even half St. Lake's size and had just a few strong males. No one, including Garrison, had wanted to challenge the alpha of his old clan. They were all comfortable with the hierarchy. Garrison saw where leadership was needed, especially with war practically on their doorstep. Everyone in St. Lake's had to be able to follow directions when the time came. Getting the leaders in place was the first step.
We all know why we're here. I'm going to start off in the traditional way and ask if there's anyone who would challenge me for the alpha position, Ramsey said, as he stepped in the middle of the circle.
All Garrison heard was breathing around him and the air moving through the bare tree branches. No one said a single word.
Bennett eyed him as if he expected Garrison to step into the ring. Vaughn and Forrest had the exact same expressions. Ramsey waited a full 5 minutes before he began talking again.
Okay then. I already picked a beta.
Ramsey met Garrison's gaze and nodded, silently asking him to come stand next to him in the circle. Garrison squeezed Sage's hand before letting go. He stood next to Ramsey and met the eyes of everyone who seemed threatening in the slightest. Several of the clan members gasped.
This is Garrison Arak. For those of you who don't know, he is Sage's mate, so he's already part of the clan.
Shouldn't you be his beta?
Someone said from the back. Garrison wanted to duct tape the speaker's mouth shut. Garrison growled low in his throat.
Yeah, he's stronger than all of us. He should be alpha.
That came from someone else.
Being alpha isn't only about strength, dumbass. It's about having the respect of the clan, which Ramsey has. Do you want to challenge me? Ramsey asked. You already know I don't.
Garrison fell to his knees and lowered his head.
I pledge my loyalty to you.
Oh my God, you are amazing. I love you so much. You're totally getting lucky after the challenge, he heard Sage say in his mind. Garrison smiled in his head, but outwardly he showed no emotion.
Thank you, Garrison Arak. I see I chose my beta wisely.
Ramsey touched the nape of Garrison's neck. Garrison stood. He stayed by Ramsey's side, but turned to Sage, winking to ease his mate's mind.
And I love you.
I challenge him,
someone said from the crowd, and then people moved aside as one of the guys that Sage had pointed out earlier came forward. Garrison didn't remember which one it was. Probably the one Sage would be stupid enough.
That is your right.
Ramsey took a few steps back, closer to where Bennett stood, getting out of the way of the challenge.
After I'm done with him, I'll challenge you, the man said to Ramsey.
Garrison growled low in his throat and began taking off his clothing.
Come here.
Sage immediately came over to him. Garrison handed him his clothes as each piece came off. There was a chill in the air. Garrison wasn't sure if Sage shook because of the cold or because he was scared. Sage kept his head down, not making eye contact with anyone, and took a step toward Garrison. He heard Sage through their bond link. At least he's smarter than Delvin was. He probably won't get kicked out of the clan. He's still an asshole that needs to be put in his place. Garrison smiled and watched as Sage left the circle, his arms full of clothing. Kick his ass. Garrison turned to his opponent and noticed that he had already shifted. Garrison wanted to laugh when he saw the wolf. It might have been a bit larger than a normal wolf, but not by much. Unless he was able to move lightning quick, the small shifter was no match for his dragon. Garrison shifted and roared, inviting the wolf shifter to either attack him or leave the circle. The wolf moved around Garrison, trying to find some weakness. The wolf shifter lunged, his teeth closing around Garrison's front left leg. He heard Sage scream but tried to ignore him. Instead, Garrison flew up a couple of feet in the air and twisted, flinging the wolf off him. The wolf hit the ground with a thunk, yelping. Garrison stalked his challenger. He roared as he got closer. The wolf shifter rolled to his back and tilted his neck, giving in to Garrison. Garrison shifted, inviting the wolf to do the same. When he did, Garrison held out a hand, offering to help the guy up. The man hesitated, but took it. Garrison pulled him up, and that was when the smell hit him. The man reeked of vampires. More specifically, he smelled of Stavros' coven.
Have the vampires approached you?
Garrison asked him calmly. The male shifted into his wolf again, turning toward either Lucas or Sage. Garrison couldn't tell which one. Sage stepped in front of Lucas, and Bennett stepped in front of them both. The wolf stalked forward, snarling and biting at the air. His little mate surprised him by his protective gesture. Sage wasn't as scared and broken as he believed, it seemed. Not if his instincts kicked in the second his friend was threatened. Garrison shifted and grabbed the wolf by the scruff of his neck with his mouth. He tossed him up in the air as if he was a toy. Garrison shifted back. Ramsey bent down and smelled him. Garrison stalked forward.
You will be dead by tomorrow. If you have anything to say, say it now.
The wolf shifted back. The witch! It was all he got out before his body froze. Every single person turned in Lucas's direction. "What? He was going to say something stupid. Do you want me to unfreeze him, Ramsey?" Ramsey chuckled. "No, Lucas, you did great." Ramsey nodded to Bennett, who grabbed the wolf and took him away from the circle. Garrison noticed Vaughn, Owen, and Forrest come around Lucas and Sage when Bennett left. Each brother protected the family, and that was how it should be. Jules and Layden both pushed their way through and stood next to Sage and Lucas, creating a united front. A group of men brought his challenger's friends into the circle. One of the men, who dressed like a farmer, and also as if he had much better things to do than be at the challenge. "They all smell like vampire, Alpha." "Thank you, Thad," Ramsey said. "We'll put these with the other one and be right back. I want to try for an enforcer's position," Thad said to Ramsey. Ramsey smiled. "You have it. We'll wait for you to see if someone wants to challenge you." Thad nodded. "Come on, let's get rid of him." "Does anyone else want to challenge my beta?" Ramsey asked, and then waited. "Does anyone want to challenge Bennett for the head enforcer's position?" Garrison felt a tickle at his feet and saw a black snake with 2 yellow stripes running down its back. He smiled at his mate. Ramsey was the one who picked Sage up, handing him to Garrison as he did. Shifters were used to being naked in front of each other, but being vulnerable enough to bend over in front of the entire clan was just a little bit too much, even for Garrison. Garrison nodded to Ramsey, thanking him. Sage wrapped his little snake's body around Garrison's arm and then worked his way up his shoulder to his neck, wrapping around it. His head was against Garrison's cheek. Someone from the clan gave them an, "Aw, that's so sweet." Several more people said, "Yeah." Ramsey smirked. "You're done here, Garrison. Get cleaned up and spend time with your mate. I'll need you later tonight." "Yes, Alpha." Garrison nodded and left the circle. Chapter 16. Even after they entered their bedroom, Sage still didn't remove himself from Garrison's neck. He was perfectly comfortable where he was, thank you very much. "Are you going to shift for me, baby?" Sage didn't move or even respond through their bonding link. He figured that his lack of response was probably enough of an answer. Garrison chuckled and walked into the bathroom. He turned on the shower and waited until the water heated. Sage was a little confused when Garrison grabbed not 1, but 2 washcloths from the cupboard before stepping under the spray. Sage basked in the warmth. He had always loved the water. Garrison bent at the waist and propped his foot up on the side of the tub. That was when Sage saw the bloody wounds. Sage moved down Garrison's body and shifted once he was able to get his human feet under him. "Oh my God, you're hurt! How did I miss this?" Sage grabbed a washcloth from Garrison's hand and began cleaning one of the puncture wounds on his thigh. "I'll be fine," Garrison said. "You could have been killed." Sage knew he had a scowl and yelled, "This is why I didn't want you to go into the challenge to begin with. It's a ridiculous way to figure out the hierarchy. Fucking stupid, violent way for things to go. We're shifters, not animals. We should have more common sense than to maim each other. You had nothing to prove anyway. Everyone can tell you're the strongest shifter in the clan. They can all just fucking deal with it." Sage huffed out a breath and looked up at Garrison through his lashes. Garrison smiled but didn't say anything. "What? You have something to say, I can tell, so just say it." Garrison shook his head. "Nothing. It's just that you're really cute when you get mad." Garrison grinned, and that melted some of Sage's anger. Sage blushed at the compliment. "Shut up, I am not." He moved the bloody cloth over to another puncture wound. Garrison cupped his cheek with one hand and he leaned forward, lifting Sage's face so they made eye contact. Garrison kissed him. "So sexy when you're outraged." Sage moved closer, laying the cloth over Garrison's thigh. He was the one who initiated the kiss, although Garrison took over. His tongue swept inside Sage's mouth, tasting him. The kiss was more demanding than any others they had shared. Garrison hadn't demanded anything of him. He knew that Garrison had put his own needs aside so Sage would feel safe. Sage knew Garrison wanted more sex than Sage had been able to give him. The process had been slower than most shifters went through. Whatever wall had held him back before disappeared. Garrison needed him, and Sage was going to make sure he was there. Sage wrapped his fingers around Garrison's cock. Garrison ended the kiss.
his lips pressing to Sage's chin and then along his jaw. Sage moaned when he felt warm lips on his neck. He had always loved having his neck kissed, and the way Garrison kissed, as if he were working his way inside Sage's body through his skin, one slow press of lips at a time, made Sage crazy with lust. A hot, wet tongue pressed to his neck, and then teeth nipped him in that exact same spot, followed by more tongue. Sage moved his hand up Garrison's shaft and then back down again. "I want you," Garrison whispered just beneath his ear. I want you too." Sage pumped Garrison's cock, showing him just how much. "I don't want to injure your leg even more than it already is, though." "I'll bandage it, and then we can make love." One of Garrison's hands gripped Sage's cock, and the other ran down his back, kneading his ass cheek. "Touch me," Sage said, and Garrison ran his finger along the crack of his ass, interpreting Sage's words correctly. Sage pressed his ass against that finger, wanting it to go in, needing it to move around his hole for a bit before pressing inside. Sage was just getting ready to ask for it when there was a knock on the bathroom door. "No!" Garrison yelled out, his tone aggressive and irritated. "I need to fix your leg," Lucas yelled from the other side of the bathroom door. "No!" "I think we should let him fix your leg," Sage whispered. Garrison huffed out a breath. "Fine. But make it quick and then get out." "Geez, you're welcome," Lucas yelled. "I'll be right back." Garrison kissed Sage one more time and then pulled away. Sage grabbed the washcloth that covered Garrison's wound as he pulled the shower curtain back and stepped out. Sage held the shower curtain open and watched Garrison as he grabbed a towel from the cupboard. His cock was still hard, and it showed through the towel. Garrison leaned against the sink as if he was waiting for it to go down. He shut off the water and stepped over the lip of the tub. Water dripped all over the floor, getting it wet. They would have a mess to clean up. They would have fun making it, though. He stepped between Garrison's legs and untucked the towel. The edge of it fell away, exposing Garrison's cock. "You aren't helping my situation," Garrison grinned, and then moaned when Sage fell to his knees, his fingers lacing through the strands of Sage's hair. "I'm helping. Trust me." Sage licked at the shaft from root to tip, tasting the pre-cum. He swirled his tongue around the head a few times and then sucked as if Garrison's cock were a lollipop. "Fuck, baby, you are very good at this." Garrison ran his fingers through Sage's hair in a way that was a cross between a caress and a nervous gesture. "I need to come inside you. I need to bite you." Sage watched him even as he sucked Garrison's cock. Garrison's fangs dropped down and his eyes changed to his dragon's. Garrison kissed him with a frantic need he'd never displayed before. Sage pulled off and moved back. He let Garrison lift him by his armpits. He wasn't sure how their positions reversed, but he felt his ass press against the edge of the sink. He moved over just enough to sit on the counter, taking Garrison with him, wrapping his legs around Garrison's waist. His upper back pressed against the wall. He clung to Garrison, pulling him closer. He felt a slick finger at his entrance, and he moved so he lay on the counter, his head at a weird angle. Sage didn't know when Garrison had gotten the lube from the drawer, but he was glad he did. Garrison's finger sank into him and then pulled out again. He broke the kiss and straightened. He played with Sage's nipples, making him arch into the touch. Garrison withdrew his finger and picked Sage up. Sage squealed a little at the abrupt change, although he should have come to expect it. Garrison laid him on the bathroom floor, entering him with 2 fingers. The stretch felt nice, and Sage lifted his legs. When Garrison set a rhythm, Sage tried to match the movements as best he could, wanting it harder. Garrison added a 3rd finger, and then stilled inside him, studying Sage's face, making sure he was comfortable. "Move, please," Sage breathed out. Garrison pulled out halfway and then entered him again. Garrison wrapped his hand around Sage's. He set a rhythm that made Sage crazy. "By the gods, I can't come until you're in me." Sage was so close. After only a couple of minutes of Garrison's delicious treatment, he had to talk himself down. "Don't come, baby." Garrison pulled his fingers out and lined up his cock. Sage felt the head at his hole. He vibrated with his need. His teeth descended and he could feel his eyes change. Garrison pushed in slowly at first,
but it was clear he was holding back, trying not to take too much too soon.
"Hurry, Garrison."
Sage moved his hips up, wanting more inside him. Still, Garrison went slow.
"Please."
"I don't want to hurt you."
Garrison had a tick in his jaw.
"Give it to me hard, damn it!"
Sage knew he shouldn't have yelled, but he was getting frustrated with the kid gloves. Garrison growled and grabbed Sage's legs, pulling them hard against Garrison's thighs. His cock slammed into Sage and he cried out. Garrison pulled back out part way and slammed home again. Garrison set a punishing pace that broke something free inside Sage. He wasn't even aware of the trappings. It was as if the rape had locked him in a cage, but Garrison unlocked the door. He needed to know he was okay in asking for it, that he was safe because it was Garrison giving it to him.
"I love you so much."
That was truer than at any other time during their mating. Sage wrapped his arms around his mate. When Garrison sank his teeth in, Sage came so hard he saw stars. Sage bit down on Garrison's shoulder and tasted the hot liquid on his tongue. Garrison grunted, and his movements became erratic. He took 2 long pulls before letting go. He licked at Garrison's wound, kissing it. Garrison held on for several more seconds before he pulled his teeth out.
"I can feel how satisfied you are."
Sage's lips moved against Garrison's shoulder.
"You feel less broken."
Garrison did have a way of putting things. Sage laughed.
"You put me back together with your cock."
Garrison chuckled.
"That isn't true."
Garrison's softened cock fell out of Sage and he rolled onto his back against the sink cabinet. He pulled Sage with him, which Sage appreciated.
"Can we do it like that again?"
"Oh, yeah."
He laid his head on Garrison's chest, his hand moving down his torso. That was when he saw it.
"Oh my God, you're bleeding!"
Sage yelled and sat up. Sage grabbed the towel that was on the floor and used it to clean up some of the blood.
"It's just blood,"
Garrison said. Sage scowled at him.
"It's your blood. We did too much. I shouldn't have pushed you."
"That was worth it."
Someone knocked on the door, and then the knob turned without waiting for an answer. "Move back if you're next to him, Sage, and I'll heal him," Lucas said. A hand with a ball of energy in it was the only thing Sage saw. Sage backed up against the side of the bathtub. "I moved." Lucas set the energy free, and it went into Garrison. Garrison winced and rolled onto his back.
"Damn it, that hurt."
Sage moved back to him then. He lay his head on his chest. "I could have done it while you two were fucking, but I figured I'd let you finish first. I had no idea you were a screamer, Sage." Lucas laughed even as the door closed. Then the door opened again, and Vaughn peeked around. Sage grabbed the towel and threw it over Garrison's cock. They might have been shifters, but Vaughn didn't need to see what his mate's spent cock looked like.
"Go away, Vaughn."
"I just wanted to tell you that unlike Lucas, I did take you for a screamer. For the record." Vaughn grinned.
"Get out,"
Sage said, and picked up the nearest thing he could find, which happened to be the wet washcloth on the side of the tub. Sage threw it, aiming for Vaughn's head. He would have hit it too, but Vaughn pulled the door closed at the last minute. Vaughn and Lucas laughed their asses off in the next room.
"Assholes!"
"That's what he said," Vaughn yelled. Sage rolled his eyes and shook his head.
"You're my screamer, baby."
Garrison rubbed his back.
"Oh my gods, you did not just say that."
"What?"
Chapter 17. Sage woke, rubbing his cheek against Garrison's chest, trying to go back to sleep. He made a valiant effort to win the battle for a few minutes before his brain wanted him to wake again. He was so warm and comfortable that he didn't want to move. He lay on top of Garrison, which seemed to be their thing lately. They would start out spooning with Garrison wrapped around Sage, creating a wonderful cocoon good for hibernating. Somehow they would inevitably wake up in a weird position with Sage on top of Garrison. Sage suspected he was the main instigator. Sage lifted his head from Garrison's chest and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. He eyed the alarm clock and noticed it was still early. He went to grab his phone from the nightstand and realized how close to the edge they were. Poor Garrison was about ready to fall off. Sage grabbed his phone and then tried to move away, but Garrison tightened his hold.
"You're on the edge, love," Sage whispered. Garrison rolled them over so that he was on top. Sage chuckled and held on tight. Garrison rubbed his cheek against Sage's.
Why are you awake so early in the morning? The sun hasn't even come up yet.
I don't know. Maybe it's my body's way of telling me I need to go back to work. Why are you awake so early?
Because someone kept wiggling around on top of me. It's like sleeping through an earthquake.
Garrison kissed his cheek and then commenced with the rubbing. If Garrison had started purring like a big cat, it wouldn't have surprised Sage. Nevertheless, Sage loved it.
Is your mind racing? Do you need me to help you relax?
Sage smiled. No, I'm relaxed.
Then what keeps you awake, baby?
I used to get up really early every morning for my job at the diner. I guess I'm just ready to get back to work. I was going to text my boss and ask her to put me back on the schedule.
Only if you're ready.
Will you go to work with me, just for a little while until I feel comfortable going on my own?
Yes, but only if you do something for me first.
Sage smiled and wrapped his legs around Garrison's waist. Do I get to pay you in sexual favors? Garrison chuckled.
I was going to ask you to read our book to me, but I like your idea better.
Sage laughed. We can do both, but I have an idea. Why don't we go to my cabin later and make love in front of the fire? Maybe we can even spend the night there.
We need to stay close to the family.
Garrison lifted enough to meet his gaze. It seemed as if he liked the idea, but didn't want to take the chance of something bad happening. Just one night, please. It will be romantic, and we could be alone, which I think we both need, especially after what happened last night with Vaughn and Lucas. Garrison sighed.
Alone sounds nice.
Very, very nice. Garrison rolled off Sage, pulling him against his side.
I guess we could do that this one time.
Sage climbed on top of Garrison, straddling his lap, and practically bounced on top of him in his excitement. It'll be so romantic, you just wait and see. Garrison grabbed the book off the nightstand and handed it to Sage. Sage stepped into the diner for the first time in months. He felt different, as if he had lived 100 lives since the last time he had been in there. He couldn't say that he was better off back then. Maybe in some ways he was. He really didn't know. The rape had changed him in ways he couldn't undo, no matter how much he wished it would be different. Some of those changes weren't pretty. He lifted on his toes to give Garrison a kiss. You can sit in that corner booth if you want. It usually doesn't get that busy on a Wednesday, so I doubt Andrea will make you move for paying customers. Garrison nodded. Do you want me to bring you anything before I get started? Sage fell into his waiter routine just by walking through the door.
Coffee?
Sage smiled and let Garrison's hand go. Garrison had brought their book with him, and he held it as he sat in the booth and made himself comfortable. Sage went behind the counter to start the coffee. Sage was glad the restaurant was empty. He needed time to adjust. Garrison knew just how ugly his psychosis could get sometimes. He was a lot better than he had been months ago, thanks to Garrison, therapy, and medication, but he still had his weird moments that set him off. Moments where he thought people were following him. Of course, they only came when Garrison wasn't around, which wasn't very often. They were in each other's pockets more times than not. That would have to change, though. Garrison had just gained many responsibilities with the beta position. He also would probably want to get a job of his own at some point, which reminded Sage to talk to Andrea about the empty storefront next door. Garrison wasn't the type to sit around and let someone else take care of him. He was the exact opposite, in fact. Sage fully expected Garrison to find a way to make the carpentry work. He was good at it, and he seemed to enjoy it. By the gods, you really are back, Andrea said as he came behind the long counter. He smiled and then held out his arms for the hug he could tell Andrea wanted, but wasn't sure if she could go for. It was sad how insecure his friends had gotten around him. He knew his body language said hands off, and he was getting better at telling people when he didn't want to be touched. They hugged quickly and Sage pulled away. Have you met Garrison? Not officially. He was at the challenge, though. Andrea wriggled her eyebrows. He's really cute. A sexy badass. Sage chuckled. I'll introduce you. Just let me get him some coffee. He's kinda addicted to it now and gets a little grouchy without it. I'll bring it to him and introduce myself. You should go back and say hello to Rory before the morning rush starts. He's been grumbly a lot because he's had to come up front and serve the customers a time or two. Oh man, you must have been desperate. I'm so sorry I left you hanging."
Andrea waved him away.
"You went through something traumatic, Sage. I'm surprised you're here now. It still seems early, given the circumstances. Thanks for giving me time. You can thank Garrison and Dr. Tucker for my being here. Really, it's Garrison that makes me better than I really am."
Sage thought about that for a second.
"Yeah, that's about it. I feel almost normal when I'm with him."
Sage handed the coffee to Andrea.
"That's really sweet. I hope I find my mate soon and I have the same reaction to him or her. Do you hope for a male or female more? I'm bisexual, so I don't care about gender. Never have. Hey, I wanted to ask you about the empty storefront next door before we get busy and I forget. Is it available and cheap?" "Yes and yes. Do you know someone who might want it?"
She was like a dog waiting for someone to throw a ball at the mere mention of filling the space.
"Yeah, Garrison and I are interested. Maybe you can talk to him about it."
Sage smiled and watched Andrea walk around the counter over to Garrison. She said something and tilted her head to the side. Knowing Garrison the way he did, Sage wouldn't be surprised if he silently demanded that of her. Ramsay wasn't a very formal alpha and didn't hold much to propriety, but Garrison, on the other hand, did. The clan would have to get used to it. Andrea said something and they shook hands. She pointed to the wall that separated the restaurant from the empty space next door. Garrison nodded his head. "She's showing me the storefront. I'll be right back," he heard Garrison say through their bond link. Sage nodded. Garrison winked. Sage smiled and headed into the back. Rory was already there prepping the kitchen.
"Can I do anything to help?"
Sage hated doing nothing while he was at work. It was called work for a reason, and he wasn't about to stand around wasting Andrea's money.
"Well, it's about fucking time. You know how much I hate people, and I had to interact with them."
Rory had his long hair pulled up and piled on top of his head. He was supposed to wear a hairnet, but never did, no matter how much Andrea yelled at him to put the thing on.
"Well, it's a good thing you're pretty, because that at least makes up for your prickly personality."
Which was probably why Andrea even let him go to the front and serve in the first place. The only way Rory made any tips at all was from his gorgeous face.
"Saw your mate at the challenge. He's one scary motherfucker," Rory said. "I suppose he would be to most shifters. He doesn't scare you?"
Sage made a face.
"He's a big softy."
Rory's eyebrows raised.
"You can make the pancake batter. You still remember how, right?"
Rory moved around the kitchen with an efficiency that spoke of his years on the job. Sage rolled his eyes.
"I wasn't gone that long. Felt like forever."
Sage smiled.
"I missed you too, Rory."
Rory scowled at him but didn't say a word. Sage waited tables for a good 4 hours before he finally got a break. He carried 2 plates to the table Garrison was still sitting at and set them down.
"I'm going to go get us something to drink."
"Just sit down and I'll get it." Garrison closed his book and stood. He kissed Sage on the forehead before walking over to the counter. Andrea smiled when she saw him. Sage sat, picking up their book just to see how far Garrison had gotten. The book needed contemplation. Each sentence deserved equal consideration before moving on to the next. He was glad Garrison was taking his time. Either that, or he was a really slow reader, in which case Sage had given him the perfect gift. So either way, it was a win-win. Garrison walked back to the table with 2 sodas in his hands. He set them on the table before sitting. Sage laid his head on Garrison's shoulder and took a French fry, chewing it before speaking.
"I'm so not used to being on my feet for so long anymore."
"Do you need to go home?" Garrison picked up the burger Sage had brought him and took a bite.
"No, I can finish my shift. It's just been busier than it normally is for a weekday, so more tables to wait on. On the plus side, I'm making some kick-ass tips. Mr. Harlow from the bank gave me a $10 tip, and all he had was a coffee. And then Maxine, Rory's mom, paid for her bill with a $20. I ended up with almost $15.
Sage sighed and took another fry.
I love this town.
It wasn't lost on Sage that most of the town's residents knew what he'd gone through, and that he had been out of work for a while. They were helping him without making him feel as though it was charity. He appreciated them.
Yeah, me too. I'm taking that store. It needs a little bit of work, but nothing major.
I want to help.
Of course. It'll be your business too.
Sage lifted his head off Garriden's shoulder and watched him eat for several minutes.
What?
Nothing. I was just thinking about how great you are for staying with me today, Sage said.
You did promise me a romantic evening by the fire.
Oh, is that how this is going to go? Every time I want you to come to work with me, I have to pay you?
In sexual favors.
Garriden's voice carried across the restaurant. Andrea choked on whatever she was drinking, and someone 2 booths up laughed. Sage felt heat creep into his face, and he knew he blushed. You said that on purpose, didn't you? Sage narrowed his eyes.
I like the pretty blush you get,
Garriden whispered. The bell over the door dinged, and Ramsey came in. He stood just inside the doorway, looking around until he spotted Garriden. He made his way over to the table and sat down.
I need you at a meeting tonight. How long is the meeting?
Garriden pushed his plate toward Ramsey.
Thanks.
Ramsey took a fry. Sage had never seen him nervous before, but there it was written all over his face.
How long? I have a date with Sage. Probably no more than a couple hours, Ramsey said.
Andrea came over then. Can I get you anything, Alpha?
My usual and a water. Thanks, Andrea.
Andrea smiled and left them.
About an hour ago, a group of warlocks just showed up in town requesting a meeting with me. It's not wise to go without my beta.
I agree.
Are the warlocks a threat? No, but we are keeping Lucas away from them for the moment. I'm not sure their intentions are legitimate.
Do you smell dishonesty?
No.
Garriden nodded once, but didn't say anything. He looked at Sage as if he wanted to say something. What?
Nothing.
No, you're looking at me for a reason, and I want to know what it is.
I don't want you near the strangers. Not within 100 feet of them, Garriden said. He can stay with Bennett and Lucas during the meeting. They're at their house for now, Ramsey said.
Sage sighed. I really hate being away from you, but fine. Whatever. Let me out.
It's just for a couple of hours, baby.
Which will feel like a million years. I need to go back to work, Garriden. Sage nudged him, but it was like moving a brick wall.
Sage?
Sage rolled his eyes. I'm giving in to you. Now let me out so I can do my job. Garriden stood and Sage scooted out. He started walking away, but Garriden grabbed his hand, making him stop and turn around. Garriden tugged, and Sage couldn't resist. He went willingly. Sage smiled and let Garriden have his way. Garriden kissed him.
I really hate being away from you two.
Chapter 18. Garriden stood next to Bennett and Thad next to him. It would have been Gabriel, but he was still gathering information at the Vampire Coven. Thad was a good choice for a third. He was observant and used his senses correctly. The dragon pulled Ramsey into a hug of the one-armed variety.
It's good to see you again, Ramsey, despite the circumstance for my visit. You too, Gavin.
Ramsey pulled away.
Thanks for coming.
Ramsey turned slightly.
This is Garriden Eric, my beta.
Garriden dropped his gaze, as was the custom for dragon shifters.
You remember my brother Bennett.
Bennett did the same thing, dropping his gaze.
Thad is one of my enforcers.
Thad tilted his head to the side like a wolf, as was the custom there in St. Lakes. Thad had enough sense to look away from the Alpha's eyes, at least. Gavin would have considered it a challenge if he hadn't. The dragon was a very strong shifter who could wipe his ass with Thad. Garriden wasn't sure even he could defeat the man. Not that it was going to be a problem. They were mostly there for the warlocks who were coming into the meeting in a few minutes. Ramsey didn't trust them, and wasn't sure what to expect.
This is Tegan. He's here on behalf of the Shifter Council, as per your request.
Tegan dropped his gaze to Ramsey and then to Garriden.
Kerwin is part of my inner circle and is my best tracker. He's at your service.
Kerwin followed the tradition as well, dropping his gaze for Ramsey. Ramsey sat in one of the chairs in the room, and the dragon did the same.
Thank you. The vampires are preparing for war with the shifters. Stavros has been causing problems for shifters for a long time. I have a feeling he's gearing up for something big. I'm not sure what.
The fact that Ramsey didn't mention that Lucas was connected said a lot about how much Ramsey truly trusted these shifters. Garriden was grateful Ramsey was being protective. He didn't want yet another threat to Lucas.
and telling these men about him may very well cause problems. "What is his motivation for wanting us dead?" Tegan asked. He looked skeptical, and Garrison had to wonder how serious he took their claim.
"Stavros had Garrison and Bennett's village attacked years ago. I bet if I were to have one of my more computer-savvy brothers dig a little further, we would find out other villages were attacked in the same way."
Bennett stiffened beside him. Garrison moved closer, letting him know he was there and felt the exact same way. Just the thought of finally getting justice for Bennett's parents, something Garrison had been working toward before Stavros had captured him, made Garrison vibrate with the urgency of it all. "I need evidence of this if I'm going to take this back to the Shifter Council. Solid evidence, not just the word of a water monster and his beta, no offense," Tegan said at the last part to Ramsey. Then it was Ramsey's turn to stiffen.
"I'm working on getting you what you need. Having the Shifter Council back us would put things in our favor. As of right now, if the vampires attack us next week, we would probably lose, just based on the numbers alone. Even with your clan's help, Gavin."
It was the first time Garrison had heard the desperation in Ramsey's voice. "Vampires outnumber shifters 3-1. This is something the Council has known for a long time," Tegan said.
"Why would this be significant information to the Council if they didn't already know about the attacks?" Garrison asked.
All eyes turned to him.
"It seems to me the Council knows more than it's saying. St. Lakes is getting caught in the middle of something big. Stavros held me captive for more years than some of you have been alive. That should be evidence enough."
"Look, the Council has heard about your situation, and while we are glad you've been rescued, your capture could mean any number of things," Tegan said.
"What my imprisonment meant is that I pissed them off by digging a little too deeply into the attack. Wolf shifters attacked my village, killed my friends and family. I learned that Stavros strong-armed the wolves into the attack. He was pitting us against each other, trying to get our numbers down years ago. Someone on the Shifter Council has to know about this, and if they don't, then why do we even have a council?"
Garrison waited for Tegan to blow up. Garrison knew he shouldn't have provoked Tegan. They needed him to talk to the Council, gain their help. But the longer they talked, the more it became clear that he wasn't going to get justice for his best friends. He didn't have to wait long. Tegan came around the chair Gavin sat in toward Garrison. "You talk like you have someone to back your words." Ramsey stood.
"He does."
Tegan was just about to say something when there was a knock on the door. The doorknob turned and Lucas entered the room, followed by Vaughn and Sage. Garrison's eyes changed and he growled,
"Come here,"
to both Sage and Lucas. Sage's mouth dropped open and he ran across the room. Garrison shoved him behind his back. Lucas hung back, though. "I'm sorry. Lucas wouldn't stay at the house. Don't kill me, Ramsey." Vaughn looked as if someone had just pissed in his Cheerios. Ramsey pointed to Thad, silently telling Vaughn to stand next to him. Vaughn complied. Lucas held up a hand to Bennett and seemed to communicate through their mental link. Bennett nodded. Garrison could feel Lucas in his mind and opened himself. Tegan gasped. Lucas must have let Tegan into his thoughts, giving him information about Garrison. He wished Lucas hadn't have trusted a stranger with such personal information. Garrison didn't know or trust him. Still, he trusted Lucas, and that was good enough. That didn't stop Garrison from cooking his finger at Lucas and pointing to Bennett. "Now," he projected to Lucas. Besides Sage, Lucas was the only other person Garrison had a mental link with, but then Lucas had a mental link with everyone. Lucas's eyes widened and he nodded. After a few minutes, Tegan said, "You won't have the Council's backing, at least not every member. The bear shifter will be a problem and not want to get involved with shifters that aren't like him. He's a loner most of the time, but he's the one that needs to be convinced. He's the reason I gave you such a hard time. He has the other shifters' ears in a way that I don't." Garrison didn't know what to say. "Would he listen to another bear shifter?" Sage asked from behind him, and Garrison wanted to spank his sexy ass for putting attention on himself. "Better than he would listen to me, but they are rare," Tegan said. "Rory is a bear shifter," Sage whispered. Ramsey groaned.
"He is not a good choice to send on this mission."
Ramsey turned to Vaughn.
"Go get Rory and bring him here."
Vaughn nodded and left the room. "I'll just text him," Sage whispered. Garrison felt the hand, which had been gripping his shirt, leave. A few seconds went by, and Sage sighed. "He's such an ass sometimes. He doesn't believe me."
"That sounds like the bear shifter I know."
Tegan smiled. He shifted his eyes to Garrison.
"I'm sorry. I didn't know how it was for you while you were with the vampires," Tegan said.
Garrison nodded.
"What are you?"
Gavin asked Lucas. Lucas took Bennett's hand.
"You smell different. I've never smelled that before."
Lucas didn't answer.
"He's a witch," Ramsay said.
All three men gasped.
"There is no such thing," Tegan said.
His doubtful nature seemed to be a personality trait. Lucas met Garrison's gaze, waiting for permission to speak. When Garrison nodded, Lucas brought a ball of energy up and held it in his hand. He took it back into himself and smiled. "I'm as real as any one of you. I could probably convince the council."
"No,"
Bennett and Garrison said at the exact same time. Before Garrison could say anything, the door opened, and in walked a dark-haired man. He wore a black leather coat and had eyes almost as black. He walked as though he had something sharp and painful shoved up his ass. Two other men followed him. They both had blonde hair, light-colored eyes, and dressed in a similar fashion, sort of a nerdy biker type, as if they were trying too hard to be cool. The men took in the room. "We were told to be in this exact place at this exact time. Who is in charge here?" Garrison raised an eyebrow at the man who spoke and wanted to roll his eyes at the pompous attitude.
"Me."
"We're told to lend you our services. You're in the ancestors' favor," the man said. His eyes moved to Lucas. Bennett pushed Lucas behind his back, and Garrison came to stand in front of them both. "We aren't a threat to any of you."
"That still needs to be determined," Garrison said. "Stand down, Garrison," Ramsay said, and turned to the warlocks. "Thank you for your help."
"I see you have something very important to protect. My people will help you. The witch is important in all of this." Someone tugged on his shirt sleeve. Garrison turned to Lucas. "They're telling the truth," Lucas whispered. "Do you know why the vampires want me?" The warlock shook his head. "At first, to heal, but now we don't know. We may be able to find out, though. We'll be in contact." All three warlocks just disappeared after that, as if they weren't ever there to begin with. The air around them never even stirred.
"Well, that was kind of creepy," Gavin said.
Lucas snorted out a laugh.
"The leader walked like he had a spike up his ass."
He came around Bennett then, sobering. "I couldn't get into their heads. I tried and figured out enough to know they were truthful. First time that has ever happened to me." "Rory is here. He doesn't want to come in," Sage whispered to Garrison. "I got this," Lucas said, and seemed to be concentrating. His eyes widened as he turned to Kerwin, who had remained quiet so far. "You're his—" "Oh, wow," Lucas chuckled. "What?" Kerwin asked, and narrowed his eyes. "Why are you looking at me that way?" "You'll find out in about 3, 2... And that was when Rory came through the door.
"I don't want a mate."
His eyes changed about a dozen times. Kerwin growled at him.
"Fuck you. I don't either."
Kerwin took a step closer to Rory despite his words. Rory held up his hand.
"Get away from me, dragon."
Garrison felt Sage come around him for the first time since he'd gotten there. Sage started across the room to Rory, but Garrison snaked an arm around his waist, pulling him against his chest.
"No, baby. Let them figure it out themselves."
Rory growled low in his throat at Kerwin and then turned to Ramsay.
"Sage told me I'm needed. I need to go talk to another bear shifter?"
"Yes."
"I'll go just to get away from him."
Rory's gaze shifted to Kerwin.
"You better be out of my town by the time I get back."
Garrison felt someone tug on his sleeve and saw Lucas standing there. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" Garrison nodded. He got Bennett's attention and pointed to Sage. Bennett stepped in front of Sage, blocking him from view of the others. Garrison led Lucas toward the back of the room where they would have more privacy. "I'm sorry, I didn't really think about the information I was giving him before I let him into your mind. I only gave him what I thought would make him empathetic to our cause, I promise." Lucas wrung his hands together. Please don't hate me. I can't lose someone else to this thing."
"What thing are you talking about?" Garrison asked gruffly.
"The witch thing. My parents hate me because of it, and if you started hating me too, well, I don't know what I would do, but it would really suck. I'm starting to think of you like my parents, which is really weird considering we look about the same age. Anyway, I'm sorry. I won't do it again."
"You were right to do it. It worked. I'm proud of you for taking the chance."
Lucas's smile was priceless. "Really?"
"Yes, and I already think of you as my son, so it's not weird. You and Bennett."
Garrison placed a kiss on Lucas's forehead.
"I apologize for scolding you. Your instincts were correct. Keep following them, even when I question your judgment, because even if you're wrong, I'll still love you, Lucas."
Lucas hugged Garrison. "I love you, Pops. You know, for someone who said a total of 4 words when you first got here, you really do know the right things to say."
"It's the truth."
"Pops." Garrison shook his head. "I know. I'm in your head." Yeah. Garrison could feel him there. Chapter 19. Sage watched as Rory left the house with Tegan. Tegan tried to open the car door for him, but Rory growled low in his throat at the gesture. Sage shook his head and went to turn from the window, but arms came around his waist. He leaned his head against Garrison's chest and closed his eyes. "I'm sorry I crashed your meeting." Sage took one of Garrison's hands and lifted it to his lips, kissing the palm.
"It's okay, baby."
"I'll listen to you next time," Sage said. Garrison chuckled.
"I seriously doubt that."
"Are you ready to go to my house?" Sage asked, smiling.
"We can't, baby. Look."
Garrison pointed to something in the yard. Sage tried to see past the outside house light and into the dark. A person stepped into the light just as he tried to focus. He saw Magnus, who scowled, but also seemed a little sad. "I don't think he's a threat, Garrison. I think he just wants to talk to Layden. You remember what that felt like. I remember that. I wanted you so bad, but at the same time you scared the crap out of me." Sage rubbed his ass against Garrison's groin. "I'm so glad you turned out to be a gentle dragon."
"Only with you,"
Garrison said.
"That's true. He's really not that gentle of a dragon. Well, maybe if you counted that time when he tore Bennett's house up, screaming, 'Give me my mate' at the top of his lungs."
Vaughn opened the refrigerator, standing there as if it held the key to his future or something. Bennett walked into the room and smacked Vaughn on the back of the head as he passed.
"Close the refrigerator door, stupid."
He got a glass down from the cupboard and ran the tap water, filling the glass. Vaughn pulled out a can of soda and shut the door. He stood next to Bennett.
"What are you doing?"
Bennett rolled his eyes.
"Getting Lucas something to drink. Why are you being so annoying right now?"
Vaughn shrugged. "I'm bored."
"Read a book, or watch a movie, or better yet, go to bed," Bennett said.
Vaughn grinned. "I love how you try to give me suggestions. I would do those things, but I find it much more relaxing to torment Sage." Vaughn turned his eyes on Sage, who groaned. Sage turned in Garrison's arms. "Please, can we go home? Just for one night? He's going to drive me crazy." Sage pointed a finger at Vaughn, who was grinning like an idiot. "Look at him. He's going to knock on our door every 5 minutes just to annoy me." Vaughn's face lit up. "That's a great idea." Sage pulled his eyeglasses out of his front pocket and put them on. He knew Garrison thought they were sexy. He gave his best puppy dog eyes.
Garrison sighed. "Please let Ramsey know that Sage and I are going to his cabin. We'll be back no later than noon tomorrow. If we're not back by then, come looking for us."
Bennett nodded once, and Vaughn saluted Garrison.
"Oh, and Bennett, make sure Layden doesn't go outside. Magnus is out there just waiting for his chance to take him. Let Ramsey know as well. I don't think he's a threat, really, not even to Layden. But the mate hormones will kick in, and Layden might go with him willingly." "Right. Vaughn can stay with Layden tonight, seeing as he's so bored and all," Bennett said. Vaughn chuckled. "Layden does need to be cheered up. He's been a little asshole since the whole Magnus thing." Vaughn started out of the room but stopped and turned, a serious expression on his face. "You guys, Ramsey included, played that whole situation all wrong.
You'd do better to just invite him in here and explain that he has to wait for Layden. Sage is right about him. He just wants his mate. Communication is the key in this situation." With that, Vaughn left the room. Sage decided to build a fire while Garrison looked around outside, making sure there were no threats. Garrison was so on edge that Sage wasn't sure if the alone time would be worth all the worry. Him stressing over the vampires only made Sage that much more paranoid about them. He placed another log on the fire just as Garrison came inside. Garrison hung his coat on the rack next to the door and took off his shoes. It felt more domestic than all their other experiences. It was probably due in large part to the fact that they were in Sage's house, not Mother Estelle's, and he'd always loved his little cabin. It was one of the original buildings in the town, passed on from human to human until the humans became dangerous and the shifters scared them off. That was usually the story of St. Lake's. Shifters had been there first, and then humans came in, taking whatever they wanted, killing both shifters and animals because they were ignorant and couldn't tell the difference. Sage figured the humans were just greedy, wanting the money the animal skins could provide, and didn't care if that animal had a family waiting for its return, or if that animal could shift into a human form. Of course, the trapping and hunting stage happened so long ago, most humans had forgotten. A few hundred years were nothing to them. They'd learned about the prosperity that the animal skins had brought them in history class and had mourned the loss of the money. Shifters learned something different. Sage learned the story about the humans killing them off in huge numbers. Sage had lost a great-grandfather on his dad's side to a human. It was a story of caution, and one that the shifters of St. Lake's had heeded. Humans had found other ways to make money, and they left St. Lake's alone. It had been many years since humans had caused St. Lake's major problems, longer than Sage had been alive. The ones who lived in town knew about shifters and were part of the clan. Their town was safe, or had been before the vampires started showing up. Garrison sat down on the couch. "You manipulated me with your eyeglasses. I notice you still haven't taken them off." Sage smiled and poked the fire with the iron rod. He had forgotten to take them off. "I was thinking I'd read some of our book while you're otherwise preoccupied." Garrison chuckled. "Preoccupied how?" "Oh, I don't know. I remember you mentioning once that you wanted to eat my ass." Sage stood and put the poker back in its place. He walked across the room to the kitchen and washed his hands in the sink. The water was so much colder than his skin. The fire had heated him so much it made the warm water seem cold. "Now maybe we could—" Sage went to turn around and he didn't see anyone behind him right away, but he felt them. He stiffened and made a small noise. Then he realized it was Garrison and relaxed. "Duh, who else would it be, Sage? Seeing Magnus earlier has made you crazy again." Garrison wrapped his arms around Sage and held him close. "It's just me, baby." "Sorry. Dr. Tucker says I'll have moments of panic from time to time. I just hate them, though." "Everybody startles, baby. It's completely normal." "Yeah, I guess." Sage knew it wasn't that simple. Not everyone startled as often as he did, nor did they want to fall to the ground in the fetal position, begging the vampires not to touch him again, following the heart-stopping experience. Sage fought the urge every time it happened. "Guess what?" Sage smiled. Garrison had a way of talking that came off as very direct, almost rude to some people. Sage noticed he didn't talk that way as much anymore. "What?" "We're completely alone." "Oh yeah? Whatever shall we do?" "Knit." Sage raised an eyebrow. "You just made a joke." "Crochet." "Oh my gods, you just made another one." Garrison grinned. "Get naked." "I vote for that one." Sage started toward the bedroom. He grabbed the pillows and blankets off the bed, handing them to Garrison, who had followed him in. Sage had other blankets in the closet and went to grab them, taking them out to the living room. Garrison already had the coffee table moved out of the way and was standing around looking at the place. The blankets he carried out were in one giant heap on the couch. "I want to have more kids," Garrison suddenly said, and Sage nearly tripped over the blankets that were dragging on the ground at his feet.
He righted himself quickly enough and just stared at Garrison. Was this man still his mate? Because Sage felt as if someone invaded Garrison's body. Garrison began spreading the blankets out, one at a time, on the floor. After a few minutes, Sage started to think about the way Garrison treated Bennett and Lucas. All the kind things he said and did. Garrison had even started taking on more of a parental role with all the other Somerset siblings, especially Jules and Layton. Sage nodded. I think you make a good father. I just don't know what kind of parent I would make. I mean, I'm so crazy weird, I'll probably scar the poor kid for life.
You'll do just fine. You wait and see.
Sage closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but okay. We can talk to Mother Estelle about adopting. She'd know more about it than just about anyone and can get us in touch with the right people.
Not right away, though. I'd like to have time alone with you first. Garrison smiled. It's a dangerous time right now anyway.
It'll be dangerous for the child regardless, Garrison. At least this way he or she will have your protection.
Our protection, you mean?
Yeah, I guess.
We'll need to expand the house.
Sage smiled. Are you trying to talk yourself out of it now?
Garrison held out his hand. I'm just thinking out loud.
Sage set the blankets he was holding on the couch and went to his mate. I think waiting is a good idea. It'll give me time to get better. Garrison's eyebrows drew together, but he didn't say anything. What?
Nothing.
No, what are you thinking? Garrison sighed.
There's nothing wrong with the way you are now, so just accept yourself.
Chapter 20. Sage darted his gaze at the corner booth and smiled when he saw Garrison. He got a wink and a smile for his efforts. Garrison's words played in his mind. Accept yourself. Sage didn't even know what that meant or how to go about doing it. The whole time he had felt as though he was racing toward a light that was always just out of reach. He was just supposed to accept that he would never reach it. How was he supposed to do that? Sage laid a ticket on the counter and noticed there were several still up there. He rolled his eyes and walked through the kitchen doors. Do you need help, Craig? As replacements went, Sage was sorry Rory wasn't working today. He wouldn't have been working for a while, given his new job as the bear shifter whisperer. Sage would be in and out of the kitchen, helping Craig get caught up every single day until Rory came back. Of course, Craig was a turtle shifter. He was slow in every aspect of his life. He had strawberry blonde hair that spiked at all angles, and blue eyes. He appeared much younger than he was, even for a shifter, which made everyone want to take care of him. That included Sage. Nope, I got this. Craig moved around the kitchen. You need to speed it up then. You're backed up by at least 12 orders and the restaurant is packed, Sage said. Craig sighed. Can you just help me get caught up? Sage smiled. Sure. Maybe Craig felt he had something to prove. After all, Rory was the one who trained him, so Andrea could give the poor man a couple of days off a week. Even though that had been 3 years ago, for someone like Craig, Rory's harsh words probably still lived in his mind, forever making a home. Sage remembered Rory yelling and cursing, telling Andrea he didn't need days off. He remembered Craig crying and quitting 4 times before the dust had settled, and he'd learned the ins and outs of diner cooking. Or he'd learned to do things in the exact way Rory had told him to. He picked up the oldest ticket and got to work. It just so happened to be his table, so he prepared it and took it out himself. He automatically looked toward Garrison's table and smiled when he saw him. Sage turned to his customers and put a plate in front of each of the men sitting in the booth. Be careful, it's very hot. Can I get you anything else? Nope, this should do. Tim dug into his meal. He was a farmer with land on the north end of town. Sage had graduated with Tim's oldest son, but he had been out of town for a long time. The older son was some sort of cop on the west side of the country. The younger son, Josh, who sat opposite Tim, had always seemed a little sad. That morning was no exception. Sage had always wondered about him. Sage knew one thing about Josh, though, and that was he had a thing for Kristen Somerset. but she didn't return his feelings, even to a small degree. Something had been going on with those two for a few months. In fact, just last week, Kristen had come into the restaurant and turned right back around when she'd seen Josh. She had looked as though she swallowed something that used to taste good but had gotten stuck in her throat as soon as she'd spotted him. He knew Tim fairly well. He was a cougar shifter and a good parent. His wife had left him a few years ago when Josh was still a young boy. She was a cougar shifter too. Sage remembered when the divorce happened because everyone always thought they were bonded mates, fated to be together. Until she'd left. No one had questioned their bond or checked for a mating mark. No way she would have been able to leave him if they were. Once a shifter bonded with his fated mate, that was it for life. No taking that back. So everyone knew the truth at that point. There were some speculations as to why they had lied about it, but Sage couldn't remember what they were. He had been a young kid at the time and didn't pay close attention to the adult gossip. And Sage needed to stop gossiping with himself. "Enjoy, gentlemen." Sage left them to their meal. When he looked at Garriden's table again, he noticed Vaughn sitting with him. They appeared to be in a serious discussion about something. The fact that Vaughn was serious about anything said a lot more than the frown on Garriden's face. Sage went back into the kitchen and helped Craig for a good 20 minutes before he took another order out to a table. His brain went on autopilot, creating a habit of always darting a gaze to the corner booth. When he looked, Vaughn sat at Garriden's table by himself. Sage's heart beat hard, causing his chest to ache. He had an overwhelming urge to scream in protest. Instead, he took the plates of food where they belonged, practically throwing them on the table. The poor customers had no idea what got into him. "Are you all right, Sage?" Mrs. Bonner said, grabbing his hand. He pulled away from her and shook his head. "I'm sorry, I'm just—" Mrs. Bonner met her wife's gaze, and some sort of silent communication passed between them. As many years as they had been bonded mates, they didn't even need the mental link to communicate with each other anymore. "Go find out where he went. Maybe that will help you calm down." Gods, could they read his mind or what? Sage nodded and then went to the corner. "Where's Garriden?" "What happened to 'Can I take your order?'" Vaughn said. He felt a rise of panic in his chest and couldn't think about anything else except for the fact that Garriden was no longer sharing the same space as he was. "It got stuck up your ass the second Garriden left. Where is he, Vaughn? Please tell me he's in the bathroom or something." His stomach clenched the longer he stood there. "He's coming back, right?" "I'm afraid you're stuck with me for the next half hour or so," Vaughn said with a grin. "Is he at the garage with Bennett or at Mother Estelle's?" "He's at Mom's talking with Ramsey about the Magnus situation." Vaughn's eyebrows drew together and he watched Sage for several seconds. Sage couldn't hold in the distress he was feeling. It built up in his chest like a damn tower and was so huge it was about ready to topple over at any moment. Vaughn looked around the room before whispering, "Calm down. You're okay, Sage. I'll take you to him when you finish your shift." He heard Vaughn call his name as he turned around without a word. He was sure Vaughn followed, but he went behind the counter to the back, which was off-limits to everyone except employees. He made his way into Andrea's office. "Can I use the phone?" he asked her. He knew every single emotion he felt was written in his body language. No way could he hide how he felt. "What's wrong? Is someone giving you a hard time?" Andrea was a bit of a mother hen to everyone in her employ, and she was clucking. "Vaughn is here instead of Garriden." Andrea's blonde eyebrows drew together. "Why is that a problem?" "I can't be here without him." "Why not?" "I just can't. Please, can I use your phone?" "Did you take your medication this morning?" "I take it at bedtime, and yes, I took it last night." Sage hovered near the phone. "No offense, Sage, but I think you need to talk to Dr. Tucker about changing your meds." Sage tried to decide if she was right or not. He supposed he did come off as a neurotic mess. He'd only come back to work when he felt he was well enough. Andrea hadn't seen how he was before. "This is an improvement. Can I call him or not?" "Yes, of course." Andrea shook her head and went back to what she had been doing before he barged into her office. He turned the phone around and dialed Mother Estelle's number. She answered on the second ring. "Can I talk to Garriden?" He's in a meeting with the Alpha, honey. Is something wrong? Yes, I need him. He's supposed to be here with me. The vampires will come if he's not. What if they come into the restaurant? They might be waiting for Garrett to leave me before they take me again. I can't be without him here, Sage said.
Andrea looked at him with concern on her face.
Isn't Vaughn there? He's supposed to be there. Yes, he's here. Sage, honey, Vaughn is very capable of protecting you. No, he isn't. Please, will you just put Garrett on the phone? Sage, honey, talk to me about how you're feeling.
She wasn't going to let him talk to Garrett. He could tell by the tone of her voice. He dropped the phone on Andrea's desk and slid down the wall. He thought he heard Andrea talking, but it sounded far away. He tried to make himself as small as possible, drawing his knees up to his chest. Maybe the vampires wouldn't find him right away. Not all the way back there in Andrea's office. Maybe if he just stayed there, they would overlook him and pass right on by. Someone touched him on the shoulder, and he shied away from it. Don't touch me! Whoa, take it easy, Sage. Garrett is on the phone. Andrea pressed something to his ear. What's wrong, baby? Garrett's voice said into his ear. I can feel how upset you are. Why are you talking to me on the phone and not through our bonding link? Sage was immediately relieved, so much so that he started crying. He took the phone from Andrea and held it against his face with both hands. I don't know. I didn't think of it, I guess. I can't be here without you. The vampires could come. They won't come there. Not in public in the middle of the day. You're safe there with Vaughn. I promise, baby. Garrett's voice calmed him just a little bit, even as his words did nothing to alleviate his stress. I don't want Vaughn. He doesn't pay attention the way that you do. I'm sorry, baby. I wouldn't have left if I thought you were going to react this way. Why'd you leave? Magnus tried to take Layton. Ramsey's talking with Layton now, and we may need to go out and find Magnus. Talk to him about the situation the way that Vaughn suggested the other day. You need to go out and find him, you mean? Yes. He needs to understand before he gets desperate and hurts someone. Vaughn can bring you back here. Why can't you come and get me? Garrett sighed. I'll be there in 10 minutes. They hung up a minute later, and Sage made his way out of the office. At some point during his conversation with Garrett, Andrea had left the office, probably to cover all of his tables. He should have felt bad for leaving her hanging like that, but couldn't seem to muster up the guilt. He couldn't think past the need to take his next breath, even as panic restricted his airflow even more with each passing second. Whatever small amount of calm he had been experiencing while talking to Garrett went completely out of the window. He stood in the kitchen and looked out at all the people in the restaurant. He knew every single person out there. He knew their stories in a way that only someone who grew up in a small town did. Mrs. Oppenheimer came in every Sunday because her husband used to take her out for Sunday brunch every week, and since he had passed on, she had kept up the tradition. She had told him that 3 years ago, that Sunday after her husband had died. He'd held her hand as she cried and had given her free pancakes that day. Then there was Henry, who was a very smart guy who liked his books way more than he liked interacting with actual people. He came in a couple of times a week and read his book over a single cup of coffee, which Sage silently filled about once an hour. None of these people would let him get hurt, and they wouldn't hurt him. Still, he couldn't go out there and pretend he wasn't scared out of his fucking mind for no other reason but that his mate wasn't within a few feet of him. Andrea came through the kitchen door. Get out of here for today. Maybe go talk to Dr. Tucker? Sage nodded and grabbed his coat. Would you tell Vaughn that I'm waiting for Garrett outside in the back? Sage didn't even wait for a response before leaving the restaurant. The instant he did, he regretted it. After a couple of minutes of the cold winter air freezing his blood, he decided to get moving and walked around the building to the front. He saw Vaughn, still sitting in the restaurant. They made eye contact. Vaughn's concern was obvious. Vaughn stood and put on his coat at about the same time Sage turned. Garrett parked Bennett's truck and got out. He stood, leaning against the door, and watched as Sage started across the parking lot. Sage wiped his eyes even as more tears came. That time, they were tears of relief. Garrett smiled and held out his hand.
Garrison looked to Sage's right, and his expression hardened. Garrison lifted off the car and started running across the parking lot in his direction. He yelled something to Vaughn, who must have been somewhere behind him. Garrison growled, which confused him even more than the running did. Something slammed into Sage, knocking the wind out of him. Whatever it was lifted him off his feet. The pavement was a very fast gray blur. He was stunned for a few minutes, not understanding what was happening. Once reality kicked in and he got his breath back, he started kicking and screaming. He shifted once the pavement turned to snow and leaves, and Sage saw the base of the trees. His clothing fell around him as he shifted, and he struggled to get out of them, wriggling his long body around. Chapter 21. As long as Garrison lived, he would never forget hearing his mate scream in terror. That would live forever in his heart as the single worst sound he had ever heard. He would kill that stupid fucking vampire if he hurt Sage. Hell, he'd kill him anyway for touching him at all. He shifted as quickly as he could, but it was too late. He couldn't match Magnus's vampire speed. Garrison lost him in the forest, although he was in the right area because he saw one of Sage's bright red socks. It was as if Magnus had vanished. Garrison searched for almost an hour before he saw Bennett's black dragon form come in toward his right. Vaughn must have called them. A blue dragon, who Garrison had never seen before, followed Bennett. As they drew closer, Garrison could smell that the blue dragon was Kerwin. Garrison let Kerwin lead, knowing he was supposed to be a good tracker. Garrison's skills in that area were marginal at best, so he'd give over on that one thing. Bennett made a noise low in his throat and moved closer to Garrison, bumping his head against Garrison's in a show of affection that was rare for both of them. They crossed a road and Garrison saw Vaughn's truck barreling down the long stretch after them. Garrison noticed Vaughn had a passenger, but he couldn't tell who it was. He must have gone back to Mother Estelle's house. Kerwin veered off. Garrison bit at the air, sending a warning. He may not have been a good tracker, but he could fight to the death better than most dragons and wouldn't hesitate to kill Kerwin for leading them in the wrong direction. If anything happened to Sage, Garrison wasn't sure what he would do. Probably go feral again. He prayed to the gods that his mate was okay. Kerwin dove down a few minutes later and shifted right in front of a small cabin deep in the woods. Garrison circled it a couple of times, making his presence known to whoever occupied the building. He shifted a few minutes later next to Bennett. Garrison looked at Kerwin. "Are you sure he's in there?" Kerwin shrugged. "I smell you in there. Since we're standing out here, freezing our balls off, I'm going on the assumption it's your mate." "I forgot this place even existed," Bennett said. A shot rang out and all three men fell to the ground. Garrison moved closer to Bennett and covered his head. "Are you hurt?" "Other than my face is getting shoved in the cold-ass snow, no, I'm just fine," Bennett said. Garrison didn't let up. "Now we're even, Dragon. Give me mine and I'll give you yours." Another shot rang out after Magnus made his demand. Garrison felt the air move next to his leg and knew a bullet had barely missed him. "Let me up, Garrison," Bennett said. "No, I'm not losing you the way I lost your father." "I think I can get him to stop shooting at us. Let me up so I can at least talk to him without eating dirt." Garrison growled and moved off. Every instinct in him screamed to keep Bennett covered. "Layden will be here soon, and if you're shooting, a bullet could hit him," Bennett shouted. "How do I know you're telling the truth? You wouldn't just give him to me like that." "You're right, I wouldn't." Another shot rang out, and that time it came close to Bennett's arm. The snow moved around the bullet, flying up and then back down again. Fuck, the vampire was a good shot. "God damn it! I'm telling you, Layden is on his way on foot. There is no road access back to this cabin anymore. You're going to fucking hit him or my other brother with a stray bullet." "You're lying. He's a dragon shifter. He can just fly." "I haven't had my first shift yet," Layden said from behind them. "That's why I can't just fly here." "Come into the house, Layden." Magnus's tone softened. "Oh God, I really want to do what he says, Vaughn." "If he goes, I'm coming with him," Vaughn yelled out. And that was when Bennett stood. Garrison stood with him. "We all go in," Garrison said, and held up his hands. He started walking to the cabin. "Stay right where you are," Magnus said,
and Garrison heard the gun cock. "Only Layden."
"It's not going to happen. He can't mate with you."
Garrison took a step closer. "You're mated to a snake. What gives you a right to be a prejudiced ass?"
"Layden cannot mate with you. It would hurt him physically if he did."
"That's a lie." Garrison turned and waved for Layden to come forward. Layden did and stood beside him.
"Layden, tell him what you smell."
Layden rolled his eyes. "A forest? I don't know. Nothing weird." Garrison turned back to the house.
"He can't smell you, Magnus. He won't be able to until he has his first shift. If he mates with you now, then he might not ever be able to shift, and that would hurt his dragon. It would drive him crazy."
"Gods, maybe I should just mate with him. It's gonna fucking hurt to shift anyway, right? And what if I have fire like Bennett and burn St. Lakes to the ground?"
"Also, something Bennett just about did," Vaughn whispered from somewhere behind him.
"Please, Magnus, give me my friend back. He's very important to me, and he's been hurt by your coven so severely that this experience will traumatize him even more." Layden took a step toward the house. Garrison saw the gun disappear from the broken window, and then the front door opened. Magnus stepped out onto the small wooden porch. "I'm not going to hurt him." Layden smiled. "I know. It's just that, of all the shifters you could have taken, Sage was the worst choice." Magnus shook his head. "He was the only choice. I couldn't take the witch. Your alpha would have killed me. Sage was the best choice because he's mated to your beta."
Garrison growled.
"Neither choice was the right one. I'll kill you for touching him."
Layden's eyes were wide and mouthed something to him that he couldn't understand before turning back to Magnus. "Your coven kidnapped, raped, and beat him. He's not been the same since. He probably never will be," Layden said. "They aren't my coven. I'll talk to him. He strikes at me whenever I get near him." Magnus disappeared inside the cabin. Garrison started toward the cabin, but Layden put a hand on his arm. "He wants to make it right, so let him try. For Sage's sake."
"If he hurts Sage, I'll kill him."
Fuck. Layden was right. If Magnus was relatively harmless, he was the only one who could make it right with Sage. It took everything Garrison had not to go in there, though. His dragon roared out a protest in his mind.
"If he hurts Sage, I'll kill him myself."
Garrison saw Layden had lost some of his innocence in that moment. Poor Layden had to act like an adult and was doing a fine job. Still, Garrison was a little sad at the loss. Garrison wrapped an arm around Layden's shoulder and pulled him into a hug. Chapter 22. Sage struck at Magnus when he drew closer. Not that he was within touching distance, but it conveyed the message well enough for Magnus to sit on the edge of the bed, as far from Sage as he could get. "I grew up in a small coven just off the west coast. My father was a fisherman, and my mother did the accounting for a physician who specialized in birthing babies. It sounds normal, I know, but my father was an asshole who kept a blood whore in our house. I think my mother just stopped caring after a while. Alcohol certainly helped her in that regard. I've heard shifters had a hard time getting drunk, but vampires don't have that problem. My mother was proof. Anyway, she lost her job because of the drinking and went downhill from there. One day she just took off. I kept on my dad to go look for her, and all he would say was that she was a drunk whore that could do whatever she wanted. About a week into her disappearance, I couldn't take it anymore and went looking for her myself. I found her at Stavros's coven a few days later. I was only 13 at the time, and Stavros was so impressed with me that he offered me a job. I took it and have been working for him off and on ever since. I've done some very bad things for him and never really questioned it. I've killed his enemies with a bullet through their heads. I've gathered information. But I never kidnapped anyone. Lucas would have been my first. I never once beat anyone. I've defended myself, though, and I would never touch someone who didn't want my touch." It was the personal story that made Sage shift. He sat with his legs up to his chest. "My mom took off too. She's not a drunk or anything,
And I was an adult, but I haven't heard from her for a few months now. I'm getting worried.
Vampires don't usually stay gone from their children for so long, Magnus said.
Most shifters don't either, but snake shifters can be different, depending on what kind of snake you are. My kind can be gone for years sometimes.
I didn't know that.
Landon's kind doesn't. Dragons stay close to their young for the rest of their lives, usually. That's why they're so protective of him. Plus, he's the baby of the family, so Ramsay especially can get pretty protective. Sage stiffened when Magnus came closer. Don't touch me. I'm not going to. I told you, I don't touch anyone that doesn't want my touch. I wouldn't even touch my mate if he said no. Actually, he is saying no, and I'm in here talking to you. That should tell you something. Sage thought about that for a second, and realized that Magnus was right. Yeah, but it's not because he doesn't want to. He just can't right now. He's really young. 18 years old is consenting for vampires, but not for shifters. The consenting age for shifters is any time after their first shift. Sage shoved himself into the corner as far as he could go when Magnus sat on the floor beside him. He placed a blanket over Sage. Sage hadn't even recognized it was cold in the cabin until something warm covered him. I'm good at finding people. I could look for your mom. Sage's eyes widened. I can't pay you for that. You wouldn't have to. My mate cares about you very much. Plus, it would make it easier if I kept busy while I waited for him. My balls will fall off if I stay around here for very long. Smelling his scent is driving me crazy. Magnus smirked at him. Sage grinned. I identify with the crazy part of all that. I'm learning to embrace it. Magnus grew serious. I'm sorry for scaring you. And I'm sorry for what Stavros's rejects did to you. If I would have known, I would never have taken you. I think I'm not that scared of you. Or I guess I'm as scared as I am of everyone else in this town. As long as no one touches you. Magnus smiled. Except for him. Sage stood, tossing the blanket off, and ran across the room. He jumped on Garrison, wrapping his arms and legs around him, and let himself cry.
Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. You're okay now. I've got you.
Garrison started growling a second later. I'm just covering him. He was shivering earlier. Plus, I'm a vampire, not a shifter. All the nakedness isn't something I'm used to, he heard Magnus say. And then he felt a blanket on his back. I'm not touching you, Sage. I won't touch you. I promise. Sage didn't respond. Garrison was the one who spoke for him.
You're just lucky I don't rip your fucking head off.
He didn't do what the other vampires did to me. He told me he wouldn't, and I believe him, Sage said against Garrison's neck. Garrison growled again.
Let's just get one thing straight between us, vampire. My mate might forgive you, but I will not. You are still standing there breathing because of him. So say thank you and get out of my sight.
Hey, your mate was safe the entire time he was in my care, so you better return the favor. Sage felt Garrison's body harden, as if he were getting ready to shift.
Layden is my family. Mine. I take care of my own.
Sage felt Garrison's arms leave him, and he immediately felt someone else's hands on his sides. Someone who wasn't Garrison. No! Sage clung to Garrison's neck harder and dug his fingers into Garrison's back. Please, I don't want this. I don't want it. Whoa, Sage, it's just me, Layden said. Get them off. I don't want this. Oh, Magnus said. By the gods. Sage, stop it. I won't hurt you. Just let me take you back to the truck so you don't freeze to death, or get hurt while your boyfriend beats up my boyfriend, Layden said from behind him.
Layden, start building a fire. Vaughn, go tell Ramsay where we're at and get him over here, Bennett said from the doorway.
What do I look like, fucking Davy Crockett? I have zero knowledge on how to start a fire, Bennett, Layden asked, and Sage felt the hands leave his body. Promise me you won't let them touch me again, Sage whispered into Garrison's ear.
Jesus Christ, Layden. It was just a way to get you to stop grabbing onto Sage. You were freaking him out, Vaughn said. I was doing what Garridan, the beta of the clan, told me to do. I haven't even shifted yet, and even I want to obey every word he says. Fucking sue me. Your eyes are so pretty when they're that blue color. Sage was guessing Layden said that last part to Magnus. No, Garridan said, even as Sage felt him move across the room. Layden, separate from Magnus, now. Sheesh, okay. Do I attempt to start a fire or not? Sage felt Garridan lay him on the bed. Let go, baby. Sage relaxed his arms and legs, thinking that Garridan intended to lay next to him, but he straightened and started across the room toward Magnus. Oh, shit. Bennett got in between them, not that it helped. Layden yelled and started over. Vaughn rolled his eyes and started out of the door. Going to get the alpha, he yelled, even as the door closed behind him. You people are fucking crazy, Kerwin said, and started over to the fireplace. Garridan had a hand around Magnus's throat, and Magnus was grappling around trying to breathe. Do you see now what kind of damage you did to my mate? It might seem harmless to you, but it wasn't. Stop hurting him! Landon pounded on Garridan's chest. Garridan ignored him. Magnus's color started to change, turning from red to dark purple. Dad! Bennett yelled, getting right in his face. You're doing the same thing to Layden! Layden had started crying, which was the only reason Garridan released Magnus. Garridan met Bennett's gaze even as he drew Layden in for a hug. Magnus started coughing, dragging in air as fast as he could, and he stumbled back. Sage got off the bed, wrapping the blanket around him, and went to the small kitchen, opening a cupboard, searching for a cup or something he could put water in. Magnus probably needed it. He opened the small refrigerator that wasn't working and pulled out a new water bottle. Man, the cabin needed an overhaul, especially if Magnus was going to stay there from time to time. He knew just the man to do the job, too. His mate. It would be payback for the choking incident. Here, this will help. Believe me, the coolness will feel good on your throat. Sage handed Magnus the water bottle, and he took it. The, vampires that raped me, one of them choked me well. Anyway, I know how badly it hurts. Garridan growled low in his throat, and Magnus took a step away from him. He's not doing that because of you. He always growls when I talk about it. Garridan let go of Layden and said to Sage, Come here. Sage narrowed his eyes at Garridan and stood right where he was. Oh, man. I think you should just do what he says. He looks really pissed off, Magnus whispered. Sage ignored him. You left me. I thought you would be okay. I'm not ever going to be okay, Garridan. Just saying those words aloud made them less true, as if there was something about verbalizing it that made things better. He might have taken 2 steps back today, but he was still standing there, alive, with all of the same power he had before the incident happened. Hell, he thought maybe he had a bit more power back. You said I needed to accept myself the way I am, and this is me. Garridan didn't say anything. He didn't have to, because Sage knew what he was thinking. Dr. Tucker says that I need to try to be okay without you around. He says that it's not healthy or fair to you. So, I'll try it at work sometime next week. I already know I won't be ready before then. Not after this. Sorry, Magnus whispered. Sage met his gaze. We're friends now, right? Magnus smiled. Right. Sage turned to Garridan again. Will you do me a favor and just tell me when you're leaving? It throws me off when you just vanish, and then I start panicking so much I can't even remember that we're permanently connected through our bond. We both have issues. You get all menacing and bite when you get stressed, and I have panic attacks. Different reaction, but still the same. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I get it. Good. Then I just need that one little thing from you. I can do that. Garridan smiled and Sage started across the room. Wow, you're like a miracle worker, Magnus said. Sage turned in Garridan's arms and smiled at Magnus. He's a big softy. Magnus took a step closer to Layden but stopped when Garridan growled. Maybe not.
Layden took a step toward Magnus instead. "Do I really need to shift?" Magnus's eyes changed and his teeth dropped down as he looked at Layden. "You have really nice lips, and I really want to kiss you right now." Garrison was just getting ready to say something when Sage laid a finger over his lips. Magnus smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. He cupped Layden's cheek. "You're so young. I see that now. Even if you had shifted already, I don't think you're ready for a mate." "Geez, fuck you very much." Layden took a step away from Magnus. "You know it's true. You're just going to leave. I can tell you are. Everyone fucking leaves eventually. Why should you be different?" "Layden, I risked my life trying to get you away from your family. Do you really think I'm going to stay away forever?" Magnus took a step closer. He pressed his lips to Layden's, holding them there for long seconds. "Wow. Yeah, who needs to shift into a dragon? Not me, let's do that again." He gripped Magnus's nape and kissed him. "Okay, now you can say something," Sage said, and let Garrison go long enough for him to reach out a hand and grab the back of Layden's coat, pulling him away. Magnus came with him, falling forward into Layden. He would have fallen, but Layden wrapped an arm around his waist, steadying him. Layden smiled and leaned in to kiss Magnus again. "Nope." Bennett pulled Magnus back. Chapter 23. Sage felt the cold night air on his face. He snuggled into Garrison, trying for more warmth. "I never gave you a Christmas gift." Garrison kissed Sage. Sage smiled. "That was 2 months ago. Plus, you made me the bookshelf, which I love, by the way." "Well, I think for Valentine's Day I'm going to give you something special." Garrison rubbed his cheek against Sage. "Oh, I want you—" "If you talk about Garrison's dick in front of the entire family, it will get weird," Vaughn said from the other side of the deck. "Why the fuck are we out here freezing our ass off on the back porch again?" "Because this is where Ramsay says he gets the best reception on his phone, and Gabriel is going to call us. Now shut up, dear," Mother Estelle said. Kristen giggled. "Mom told you to shut up. Nah. Kristen stuck out her tongue at Vaughn. "What are you, 10 years old?" Vaughn pushed her. "Ass." Mother Estelle pointed at Kristen. Kristen leaned toward Vaughn. "Hole," she whispered. "Heard it. $1 in the jar," Mother Estelle. "Damn it." Kristen turned to go inside. "That's 2, but get 2 from Vaughn since he cursed and pushed you." "God, tell Gabriel to hurry up. This family is crazy." Sage rolled his eyes. "Says the snake boy who screams every time someone touches him," Vaughn said as he passed by on his way into the house. Sage punched him in the arm. "Shut up. I don't have any problems with Garrison touching me, and he's all that matters." "We don't want to know about your sex life." Jules rolled his eyes. "Yeah, especially me. That's just weird," Bennett said, and made a face. "And me," Lucas said without opening his eyes. "That's right. Sage is like the evil stepdad now, isn't he?" Owen said with a grin. He winked at Sage. Sage grinned, and then outright laughed at the look on Bennett's face. Bennett narrowed his eyes at both of them. "No. Just no." "You called me Dad the other day," Garrison said, and everyone seemed to hold a collective breath. Leave it to Garrison to turn the conversations from fun to serious in just one sentence. Sage burrowed in even more. "Yeah? Is that a problem?" Bennett said. "No. Just wanted you to know that I noticed." Garrison met Bennett's gaze and smiled. "Samuel would be very proud of the dragon you've become." Bennett nodded and didn't speak right away. He was probably trying to hold back the tears. What about you? What do you think?" It was very cute to see how much big, strong Bennett needed Garrison's praise. "I think you know I'm proud of you." "Yeah, it's just nice to hear it from my dad." "Every day they imprisoned me, getting back to you was the only thing on my mind. I'm glad that you found a family who loves you as much as I do." Garrison turned to Mother Estelle. "Thank you for that." Mother Estelle smiled and nodded. "He was a good boy before he came to me." Bennett let Lucas go and closed the distance between himself and Garrison. He started to pull Garrison into a hug, but Sage held up a hand. "Do not touch me." Since the thing with Magnus, Sage was way more vocal. He even told the Alpha when he did or didn't want a hug.
"Yes, sir. Wasn't going to, just—"
Bennett made a gesture with his hands for Sage to move. Sage stepped aside, but didn't go far. Ramsey's phone rang.
"It's Gabriel," Ramsey said.
"Really? Because I thought we were all waiting for the President of the Universe to call," Forrest said, and rolled his eyes. Ramsey punched him in the arm.
"Quit being a smartass, Forrest."
"Can't. That smartass virus has taken a hold of me. It's too late to quarantine now." "Answer it already before we all freeze our balls off," Owen said. Kristen and Vaughn came out of the house then. Vaughn was giving Kristen a piggyback ride. Kristen kissed him on the temple and he yelled, "Ew, a sister kiss, gross." "Shush, Gabriel's calling," Mother Estelle said. Ramsey gave them a look and pressed a button on the phone.
"Hey, brother."
"Hey."
"You sound tired."
"I am. How is Sage and the dragon?" "Disgustingly sweet on each other." Vaughn touched Sage's shoulder. "Don't touch me," Sage hissed at Vaughn. Gabriel chuckled. "I take it Vaughn is pestering Sage." "Always and forever." Sage smacked Vaughn's hand away when he tried to do it again. "How are you, Sage?" Gabriel asked. "I'm okay. Better, I guess. Kinda. But sometimes not really." "You sound better than I expected you to be." Sage laughed. "Well, I'm glad I exceeded your expectations. I really am good, Gabe." "I'm glad for that, at least. Is the dragon treating you well?" "Very well." Sage smiled up at Garrison. He rubbed his cheek against Sage's hair and then the side of his face.
"And you lost them, brother. They're making out now. It's a problem they have," Ramsey said, making Gabriel laugh. "How's the human?"
"Fine, annoying, and he doesn't listen worth a damn," Gabriel sighed. "Fuck you," Sean said from somewhere near the phone. "Gabriel Somerset is a gigantic asshole and a great big dick tease." Sage broke the kiss and chuckled. "If anyone needs to put money in the curse jar, it's that guy, Mom," Kristen said. "Hi, Mom." Gabriel's voice picked up, and Sage could tell he really missed his mother. It was very sweet. "Hi, Gabriel. I miss you, dear. When will you be home?" "Soon. I have some information I need to find first." "I miss you too, Mom." "Now, introduce me to your friend." "Hi, I'm Sean. I'm sorry for talking like that. Gabe is very frustrating, as I'm sure you know, since you've had to live with him most of his life." Mother Estelle smiled. "I am well aware of my son's flaws, young man." "Mom," Gabriel said incredulously, "I'm a perfect angel. It's Vaughn that's the terror." "That's only partially true, Gabriel." Mother Estelle winked at Vaughn, who leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. "Can I ask if Lucas is okay?" Sean said. Lucas shook his head and didn't say a word, so Ramsey answered for him.
"He's okay, Sean."
"So, tell us what makes my brother an asshole," Vaughn said, changing the subject. Lucas reached out and squeezed his hand. He mouthed the word thanks, and Vaughn winked. "Well, for starters, he's bossy." "That's true. Continue." "Also, he likes to stick his tongue down my throat and then tell me it was a mistake. He's done that more than once." "Yeah, that's not surprising. He does have commitment issues." "Shut up, Vaughn." That comment came from Gabriel. "I could, Gabe, but we both know I'm not going to." Gabriel chuckled. "I never thought I'd say this, but I really miss every single one of you."
"Are you finding any captives?"
Garrison asked. "No, and I think we've been through most of the house." Sage really hoped they didn't either. What Garrison had gone through was awful, and Sage wouldn't have wished that on anyone. Garrison met his gaze. Then again, finding Garrison was the best event of Sage's life, and it wouldn't have happened if Garrison hadn't been held captive. The kidnapping also had to take place, otherwise they would have never rescued Garrison. Everything happened for a reason.
"If it's feasible, talk to the blood whores, then make sure none of them are there against their will. But do it right before you come home," Garrison said. He looked at Ramsey, who nodded at Garrison's command. "Yes, sir." "Gabe?"
"Yeah?"
Only go if it's not too dangerous. We want you back here in one piece, Garrison said.
Yes, sir. The rest of the family took over the conversation. Sage tuned them all out, kissing Garrison. What do you say we read our book for the rest of the day? I don't have to go to work, and you're not building anything, so the day is ours, Sage whispered in his ear, trying to make Garrison relax. Something made Garrison tense up.
I have somewhere to go with Bennett later today. I should be gone for about an hour,
Garrison said through their bond link. Suddenly, the reason for Garrison's nervousness became clear. Sage didn't say anything for a few minutes.
It's not dangerous,
Garrison tried to explain, waiting for Sage to freak out, as he always did. Finally, Sage said, Maybe I'll get all domestic on you and bake cookies while you're gone or something. Garrison sighed in relief.
I love cookies.
This concludes Running Out of Moonlight by April Kelley, narrated by Simon Dornay. Copyright 2016 by April Kelley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Hard Rose Publishing and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.